publicly came out 2017, I had a really important. I will do in a minute. Just saw that notification. Um, yeah, it was really important. It was super amazing to have, and yeah, I've lived here since 2018, early 2018 now, and it genuinely has become home. I might live in a town just outside of Brighton, about 30 minutes to the west, but by car. But it is, I spend half my time in Brighton. I work there, and yeah, it really is a unique place. Whereas in the past, especially when I was coming out and I was first transitioning, you walk through the towns that you used to walk through the town centre in Luton, you get a lot of stares, you get a lot of questions, you get a lot of raised eyebrows, and that's not just a Luton thing. That's a thing you would see in a lot of places across the country. But Brighton, nobody bats an eyelid. You're out, you're about, you can do whatever you want. You feel normal. You not normal. You feel like you're just another person in the crowd. And honestly, I think for a lot of trans people, that's all they want. They want nobody looking at them. They want nobody side eyeing
Mm.
them. If they're going to go down to Churchill Square and buy themselves a shirt, or go get themselves some weird boba tea or whatever they want on that day, they can go get it. So it really is a unique place, and I've fallen absolutely in love with it since I've been here. So it really is something special on that front.
It's
Do you think
also
that's because they're so forward? Sorry, Wes, but do you think
Oh,
not forward? No, hold on, that's not what I meant. Like, do you not think because they're so forward thinking down there, it makes it kind of almost like a safe haven? So there isn't the normal stigma that, as you say, you've got in other places.
yeah, I definitely say so. I think that ultimately the community, especially the LGBTQ plus community, is now so heavily ingrained within the identity of Brighton, and so much of the community makes up a large number of its population,
yeah.
a decent sized population, that almost it's become a place where it's actually it's not only become a place where people of similar living experiences come together. I've always said one of the best ways to change someone's mind, of someone who maybe doesn't understand or is on the fence about gender identity, about sexuality, is to add a face that they care about to the subject. And I think the reality is that as more and more time have gone on,
Mm.
individuals who mate in Brighton who maybe haven't had that kind of lived-in experience, who haven't ever really approached those two subjects, suddenly they've got their neighbors, their friends, their family, partners. All of them are suddenly coming out, and they've got a friendly face. They've got a face that they care about associated to the topic, and people learn. People take that information, they take those faces, and they change. And I think that's a big reason as to why Brighton is like that. That huge contingency of trans and non-binary, and just anyone in the LGBTQIA community. They've just changed the landscape of Brighton, and some of the surrounding towns as well. It's not just central Brighton that this is a thing. I mean, I look at places, like where I live in Worthing.
Oh, I knew it. I was saying it as soon
Yeah,
as you said where you was. Like I could tell you
yeah,
exactly where it is
yeah.
now.
It's cheaper. You look in Seaford, you look in Eastbourne, you look in,
Yeah,
you know, you, you look in Uckfield, and that
yeah.
kind of massive surrounding area, and even going as far up as Haywards Heath and uh, to an extent Crawley. Um,
Yeah, it's a bit
it
hard there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit,
Yeah.
but it's those local areas, because Brighton is such a tight-knit, close living place. A lot of those communities that surround Brighton or involved in Brighton or work in Brighton then spread out towards the outer outskirts, and it changes it there, and it really is unique. So it's pretty awesome.
It definitely does sound it. Wes, give us 2 seconds on that overlay, young. So I've just had to make some changes in my iRacing account to be able to help with the
Yeah,
reading of Ireland.
I was going to ask you a question, but decided against it. I want to point out that we are now P26 after
Mm.
a few pit stops. I think the cars behind us were in the pits for a good while, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, the cars behind us were in the pits for 7.5 minutes. The car in
Right.
front of us was in for about 5 minutes too, so interesting to see on that one. But yeah, we now are into 26th place, I believe, on the order, but we're continuing to gain. Yeah, when you, for example, now when you think of Brighton, you think of Pride immediately. They just go together. They're synonymous with each other now. Every year there's the big Pride celebration as well, of course, and people I know that goes to that, and everyone always talks about how good that is. And yeah, it's Brighton is this sort of centre in England for Pride, and it's always fantastic. It's nice as well living so close to it. It's actually quite fantastic. But you're right, as over the years as well, it definitely has spread as well from Brighton to the neighbouring towns and cities. It is slowly getting cooler, I must admit. If you go there these days, it's better than it definitely was in the past. But of course, that one's a little bit harder to get
Yeah.
through there. They're a bit, what's the word, stubborn maybe in Crawley a little bit, but you know, you win some, you lose some.
We've just ended up with the Crawley. We've ended up with the Crawley
That's
mob. Oh, that was close.
that's a crash. That was interesting. We've got away from that crash there with probably no damage, but we definitely got squeezed by whatever other car that was. I'm not sure who it was.
Close.
Let's. I believe we got somebody wanting to jump
Yeah, we
in for an
do.
interview. Madam Judith.
Can I introduce Judith actually? Judith is is actually one of the other owners. There are four of us that own 25% of the team. Judy is one of them. She is our art director and has done pretty much most, if not all, of the assets on both streams. Not including the ones that obviously you've contributed and your team have contributed, James. Yeah, it's awesome to have Judy hop in, and it's awesome to see that you're still watching, Judy.
I've been watching and lurking all day, just existing in the chat. There's many moderators in both.
Yeah, I know. I've got both chats up, so.
Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. Any time if you know CSS or any form of programming language, you're more than welcome to help build an overlay, because trust me, I was up till 3 in the morning trying to get the one sorted out for that one that we've got here tonight.
No, unfortunately, CSS is still something I need to learn. The only CSS I know is Counter-Strike Source.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I'm more of a, I just do pretty images mostly at the moment.
Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, but thank you so much. So what do you do within Prismatic? I don't think we've had the chance to ever meet over the period of time that we've had any contributions. No.
I mainly just take care of a lot of the stuff going on with our streaming with with our Prismatic TV project, and of course the visual design of Prismatic all comes from my head, majorly, yeah.
I think the answer to that is all of the assets that go on broadcast, on streams, on graphics, come off of, out of Judith's head as an interpretation of the livery designs that I've made for the cars.
Right. Okay.
There we go.
There you go. That was a nice, straightforward way of putting it.
Yep.
Well, here we go. But at the end of the day, look, how long have you been involved with Prismatic then? Because obviously, along my period of time, it's been over a year or so now, we've come across the Prismatic organisation. So how long have you been with Prismatic itself?
I've been with Prismatic since October of last year, but I was in the community since I want to say July, I think I joined. Somewhere around there, and became a staff member in October, or became the art director in October.
Okay. And question.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, it's been a fantastic experience, especially coming from my own experience in esports and just general online gaming communities of varying kinds. Being able to be a part of something that helps makes these spaces a little easier for us to enjoy and take part in. just going from my own personal experience doing competitive Counter-Strike and other esports scenes in the past.
Okay, I've had one of these wonderful questions in a job interview that I really didn't know how else to answer. Why do you feel that you're right for this position?
What do I feel like I'm right for this position?
Oh boy.
Oh, I
Do
mean,
you know one of them questions that you really don't like?
I saw what they were doing, and figured I'll just be a little pushy and just force pretty graphics on them, and maybe they'll figure that mine are really good.
Do you know what? That has got to be the worst question anybody can ask you in an interview. Why do you
It
feel
really
you're
is.
good? Yeah, why do you feel you're right for the job? Well, you know, I kind of want the job. You know, I can kind of do the job, and so please just give me the job. That's really all I would kind of sell myself as, really.
Yeah, exactly. Just you know, I need this job. I'll work for it. You know, so I need money. That's why I feel like I'm right.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the person in McDonald's, you know, because my son went for an interview, bless him, he was only 16, so we had to go and, well, he's 17 now, he went for the job when he was 16, so we had to go in the company, and because obviously, you know, being that age. And it was kind of like, you know, they asked for job history, and you're sitting there going, this is first one, what would you like him to give you as a history for job? And then, you know, why do you think you'll be right for this position? You know, I'm at college, I need money, so please let me go and cook burgers. You know, how can you answer that question at the age of 16?
Yeah, you know, my own experience working at a McDonald's, I never got that question. But to be fair, where I've lived, they don't take a lot of stock in who you are. They just need hands.
Yeah. Well, they were kind of, you know, a bit more in depth in it, but you know, anyway, Judith, we digressed away from, you know, from yourself for joining us in the booth, because obviously we're now talking about my son. But anyway, look, it's been fabulous to meet you. You know what I mean? Keep up the great work. So what have you got project-wise in the sort of pipelines for Prismatic itself then? Why both of you are here? What's your next project, Jess? What's your next main goal within the Prismatic? Because I know you do a lot on social media, and I read it on LinkedIn and, you know, that sort of thing. But where are you guys heading? That's what I want to know. What's your goal? Where are you heading next for Prismatic itself?
Jesus. Funny enough, that's actually a conversation we have had to have earlier this week, because we had a meeting with some of the lovely people over at Out Georgia GBA. They're a business organisation that of LGBTQ and minority owned businesses out in Georgia, out in the state of Georgia. And we were speaking to the wonderful people over there, and I know they asked us the same question: what are our goals? What are we planning to do in 3 to 5 years? I guess it's one of a few different things, and it's all based around, I know we say this all the time, our provide, elevate, advocate goal structure, which is, you know, for us, it's 3 things. One, we wish to continue to provide the space and the community to be able to, you know, foster a community of sim racers from ages 18 and up, for ultimately a community that can feel a little bit daunting for them, to elevate. I think this is our big one, that it's going to take a lot of work, it's going to take a lot of hard effort, and making the right allies. But we hope that either one or more of our drivers could at least compete in one of the top tier esports series, even just as an ally to, or as someone that's joining a team. So, you know, you're talking about the Coca-Cola NASCAR series.
Sorry, 2 seconds. Make it round the chicane. Please stop fighting.
Lissa,
stop it.
keep it
3
calm.
wide.
Stop it.
It's
She's
3 wide.
nearly 3 wide down the straight.
I think
And
she's
then
got the
not-
inside though, so that's the benefit.
Yeah, but they're not even near us in the timing tower. One's in 18th, one's in 7th. Get hold of her, Jess. What is she doing?
I think Robin is going to be.
Robin is going to be having kittens right about now. You can imagine it as well. I bet she is going crazy.
It's okay, just chill out.
Let him go. And oh god,
She
blimey.
she doesn't let
She-
anybody go. I've noticed.
No,
She
not
can't
without a
wait.
fight.
Alyssa is a speedy. Alyssa is very fast. She loves. This is something that we are definitely working on with her. She loves wanting to set the fastest lap after lap after lap after lap. She wants to
Fully
be the fastest
understand,
car on
yeah.
circuit, and we found this when we were running at the Simply Race 24. She was incredibly pacey. Um, she is so committed, and it's awesome, and I know that she's going to be absolutely phenomenal when we we continue working with her, and we can teach moments of clarity.
No.
She's making them go the long way around. They're gonna do it. They're gonna go, and they have.
She's backing out.
It's a
She's
good
backing
move.
out. That was good though, I would say.
Robin's had a
Yeah.
whole litter of kittens, so she says in Twitch chat, which is good to know that Robin's had kittens. I've had a couple. Not quite sure about anybody else. You know, going back to your conversation before, you know, talking about getting a driver and a team up in the, you know, the top pinnacle of esports. Are you going to go mainstream? Are you going to go away from the iRacing esports scene or the, you know, ACC, or are you going to adventure into things like ACC or other areas of sim racing that maybe they haven't quite got the supportive community that you have kind of made within the iRacing?
Oh,
We
we
already
already
have
have.
started.
We absolutely have. Our main goal
We're
to
pitting.
clarify maybe a little better is, you know, providing the resources and the support to, you know, elevate our drivers into any level of sim racing and competition that they want to be in, from casual, just wanting to get better, to, you know, eNASCAR, Coca-Cola Series, and Formula One esports.
Also, I do have a personal little kind of going, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we have a trans driver in the virtual Le Mans series? Just even providing them the assets to be noticed enough to have a team at the top level go, hey, you know, would you want to run with us? For me, that is ultimately our goal, because that ultimately achieves our elevate aspect of just providing trans talent the best opportunity they can to race at the best levels they can. So that's the idea. And I think, in all honesty with you, we actually are scaling up our involvement with ACC. We've been slowly recruiting a bunch of great AC or really good ACC drivers. We've officially got 3 dedicated drivers to ACC. We have got Erisifelian, we've got Hamish Easner, and we've got Aziradel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those 3 are, you know, incredibly pacey. Azzy is actually a real life racer as well. Has raced, I believe, Formula Ford. Has been racing another series, and is actually a test driver for for Ginetta. So incredibly well experienced, as well as being someone that has made it to the top 100 of F1 esports qualifying in the past, which, as you know, it is no easy feat. So we feel like that goal there is a potential to achieve that goal, and I think our ACC crew are entering their first major event as a team in August. The ONID 24 Hours of Indianapolis. They'll be entering the as a 5-person team there, which is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I've just done. I did an ACC. I was doing commentary work for basically Sim Racing GP, and was talking to a commentator over there, Adam D, who has basically, we were talking about. You know, he said, like, what have you got involved with today? And I said, you know, we were coming in to do this, and we've discussed the time span and stuff like that. And obviously, like, you know, there's other series that are out there for you guys to get involved with. So how are you looking to get involved with them? Are you trying to, like, get into as many events as possible, or are you thinking, well, let's only pick the select few, like the 24 hours?
I think it's a hybrid. The 24-hour events are easily some of the easiest to recruit for because they're special events. They don't come around very often, and it's also an experience. When you drive a 24-hour, I felt this when running at the Symphony Race 24. It genuinely is a fantastic experience. It's really just amazing, and you feel in a unique headspace. Plus, you get to sit there, have a laugh with your friends. Sorry, I've just noticed. Just keeping an eye on the other stream. We've got a Jimmy Broadbent crying face on screen now. So that is. So, thanks, Roxy. Love you to bits. Uh, get back on topic. It really is unique, but we do enter in a ton of different series anyway. We've got representation in. Obviously, we had representation last season in the eNASCAR College Series with Christina Ryan. We have the Cedra Series or Cedra events, which we've got a few drivers involved in, including Olivia Hayward and I believe Christina Ryan as well. We've got the Court Series, which is not necessarily broadcast, but Court is incredibly popular in the oval circuits. We have a few drivers, so we have obviously Christina Ryan, Olivia Hayward, Alyssa Pelletier Sharp, another driver there that I believe pops in from time to time. Lilac Zier races in Court as well, and
Yeah, I've seen
yeah,
Lilac before.
yeah, Lilac does a lot of our events, and the other notable one, the other notable series that we're running at the moment, Azzy has been running and has just won the Simufur Formula One Championship on the Formula One games. We also have Indy Arcs. That's it. The Indy Arcs series they are doing at the moment. We have a few drivers running in Indy Arcs. I know Christina's one of the title favourites at the moment. So we are all over the place in so many different formats, whether that's 24-hour endurance, whether that's open wheel, whether that's oval, whether that's road. We're a little bit everywhere, and
All the way down to dirt oval as well. And
oh yeah, I forgot about
recently,
that.
recently with one of our recent drivers, our recent driver uh, joining, we're, like I said, top to bottom, anywhere we want to go from Prismatic's platform.
Well, I've also got Elise Main, who is Elise still within your organisation itself?
Sadly not.
Ah.
But no, we've got a number of drivers. I mean, we've got 17 now. It's mad. I mean, it's crazy. We have such a wide community of drivers of such talented levels, and they all come from incredible backgrounds. And I feel for me, part of it is down to what they wish to do, because the reality is not every driver wants to run GT3s every weekend. Some prefer running open wheel. Some prefer running NASCAR. Some prefer running the Ford Lilac. But we want to feel like they're in a place where they can go to a series they want to be in. We can provide them any entry fee costs. We can provide them component cost, like asset costs. So if they need a track or if they need a car, we've got it. And that's what we've actually been working really hard, and behind the scenes we've actually got we've had some deals with our main sponsor, Certifiably Diverse, which has helped us over the past 12 months and will help us over the past 6 and the next 6 to help fund the careers of so many of these drivers that represent us.
Sounds like you're well on your way to where you want to go then.
Yeah, kinda. We are. I mean, I don't know how. I'm just an idiot that posted on Reddit, and then suddenly I've ended up a year and a half later with a community, an esports team, one of the most recognized trans and non-binary, the marquee team in esports at the moment for said community. It's kind of bad. It's kind of crazy. you know, and it's testament, in fairness, to not only the community, not only the people that are involved, but it's testament to the four people that own the four people that own the team, especially of course Judith, Robin, and of course Emily Howe, who is currently in the Athena car at the moment. Each one has had a very unique approach or a very unique experience. You know, for me, my experience, I've come through coaching. I guess my benefit is I've come through coaching American football for youngsters here in the UK for a number of years, and you know I always had a bit of an interest for sim racing. I just am a very what's the word? I'm very pushy. I seem to get things done, and people seem to like it. Um, Judy, of course, has had plenty of time and involvement with the esports sphere, and also is an absolutely fantastic graphic designer. You know, you've got Robin, who is someone who has got incredible business chops, business acumen, who is involved with, of course, our sponsors over at Certifiably Diverse, and has been really, her goal has been to build a business for a very long time. And when she finally got part of the opportunity to do so, she's done absolutely everything to make sure that we do this right. And then, of course, can't forget Emily Howe. You know, for us, Emily has been one of the biggest components and proponents to our success on the track. You know, she for a number of years was actually a race engineer for one of the teams over in the Coca-Cola eNASCAR series. Was at the time known as the Peak NASCAR series. She ran and did all the setups and the setup work for them. She has a long history with iRacing, it's their developers, and she really has been a massive proponent of our success. And you know, she's come in, and all of our drivers are racing at better levels. You look at, I know I'm nattering a bit. You look at,
Hey, you're filling time, Jess.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
you're.
Do you know the worst thing is? I expected this, Jess. I think that's the great thing about when we've spoken before in the past. If we get, you know, if you're talking about a topic that you're passionate about, it doesn't matter how long you have. You can talk about it all day, because I think that's the thing with any topic, and it
Well, bloody hell.
it clearly shows in your voice that you can quite happily talk about everything that Prismatic do, the organisation itself, the fact that you're involved with it, the fact that you put in the hard work, the fact that you absolutely love every single one of your drivers. That there has never been at any point I've spoken to you, Jess, that you've ever shown any discontent or any anger or any upset, because you just love what you do. And I think that's the thing when you're talking to you, that you can't but smile, because you know you will talk for England, and we know that you will talk passionately about what it is.
That's amazing. I can't believe you've already gleaned that from me. That is genuinely something that is such a common trait. It does make me laugh, but yeah, it's awesome. And you know, it's credit to all three of those people specifically for all of the hard work they put in. And I know that we're in good hands. We're in good hands.
Now, there is a young lady who's joined us. Alyssa, how are you?
Angry.
I'm angry. What would you like to talk about first?
But
But well, you're stumbling over your words. You didn't do that in the last interview before your split.
I'm trying to not say any unfavorable words, but that idiot in the Ferrari.
Yeah, we did see you go round. We also saw you involved in a couple of incidents. We saw you fighting like a Trojan horse with people a good few laps in front and behind. You gave Robin kittens at one point. I think she's done a whole litter by about now. I've had a couple. They're running around under my feet. You know, you've done a good job of freaking everybody out, Alyssa, during that little stint of yours.
Yeah, the Ferrari incident. I think I was at the leader pits, apparently. I was and still am at a loss for words at what he was doing. I wasn't moving over on him, and yet he just felt the need to just come into the side of me and just spin me round.
Yeah, we did see that.
Then Robin wanted me to keep the car number 30. This match is only 29. Oh, it's 26 now.
26,
Robin
yeah.
wanted me to keep P30 behind.
Yeah, we did see that. That was some severe, fierce
That was
defending.
fun. That was fun, except for the fact he rear-ended me.
Yeah.
Then with the car 92 for P25, as soon as I got close to him, like the amount of mistakes he was making, I got the run coming out of Kulikufla. I chucked back into the draft. He moves over. I move over, and I'm alongside at that point. And he turns in for some reason and just spins himself off me as if I didn't exist. To try squeezing me all the way to the grass, I felt. And he just ends up spinning himself off me.
Okay.
And then one of the largest netcodes I've ever seen happened.
Yeah, we did catch that. That was a netcode issue.
Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. But,
Yeah, but we know it's iRacing and we know it does.
Yeah, but it's just annoying when that happens. It's like there's nothing you could have done about it.
Okay.
I think me fighting with the 8 car was just me just sort of angry with what happened with the 92 and just not thinking correctly.
Yeah, we did.
Low fuel.
Yeah, we did specify that. There may have been a moment where we did say, please go and calm Alyssa down because, you know, she was scaring everybody in the booth and in chat.
I tend to race hard, but I tend to sort of minimize the incidents. I mean, yeah, we've had the netcode incident, 2 cars just pretending this car didn't exist, but I like to race hard, I think.
Do you think there may be a time, as a word of advice from a person that watches hundreds of hours on a monthly basis of people driving, and one of the words I'd like to give out to people is obviously,
That's very late.
oh, well, there goes another kitten.
That was the green car number P4 being very late with the decision. They're going to do it again, maybe? No.
Yeah, I think I just had just
beat.
let him go, Rebecca, let him go.
Yeah, it's just not worth it.
You're in that gaggle. Look at that cars. There's 2, 4, 5 behind as well. Let them go.
You have to try and keep P24 behind, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a saying that obviously after watching hundreds of hours of iRacing on a monthly basis, as you know I do, do you think picking, maybe as a word of advice next time you're in this situation, you know, just think back to me and saying these lovely words to you, that picking your battles might be a little bit of an easier decision than trying to get. Yeah. So next time you're in the car, Alyssa, when you're there, if you get to that angry point, just think of the sultry sounds of my voice saying to me, you pick your battles. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
I'll be the devil on your shoulder. Nah, just do it. Race hard.
No, stop it.
Go for it.
This is like that Eminem song, isn't it?
Yeah, enough. Just do it. Go on.
Yeah.
Where's the bags when we need it? The ones to
A
breathe
little-
heavily into.
A little rubbing
I think
his
I need
racing,
that.
you know.
Yeah, but I think you got to pick your battles. There were times.
I'm still a bit pissed. Sorry,
Language?
I shouldn't have said that.
No,
I
no.
did it again.
We haven't got a button. Can't beat you out. That's a
Oh
big
no,
one.
Biggles is asleep, so I can't use this.
Yeah.
The
Can't use this
2
button.
incidents that the 92 and that Ferrari, I just didn't get why they didn't know I existed.
Ferrari ones when they squeeze you onto the grass, isn't it?
No,
Okay.
that's
Which
the
one was that?
that I believe was the 92 squeezing me and then just turning itself on my
Yeah,
nose.
that's completely not on you at all. That one was all on them, I think.
The Ferrari incident was them coming off off the curb in Malmedy early and just coming into the side of me, despite me leaving space.
Okay. Well, look, you know, as the chairman of the court, I'm not going to find you guilty. I think you can be, you know, just go off with a little reprimand at the moment to say that you did well. The car's still going, which is the main point, Alyssa. But please don't scare us again. I don't know if I can take anymore.
I definitely think I made a mistake racing the 8. I think it was low fuel. I was not thinking straight after what my 92 did, and I was just like, fuck it, I need to make as much
language.
Oh,
no,
Alyssa!
sorry. Oh.
Hang on. Can I be like the vocalized translator?
Sorry.
That's all good. The vocalized translator for Alyssa, so we could just avoid the swearing. Please let me know if there's anything you wish to add to this. But Alyssa feels very good about everything going on, and the next stint's coming up, and you're while things have been rough and things have been really difficult, you can't wait to get back in the car.
Is that right? Just say
Yeah.
yes. Right, thank you very much. Good conversation.
I'll just try to make the time back. That's
All
what
right.
I meant to say.
Well, next time you're in, think of this conversation, Alyssa. Okay? Thank you so much for joining me in the booth. I'm going to let you, if you want to go, you're more than welcome. We won't be offended. If you need to go off and rant and swear and do that for the next 5 minutes, you are more than welcome. But thank you so much for coming in after your
Can I go
stint.
kill a Ferrari driver?
No.
Not particularly, because we don't actually know where he's from, and you probably wouldn't get there in time. So, you know, there's really no point. Just go and, I don't know, vape, smoke, whatever it is that you do to relax. Just go and do that. Leave the poor Ferrari driver.
Neither of those things. Absolutely do neither of those things.
All right. Yeah, don't do any of them. They're bad for you.
Or something like that.
Or something like that, says James. Never mind. Anyway.
There's cars everywhere here.
There is cars everywhere. I think Rebecca has really got to look at the battle and think, no, there's one out the way.
We have to keep P25 behind.
Well, they've now pitted.
They're just in the pits, I think.
Yeah, they've just jumped into the pits.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. The main thing about trying to keep P25 behind is to try and gain those positions back and laps back. We need to in order to continue moving up the grid.
Yeah, I do understand that, but I think the main thing we've got going on in the moment is the guy in P5 who is behind you, Hamilton Akabuzi. You know, they're not exactly knocking out fast times. So I think at this point I wouldn't look at trying to let him through, because I don't think you're going to gain anything from him. He's only closed because obviously we're going down a long old Kemmel Straight, and he's probably going to be starting flashing very shortly, which would be.
No, he is quicker, so I think maybe
Well,
he's
he done a 2:19 last time out, and Rebecca was only on a 2:20. There wasn't a massive amount of difference,
but follow him would be a smart move.
Yeah, I think.
Allow him to pull you along would be a good one.
Yeah, because you're not far off his pace. So maybe jump back in the booth for us and say the guys in the box who see thousands of hours a week says let him through.
They're through now. I'd say up the inside. I'd say that's
yeah. I don't think. I don't think. I said Rebecca. You know, lets them through.
I think she seems like she's driving. She's not being wild with any defending. She's held her ground against the last car, but that was more for position on overall time. Of the ones that she's not exactly racing, like the car that just went through, she's not holding them up. She's driving her line, but she's not letting them through, but she's also not moving out of the way. So she's doing the right thing, staying on her line and allowing them to make decisions. Really good.
I was trying to see who was behind us.
I was actually, one thing I was really surprised about was me actually passing and overtaking P6.
Yeah, but that's not the first time I think they've been overtaken. So I don't think they're as quick. I think they probably got the whole team set up as in 2 quick drivers, 1 not so quick. I was going to say slow, but I don't like that term. This is a bit derogatory, but you know what I mean.
Slightly annoying because we could have eventually been up there, looking at the times that some of these guys are doing, some of them I was knocking around, and it was like, if the leader of the race at the time didn't, pretend we didn't exist, seems to be actually a running theme.
But there wasn't that
we'd
netcode
been up
with the leader.
Yeah, but the contact would have happened because he was just pretending we didn't exist. Like he would have kept coming over.
Okay.
So it's annoying, but
it is a little bit when you're in this situation. We've got 4 cars behind currently on the track. Cedric Parisi, who is car number 22.
Is there a way of making it so we see how far back from the next car we are? Because it hasn't been on the timing for a little while.
I can try, but as you can see, it's not exactly playing ball at this moment in time.
No, I know it's not playing so much ball, but I was just wondering exactly.
we'll actually probably start seeing some glimmers of daylight soon.
Well, I don't know if you're going to see them yet, considering sim time is only 10 to 3 in the morning.
I say soon, like within the next few hours.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't realise that was the.
We got 2 laps to Richard Banerjee in the car behind.
Yeah, there's
We're
no
on the
fear
same
of that.
lap as Arthur Pereira de Oliveira.
Arthur Pereira de Oliveira.
Olivia.
Oliveira.
I know it's not the person that I'm going to mention, but can we just big up the fact that Leah overtook Sergio Perez?
Yeah.
there's a Sergio Perez in this race, and we now need the second Red Bull seat to go to Leah.
Okay, well, at the same time, Sergio did a stellar job in France, putting it third on the grid. So, and maybe he's doing a little bit of sim racing in his spare time.
Transitive property, right? If Sergio came third, it means that and Leah managed to overtake Sergio in iRacing. Transitive property says that actually Leah is the third fastest person on the Formula One grid.
well, yeah, I suppose. Jess, that's a good way of spinning that. I tell you, you could be a politician. They spin so much yarn; it's unbelievable.
I
think I could run the company.
I was voted coming out of school. I was voted the most likely person to become a politician. So.
Well, there you go.
Yo, you won that as well.
Well, we've got Daniel Gonzalez. We've just taken a lap back on Daniel Gonzalez, so you're only a lap down on 25th now.
Oh my god! I've just seen more pictures of the driving on the grass fiasco.
Oh no, I've just seen a couple on Twitter. That is just unbelievable. People have retired the car because in top split because they can't be dealing with people trying to do the whole grass thing.
People are getting banned now for a week from it.
Yeah, I have seen that as well, and I'm just astounded that people are even kind of going out their way. So,
well, there's an amazing picture. There is actually an amazing picture of one of the first couple of laps from top split, and they're all on the exact same line coming down the Kemmel Straight, on half on the grass, and it's just like, oh, here we go again. The memes are coming out though. Looking at Twitter, seeing some incredible memes, including I think my favourite has to be.
Oh wow, we're at $281 on the target.
Yeah, I know, it's incredible. We had to up the target already, and we're doing pretty well, considering.
I'm not gonna lie, I did shed a bit of a tear.
Yeah, I know you did, or I can imagine you did, but it's for a good cause, Alyssa. It's for a good cause.
Exactly.
Whole weekend is.
This whole event is so. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's an amazing event. So let's carry on. So when are you back in the car, Alyssa?
Good question. I do not know.
Okay. So you guys have got a schedule set out ready for this race?
I think so.
Okay. So you all had a team brief and a team meeting before you started to set your goals?
Roughly, yeah.
We're going for it.
Oh, that's really reassuring. Oh boy.
Alyssa's like, goals, yeah, there's something that they score a football in. What are you talking about?
There was a lot of planning beforehand in a text
Oh, please
channel.
don't.
Oh,
Please
no,
don't.
no, 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 Rebecca, stop. Oh, come on. Oh, my blimey, who was that?
Sketchy. I think
Yeah.
that was Rebecca, actually. Alyssa, sorry, pardon me.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
blimey.
I just had a heart attack.
Don't like that.
Oh,
No,
I'm
no, no,
scared.
no.
That's
Rennie
fine.
said, "Set sail, do it for Dale."
I think I feel what you felt like when I was in the car now.
Yeah, the problem
Yeah.
is this is your battle picking. This is what we mean. You got 22 in front, 18 behind, and 12 behind that. Now, give or take, 18 is currently nearly 5 laps ahead of you. 12 is another. Oh, he's also 7 laps ahead of you. So when we're talking about picking your battles, this is it. This is
They're
one.
defending a little, to be fair.
Car 22, I understand because he's not so far ahead, but
Well, they're going to go all the way around the outside here. That's going to be a good move. That's
Oh, we got a
really
slow car
good
on the
move.
right. There's a slow car on the right somewhere.
oh, there he is there, the yellow and black Ferrari.
Yeah.
The yellow and black Ferrari. So look, there you go. That was an example.
My heart can't take this anymore.
That was a fantastic move, though, by that Lamborghini. I'll give
Yeah.
credit where it's due.
Yeah,
That
car
was
number 18.
something.
No, it can't be car number 18 because he's
It's
supposed to
car
be in the-
17 now. I think.
Dan Shaw.
Yeah.
Give or take, that was a stellar move. He's now, fair play to the guy. I know we're not supposed to, it's 5 laps, so ahead. But I think at the
Yeah,
end of the
good
day,
move.
that was a nice, tidy move from him. So well done, and they did
Car
it
10's
cleanly.
going for it now, up the inside on the brakes.
Yeah, but look at it up. Yeah, Rebecca's let him through. Well done.
So,
Let's go back to the
Okay.
3 letters on the timing tower. We can shrink it down a little bit.
what are we? 45 seconds behind the next car.
Yeah, Daniel Gonzalez 4.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, I think actually Costa's in, Roberto, so we're about to go maybe to P26 maybe, I think, because Roberto's in the ITA team. I think in the pits, I think we should just go past him now, possibly. My timing tower goes absolutely nuts.
no.
And
It
I
doesn't.
can't tell you where that team's disappeared to. That team's just completely
No,
disappeared
they-
in my time. They've gone up all the way to P20 now on my timing tower, so don't worry about them at all, apparently.
No, it's having a bit of a mare. It's having a bit of a mare. But guys, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. As I say, you are more than welcome to hang out if you want to,
Oh,
or if you.
God. Sorry to interrupt. I've just seen the biggest crash, I think, in a NASCAR race at Pocono ever. Red flag out as well.
Is this?
IRL, I assume?
IRL, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought we were talking about sim racing now. Is that what?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Alyssa's being distracted. Well, listen, Alyssa, we'll let you get back to the team. It's been awesome to have you, and we shall speak to you later.
Yeah, probably.
No, you will do. We'll speak to you soon.
She's gone. Bless her. Oh dear, incredible. So there we go, Jess. As I say, it's going to be exciting to see your next growth pattern. I think from a Prismatic's point of view, and see where you go, and you and Judith together, and obviously, oh God, I've lost names in my head. You and obviously Robin. I think just to see your growth already over the period of time that you've really come on to the sort of the radar has been amazing. And all I can say is I wish you all the continued growth, really, because I think you're doing an absolutely amazing job.
Like I said, still very confused. Doesn't feel like reality. I'm gonna be honest. But no, everyone involved in the team makes it so, makes it unique, and has managed to make it grow and thrive. So all of them are absolutely incredible. We're very excited. The next year is going to be even more exciting, I feel, with our growth into ACC, with our constant involvement. There are a few things that we're in talks with going into next year with people that we've become friends with. I know that I'm probably heading up to Motorsport Days Live again this year, which will be good fun. I think that potentially maybe one or two other events I might drop into on behalf of Prismatic. But outside of that, I mean, it's genuinely incredible, and I can't wait to get stuck in.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting times for you, for everybody at Prismatic, really. And very interested to see where your next step will go. Hopefully you plan to doing any more special events like these.
Oh, absolutely. We've run a lot of these special events this year, actually. The only ones the only one that we didn't run that was a endurance event was actually the Nürburgring 24. We couldn't quite get the people together for that, and we were quite busy organising our entries into FTR and other series. But we ran at Daytona. We ran the Watkins 6. In fact, I ran the Watkins 6, which was interesting. So there are plenty of people here who run a bunch of these special events, and we're going to continue running special events. Going to continue getting as many people as we can involved, and having a good time, doing good stuff.
Well, that's all that's important, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what else could you be asking for? When we represent what we do, it's awesome to see all the smiling faces and all of the happiness and joy over the weekend, and all of the jokes. Some of the best humor and some of the best jokes comes out in these kind of events. So the best memories are made, for sure.
I agree with that.
Absolutely, and I think that's one thing, we're going to take away from doing this 24 hours. We will always talk about the brief notice that was given and the success it was made. So there you go.
For sure. But obviously, massive thank you to all of you, and maybe I'm gonna try and do my best NASCAR driver impression here. It's been fantastic so far for both the number 18 and the number 98 Prismatic Motorsports car, of course sponsored by Certifiably Diverse, Agent Inc., by Marconi Setup Shop, by Go for the Gap, and for Cadan Computers, and all of them deserve a lot of praise and a lot of props for all of the incredible work and support they've given us over the past year and a half.
Okay, is there anybody else just before we,
I guess sponsor-wise, it's pretty much good. I'd say probably the biggest thank yous go to, I guess specifically, obviously Sarah Savage, to the rest of the Prismatic board, and obviously Robin, Judy, and Emily, Roxy Gibson for all the work she put in for this event, Cami Sturch for being one of our first kind of larger supporters. I'd say Dan Hyde of Cadan Computers. I would probably also, thinking so many people. I guess I want to say a thank you to probably the other 3 series we've been involved in. So big thank you to FTR Esports. Big thank you to Cedra and Court for all of the support they've given to our drivers over the past season and a couple of seasons, and great to be here.
Well, there you go. No problem at all. There's no more really to say. So apart from sit back, enjoy the racing. Thank you again for joining us in the booth. Judith, it's been a pleasure to meet you for the first time. So thank you for jumping in with us. Awesome, and we shall catch up with you later on, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll probably be back in at some point later, so don't you worry. You'll have somebody to allow you to save your voice a little bit.
Oh, that would be amazing, because about 2 o'clock in the morning, I think Biggles might be a little bit lonely, but we'll see what we can do.
That's fine. I was commentating simply raced 24 for about 7 or 8 hours the other week. So I think that's pretty normal at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you for joining us, Jess. You take care.
You too. Cheers.
Well, there you go. That is just Martin and Judith there jumping in, and we also heard from Alyssa in the booth as well, one of the other drivers here from Prismatic. Right, let's give you a rundown. Where are we at? Come on then, Wes. Fill us in.
A lot has gone on in that time. Of course, we had a few incidents, of course, with the netcode one, incident with a Ferrari, and then an incident where another Ferrari spun themselves off us, really. So we had to do a drive-through for incident limits. So we had to do another drive-through. Since then, we've done then another pit stop as well. We've swapped drivers to Rebecca now. We did get up to around the 26th place mark. We have fallen slightly down because of the drive-through. So we are now back in 28th place. About 40-something seconds off the next two cars really, because they're pretty close-ish to each other. They're racing some at the moment. I think Daniel's just gone in, so 2 cars up the road I think he's just gone in, or he's now actually, yes, he's in the pits now. So the next car up the road to us I think is has he gone into the pits, or he says he's entered the pits and he says it's crashed and he's went off the track. So I think he's in the pits. The next
Daniel
car
Gonzalez.
Yeah, in the pits. Yeah. Oh, he's definitely crashed. Look at that car.
He has had a bit of a mare.
He's crashed.
He's been in the pits for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see if this will fill us in.
Here we go. So this is the car we're chasing.
Well, was chasing. He's now behind us.
Oh, what's he done there? Oh, wow.
That looks a bit bizarre. Hold on.
It looked like his screen could have frozen.
It'll buff out. G'day.
Oh,
does his screen...
No.
Oh, look, he just casually...
That's a hardware disconnect, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it could have
Could be falling asleep at the wheel as well, mate.
Yeah.
Probably, mate. Could well be.
The car that was in front of us. Surely we're now through, so that's a position to us.
We're in 27th currently at the moment. Arthur Pereira de Oliveira is in front. He is... Give me a time, please. Or not. Don't give me a time.
Should be 50 seconds up the road from us, I think.
I can't answer that question, mate. My timing tower is literally with blank lines everywhere.
Is it all broken?
No, it's just not playing ball, Biggles. It's not loving it at the moment. It's having an issue, and so there you go. I've tried restarting it and resetting it, so...
It should reset itself. It should sort itself out. We are, I think...
2 minutes 60?
Yeah, I think we're 2 minutes 60, so we're just under 3 minutes away.
Yeah. They are in the pits, and they have been for about 2.5 minutes. This is Josh King.
This is a different driver than the one we're actually chasing, so I don't know what's happened to him here then. Because
but this
the car
is King.
that was ahead of us was the 23 car of Arthur. So Josh King being in the pits is new to us. That's the car there that we are racing and have been for quite a few hours now.
No, we're in 27th. Josh King is in the pits and we're 26th. We're coming past the pits now, so there could be another position that we are going to take here. Now, it says it's crashed. Now, I'm going to rely on the fact that he probably hasn't. He's just going into the pits.
Well, possibly, but we have passed him.
Yeah, we are on 26th place. We are 53 seconds behind Arthur Pereira de Oliveira. So I've moved back up into our 26th spot, which we're rightfully trying to claim at the moment. And we've got 53 seconds to the next person.
Yeah, how many? 53, which is the Arthur guy, which I said about chasing, which we are.
So, and there's been a few other people having an incident as well.
A few people are crashing and having incidents. We've just caught up to the back of second as well right now. We're chasing down. Yeah,
well, we're about 3 in the morning, 19 degrees, partly cloudy apparently, according to this. So we got past 3 in the morning. So, Biggles, did you have a nice sleep?
I didn't have much of a sleep at all, unfortunately. That was the problem. I'm really tired. Yeah, I couldn't get to sleep for some. That's usually unusual. I couldn't, but I do have to I'm going to go and pick up some pizza. That's about it. I'm hungry. And then come back.
What time are you doing that?
Probably about now.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, while you're still here with Wes for a minute, we'll wait for Tim Cox's down to join us as well. While you guys are doing that, I'm just going to grab a 10-minute break just to get a cup of tea and that. And I'll leave it in your capable hands for sort of 5-10 minutes, all right?
You want me to 5-10 minutes now before? Or...
Yeah, do you want...
I'll wait, 10.
Yeah, if you can wait 10 minutes, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Wes,
yeah.
do you want me just to leave it on us, or do you want to take control for this 10 minutes?
If one of you can take charge, I'm absolutely fine just to allow you guys to... Biggles have control.
I can take
don't wanna
control.
Mess with any, yeah, I don't want to mess with any of the...
For now, that's fine. I'll just leave it.
graphic
You just leave it on.
situation.
If there's anything that happens, I think it overrides anyway. If I change it. Well, anyway,
Alright,
don't
well-
matter. Just go sort it out, mate. All right.
Do you want me, are you taking control then?
No, yeah, well, if I have to. Just keep an eye.
Well, you
keep an
don't-
eye on incidents. Just,
All right, well, we can have a look back through them anyway.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it on with Rebecca at the moment, all right? And I'll be back.
So, yes, we've gained, which I like since I've
We
left.
have. There has been a lot going on, but we have gained. Yeah, we're now in P26.
26,
and,
yeah, exactly. 17
we've had
positions
a-
overall. Remember, we're going to be targeting around 18. Obviously, 18 or higher.
Yeah.
Would be fantastic, but...
We have had a few incidents and things like that. We've had a drive-through as well. But yeah,
Oh,
26.
another
we've
one?
Gained. Yeah, we had too many contacts in the end. It was a penalty for that.
Oh.
So yeah, it was unfortunate though because the one that gave us the penalty really wasn't our fault at all. So, you know, it's just one of those things that happens in a 24-hour long race. But yeah, we're slightly closing on the car in front. Yeah, I think we're in a good situation. From the car, I'm going off of the guy that's in P20. Well, that team I've been watching this entire time, and we have been roughly 3 minutes behind them the entire time. We got it down. That was the team we got it down to 2.5 minutes behind. It's now back up to 3:17, but we have had a drive-through and all that, so you know, drive through quite a while, so that makes sense. So we're sort of on par with them, but so we're doing well, I think.
We certainly are.
Yeah, it's
And
been
I'm
an
just having a
entertaining
look.
couple of stints as well. A lot of action, a few passes, which just ran a bit wide there. But yeah, we sort of try and chase down the car in front of the Ferrari ahead. But yeah, it's going well. We're still on target. We're still on the road. People around us have fallen off and had some bigger crashes, so we're doing well in that respect. Like I think Oliver Richardson, P8 cars had a crash as well, so that's I think a big crash he's had. Looking at it, yeah, he's had a big one, and he's probably getting a towed to the pits. We just passed P2 and pulled away as well from P2, so we've got some good pace at the moment. I need to clip my neck.
I think my neck's killing me.
I feel like I've been looking left to the
Yeah.
one of the screens for so long.
Mine to the right's killing me.
Oh, you look to the right, do you? Of course.
Yeah, I get it one
Being
all over to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Mine
You see,
too.
yeah, of course. I just
Yeah,
put
of course.
some that that cream that you put on that heats it up.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
I do actually.
that's what that
know
is.
what you're on about, yeah. Really. I had a little break for a minute, and I drove to the shops to get a Ben & Jerry's ice cream. I asked everybody else,
Oh,
what flavour you go for. What flavour do you go for when it's a Ben & Jerry's? What do you...
bubblegum.
Bubblegum.
I like the bubblegum flavor in ice cream.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Different. I think we had cookie dough and salted caramel, I believe, one went for as well. It says we're now at P25, but I don't trust that until the car tells us we're P25. It still says P26, so that's what I assume we are until proven otherwise. Yeah, that's what it's saying me down there.
I'm just having a look at my Aussie buddies as well too. They're the 88 car. They're running up in P12. That's actually pretty good. Some of the top 10.
So, in the chat, someone says this race makes me want to try sim racing, maybe cheaper than track days. It does depend on the rig, really. But yeah, depending on how many track days you do a year, and depending on what parts you buy for your rig, it depends on if it's cheaper, really. depends how expensive you go with all your wheels set up and your pedals and your seat, things like that. I guess if you've already got the PC, you know, things are a bit cheaper to buy then. You don't have to buy the whole system. But yeah, depending on, I suppose, depending on the car and what track you go to, I guess. Yeah, it depends on if it's cheaper than track days, but you can definitely do a lot more driving on a sim than you can in a track day, so value for money you can argue there.
Absolutely. 1 second. As I've been away from my messages for a little bit, I have 10,000 people messaging me, so
Yeah, of course.
just
yeah,
try to verify that.
I want to point out it's absolutely amazing to have still 20 people currently watching live as well. We've had a absolutely loads of people watching live. At one point it was, I think, 38 watching live, which is fantastic to have, especially
Yeah,
at
I'm
this
gonna
time
check
of
the
night, this far into the race. Fantastic.
Our donations and how we're going for our, of course, because it's a charity event, so
I
click
heard
on
that
this
it
and
was
have a
at
look.
281 last I heard. I don't know how long ago that was. If that was the number that was said.
Yes, the switchboard to the switchboard helpline that we're doing this donation for charity. So somebody out there can verify with us, please, where we currently up to.
I think oh, well, hang on, we got to check. We've got some information to check. Next driver of car number 23. It's be interesting to see if they go back to the fastest driver hasn't driven in a little bit, so they want us to. So when the car in front pits, they want to know what driver gets in. It's good. We'll try and get that information, of course, as soon as we see it. We wouldn't. I don't think we know until they pit. I don't know when they're pitting next, but we will try and get that information.
Yeah, I don't have anything in
So,
the
yeah,
doc.
'cause
Well, then
after-
again, this could be because this is Rebecca currently at the moment, I think. So it could
Yeah,
be
so Rebecca's
Robin.
driving at the moment. I think Robin's getting after, and she would like to know who gets in the car 23. So the car in front of us that we're racing, she would like us to know what driver they put into their car. She would like that information.
Oh,
because
that is Arthur Peretti de Oliver. What do you mean?
yeah,
Currently. Yeah.
when they change drivers, she'd like to know if
after they do that.
Lewis gets in apparently, because
Right.
I think that's their fast driver, and he hasn't driven in a bit, so that she would like to know if they're going to put him in.
Ah.
I think she's thinking tactically here, which is always good. I think have we just gone off place, or is it graphics just slowly going out? I think the graphics are slowly going out of sync. So what we've learned is the graphics slowly go out of sync, but if you then go onto the car that it's gone out of sync with, it then resets it all back. So it's one of those sort of situations. It's really weird. It just basically, I think at some point that car has dropped out of range, and it just forgets that they're driving, and then when you go on board to find them, it puts them back into the correct order, like transponders stop working almost. Yeah, it's one of those situations. So for currently on my timing is it now? Oh, there you go. My timing said we were P23. We're back now to P25. But we're on the graphics with P25. But on the car with P26, and the car is right. So the number it says on the car screen is P26, which is the actual position we are.
All right. Just to clarify all that, we are in a Mercedes with a lovely livery, which you can't really see too much at night time, unfortunately. It is. You will see it. Where are we? What time is it locally as well? Still got a few hours in the night.
On the graphics you kept getting up, it says. I think we were around 3 o'clock the last time I saw it come up on the graphics. I could be wrong now. It could be about 4 or 5 maybe in the game.
So what? Yeah. Aside from that, what have I missed from my little attempted snooze that didn't quite work too much?
We had a netcode with the current leader.
Oh,
We had a
again?
bit of a crash with a Ferrari, then another crash with a different Ferrari. A few close calls, a few bumps in here. Yeah, a spin or two, I think, as well. We had a 1 or 2. I think we hit the wall at one point. Our rear ring was damaged. But like little things that have happened along the way that we've sort of got away with, it seems. Small incidents. Yeah, I think the rear wing did get fixed in the pits at one point, but I think it only cost 5 seconds to fix it or whatever, but the end plate was almost hanging off. Yeah, so little things here and there off the top of my head. Luckily no big ones, but yeah, some spins. We had one where, I'm not sure who it was now off the top of my head. Who was it? I want to say maybe it was Elisa. Alyssa. There you go.
Alyssa. Yeah, Alyssa.
Alyssa. Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah,
Right. Cool.
Alyssa.
There we go. I got there in the end. Pretty certain she touched the grass as she braked, and it threw the car the opposite direction. Luckily, no damage done, just a spin. But yeah, just a few little moments here and there that we've realistically got away with in the long run. But yeah, that's just cost us a bit of time here and there, as it does. There you go. The graphics update, and we are P26. How about that? How lovely is that? So we will continue to keep an eye on what the team in front do, or who they put in the car next. That is what we look out for. But yeah, we are, what, 54 seconds, I think, behind, 56 seconds behind them. So,
Yeah.
And I think James is back up. So I
am back and running. We're just going to wait. Tim is going to join us back in the booth very shortly. And then the Biggles, if you want to run, well, you can run off and get your pizza if you want. And,
it doesn't take that long. Like, I'm living in a small town.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously, you jump in and eat your pizza and stuff. And then where's it? It's time for you to go and have a lie down, mate, after all your information you've been passing on to us as this has been going along.
His neck's sore, just like mine.
Yeah, I didn't even realise when I turned my neck right, I was like, oh. It's like almost stuck in the position just looking at my left screen with all the different information and screens coming up. I think when I go to sleep, I'm not sure if I might just leave everything on and go to sleep with it on, but I'm not sure. I don't want everything to...
I had to.
Yeah, I'm thinking about leaving
I got
it on
a
like
fan
that.
and blowing onto my computer, so it's a little quite noisy for me to sleep on the sofa next to it. That's the only problem, because I need to keep the graphics card nice and cool, because I don't want it to overheat accidentally.
Yeah. We've got Larry Bowen. He's in 24th. He is currently in the pit, so we're just about to pull a lap back on Larry.
Well, yeah, we do have to give you an update, because we were asked to see whether or not that driver that's in ahead of us there, will they do a driver change? Yeah, who it will go to.
Oh, who's in the wall there? There's a Mercedes going the wrong way down the back straight there. Who was that?
Alex, that's Bajon?
That was...
Is that Bajon?
No, I believe...
Blue Shark, yeah?
It was... Well, we think if it's not... If this is what's showing up as just the incident...
No, it's Bajon. Have a look at Bajon.
Yeah, Bajon. Bajon Ackerman.
Went off track. Yeah, that's the
well,
one.
he says he's gone off track, but I think he's actually... There you go.
There he is.
Yeah. What's the end of the
Coming
spin?
out of the pit lane.
How's he done that?
Well,
Cold
it's probably
tyres?
just... No, there's a bump on the end of that pit lane.
Oh,
isn't
he's
there?
gone very early.
Hey, that's up to top of Rouge, but... Oh, no, that is out of the pit lane. You're right, because the pit lane's to the right
He
side.
is currently behind us in 30th place, so there you go. So, yeah, so...
Oh, we're not doing a driver change. Rebecca is staying in the car and the one more stint.
Yeah, so there you go. So Tim is getting a drink. He will be joining us very, very shortly. Biggles, you're going to go and get a pizza. Wes, you're going to go and have a break because you're due back in about 7 hours, young sir.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be working alongside Tim while I go and have a sleep, and then that will take us through the into the morning.
You've already had a sleep. Are you still on the replay as well too?
Yeah.
Oh God,
Yep.
sorry.
It's all right.
No, I haven't had a sleep, Biggles.
Ah.
I
Well,
think
you
I'm
will.
just going to go and crawl onto my sofa, which is just to the left of me, and probably just kip there. I think might be a little bit easier than going up to bed and stabbing. my
into the pits
my
we go.
my good wife, because at the end of the day, she'll probably kill me if I wake her up this early.
Well, I will run to the toilet and then I will run back and I'll be here until Tim is here, and then I will go to the bed and set an alarm on what time am I due back? 7.
7 o'clock you were down for on the sheet, young sir.
We'll
There
set
is a
an
little
alarm
bit of
for
a
around 6 then.
yeah, there is a little bit of a lull period where Biggles may be pulling people in from the team to come and.
Oh yeah, I'm just chatting as well to another gentleman that might be able to help out, who's from the States, might be able to help out for a couple of hours.
Well, there is,
help
as
fill
I
in.
say, there's a bit of an empty gap between
Yeah.
2 and 6. No, 2 and 6, and then at 7 o'clock, Tim and Wes will be taking over for a couple of hours. And then I'll be back. I'm sure I'll be back before the 9 o'clock slot anyway. So, if he wants to jump in for a couple of hours and help you out throughout the night, Biggles, just send them an invite to the Discord, and
Do we have
if he can
powers?
do that, if he can get off before I go, and then I can give him a role in the Discord to be able to see this chat. So bring him in, mate. Keep you company. Give yourself somebody to talk to, dude, because the last thing you want is to be sat here on your Todd for a few hours. But yeah, that would be absolutely awesome. So, Wes, you go and get a drink or whatever you're going to go and do. And we shall catch up with you shortly then, I guess.
He's gone to the bathroom real quick. I think he's going to come back.
Yeah, I think
So
he's
if he doesn't mind hanging around for a little bit, for a 10 or 15 or whatever, so I get my pizza and be back, and then I'll fulfill your company.
Tim is here,
Tim?
so
okay.
so Tim should be with me. So I won't worry too much. I'm just going to message him, asking if he's ready, just to keep the flow going. But thank you very much if you are still here in chat. J-Rap just popped in. Morning, little monsters.
Yeah, saw
morning.
that.
Yeah, we are still going here on the 24-hour broadcast live on Trans Tacos Twitch channel, and in association with JPB Broadcasting with myself and Biggles currently in the booth. It's Mickey, so that is, if I'm not mistaken, Mickey Rubbock.
There's also a crash here I want to check there, probably around where Devon is. I'm seeing some messages pop up about that. Is that Devon Kai?
Devon McElvelly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to say he's probably gone into the pits, unless he's been rear-ended by this.
Oh no, that's a pit lane entrance, I guess. Exactly. No, there's contact.
Contact there with Kai Dalzell, which I believe Kai is ahead of us, is he not? Or is he behind
Good
us
question.
now?
I'm looking at the moment there.
No, he is. He's up in
Yeah.
20th place. So he's just been involved in the incident there with Devon. Josh King has probably just gone in the pit, so I'm not going to be worrying too much about that incident. I have contacted the wonderful devs at the Timing Software, who told me to do something in my iRacing account, log out and come back in. So I did
the
that.
Josh King one, because it just says that he's been in the pits for 13 minutes. So double
Okay.
check.
Well, let's have a look. Oh no, he's not in that part of the track where we generally see
Pit stops, yeah.
pit stops.
Yeah, that's right. It's lost it
He's
here.
on the marbles.
Yeah, that's round in Lafayette. That's the chicane before the double right-hander, but before they go on to Blanchimont. So what
Now
was his...
he's stuck now, waiting for other cars.
Yeah,
There you go. The lights are off. Go.
He's gone, and obviously Denny Rudkowski, well, it says underneath he's entered the pit lane. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry too much. So he's gone.
But that Joshua King one is now behind us as well in P29, so that's 2 laps behind. So that's a little bit helpful to our race.
Yeah, we're about 2.5 minutes from Alfa Pereira de Oliveira. So we're still going. We've got 27th behind us at the moment, which is this young gentleman there.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Who is... Yeah, you carry on, mate.
This is a car that we were racing before, I recognise.
This is they're 1 lap in front of us, 1 lap behind us currently.
This was the car that I'm pretty certain we were trying to keep behind us because they were too behind.
Remember that? Because we said he was looking a little bit racy, wasn't we?
Yeah.
We thought he was going to go and stack it into a rather eventful bush or wall.
Yeah. Here we go again.
Yeah, he's going again. So they got... Well...
We're defending.
No,
They're racing
no,
us.
no,
They're up the
no,
inside.
No,
There we go,
Rene's made.
yeah.
Rebecca's made the right choice there. I think I would let him go as well.
Yeah, he looks pretty. He's got a lap to try and catch. Like,
Yeah, and I think trouble is he's got a very slow exit there out of Lacoum. And then we've got 10th behind us as well, which is Dave Cochimillo.
Oh, and they're through. They're good. They're through.
Yeah, they're through. Rebecca's kind of doing the right thing here, I think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be racing them. The guys behind is Matana. He is currently in 11th place.
I think Joshua King has had another crash. He says he's crashed and then went off the track. So I think he's gone again in P29. Oh, it seems like
this is Lefanier. Is this going to be marbles?
This is exactly the same. Oh, it's nearly a carbon copy, but not the same, isn't it?
Oh, has he got the car out of the way, though?
Well, that's awkward. That's awkward to turn around at, isn't it?
Yeah, can you imagine your relative on that one?
Yeah, that's nuts. You just got to wait for all the lights to disappear.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
How long? Oh, God.
There for a while. Wow.
Still there.
Yeah, he's having to wait for his engineer boy to tell him that he's clear, and well, that's a lot of time lost, isn't it? Wow. Go now, I guess. Go now.
Go. Can he move?
No, there's a car. Now go. There we go.
The thing is, you kind of want to flop.
Oh, just about get it back round. There we go.
Wow, that was a long time for Josh King there. He's lost a lot of laps. We've got 11th place tucked up right behind us at the moment. That is Matana. Sounds like a Kuna Matata behind us.
Yeah,
it does, doesn't it? Matana. So Tim is just getting into the session, ready to go. This could be another car I would happily let go without any problems at all on that one, I think.
That's not our race.
No, that is not our race. So hopefully Rebecca will just allow him to go through. Seems a little bit sensible, does Rebecca? So hopefully she'll let him go and just allow them to pull them forward. However, 10th and 11th are in front of right near each other. So there is Matana there, and then that's car 11.
Racing. They're actually racing as well. Full position on track here, so it could get a bit heated in front of us.
203 car number 20, so that's Dave Camillo and Guala Matana. I was going to say Akuna Matata, but I've got to get out of that habit.
They're actually... It's interesting to see that they're this close after so many hours. It's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Close to the arrivals. He's going to go for a move, I think here. Look at that switch. There you go. Went to make. Oh, that's lovely. That's a lovely move there from car 203. That he went to the went to the inside of the long pull-on corner, and then just to fake it so they would defend, and then it put the Mercedes in the outside. He just cut back to the inside. Oh, lovely move. Lovely move. Well driven.
Well, I would still, if I was Rebecca, just try and stick with these guys.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So don't make any sudden crazy moves on them. Just stay with them and let them try and pull you forward. Well, currently sat in 26th, so that's always...
Yeah, we've made places. When I started joining the stream, we were 34th, I think, so we're up to 26th, so it's...
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the gain and see where we're at, up 17 positions.
Good, it's good.
Since the beginning, so if you work out, where are we, 26, 36, 43rd, and we're now in 26th place. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're joined in the booth by our one and only wonderful friend here at JBB, and that's Mr. Tim Cox. Tim, how are you?
I'm all good, James. All good. Looking forward very much so to this one. Through the graveyard shift, as it's commonly known, as it were, and settle down a bit of nighttime racing and get us through the halfway mark of the race.
Yeah, we are. We're just coming down from 13 minutes. Let's just say a goodbye to Mr. Wes, who's going to be joining you for that early morning shift at 7 a.m. So, Wes, thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you in the morning, young sir.
Absolute pleasure. Have fun through, as Tim said, the graveyard shift. Hopefully there's a bit of action, but not too much action for you over the night.
we'll see where we are when you come back in the morning.
Yeah, should be fascinating. Can't wait to see.
Yeah, you take care, mate.
Thank you.
So there you go. That was Wes, who has joined us for the majority of this afternoon, so and early evening. So thank you to Wes for that one. That was absolutely amazing. So here we are, Mr. Cox. We are up 17 places currently, from 43rd to 26th. Currently at about 11 laps, just behind the leader at the moment. There was some incidents, and we had to get some repairs done. And then we had speeding in the pit lane, and there's been a few spins, and then unfortunate incidents with back markers, and also people in front of us as well. But Renee here, Rebecca Renee, has been doing a stellar job. Double stinting, this is her second stint. And we've got 13 minutes, 25 seconds, 13 hours and 25 minutes remaining.
I was going to say 13 minutes, James. That'll be a little bit of a wishful thinking for, well, even the drivers in some ways, and it's crazy. You've been going for 11 and a half hours now. Sorry, not 10 and a half hours even, and not even at halfway mark. But this is the beauty, the magic, and of the 24-hour enduros, where it's a real test of driver, team, and machine. Bit of luck, and as you were saying, a few incidents along the way, but that's all part of it. And as much as, yes, you can be, in inverted commas, this far off the pace of the leader, equally, all it takes is a few incidents, and instantly you can be brought right back into the mix. And it doesn't take that much, and a little bit of bad luck on some other teams, which can happen. It's very rare that you don't go an endurance race without some form of issue in terms of incident, whether it be with a back marker or someone you're racing against, or even as fatigue starts to creep in and these sort of twilight hours, nighttime situations as well. Of course, a lot of the European racers that will be in this split, it's like getting late now for them, 12:30, half past midnight in the UK. A lot of the European guys, it's going to be 1:30 for them right now. Obviously, the American races a little bit easier. If you look at Eastern time, we're currently at about 1:30. Doing my maths quickly here. It's going to be 8:30, isn't it, for them? So not too bad. 7:30 even, sorry. So not too bad for them. And this is where it gives them the slight advantage, because it's a more normal time. Those teams that have got that mix between European and American drivers, or Asian drivers, that's where it gets a bit more easier for them. But a lot of them are going to be European only, and this is where it gets really, really grueling for them. And who's done the preparation in terms of, plenty of rest during the day, plenty of sleep, tops up, ready to go and be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We have got a majority of Europeans in this split. We've got a team from Brazil, which are in front of us currently at the moment. They're currently led away by Arthur Pereira de Oliveira in front. We've got a couple of Americans. Say they're a little bit more on the time zones now. So if they're 5 or 6 hours behind, you're looking at 6 o'clock in the evening, maybe 7 o'clock in the evening. So they're well and truly prepped up. But I think a lot of prep-wise goes into a 24-hour endurance, isn't it, really? And the drivers have just got to kind of be prepared for that. The guys here, obviously, are all keeping each other company. They're all in the driver room above us, all of them together, so keeping each other awake and lively, and having kittens, as we've seen from Alyssa, who was driving earlier on, has been putting the frighteners up some people. But as you say, fatigue is definitely a thing within the teams, and, well, saying that, not only in the teams, in the commentary booth as well, because, we're both from the UK, and we're hitting, where are we at the moment? We're about 12:30 going into the next 2 hours. So, if you hear me snoring, just shout in my ear, old Tim, and I promise I will wake up.
No problem at all. Just see them being lapped there by as team champion in the Mercedes. Just heading past them, and just got another car tucked up behind them. That is the 6th place car of FRS Orange. That's Devon McGilvery currently at the wheel for them. This way gets a bit. Sometimes, James, during night time on the Enduros, it can be a little bit easier to pass and recognise, faster cars coming through because you can utilise the lights on your car by flashing them. And what it tends to get used for is more that. Not of a get out of the way type thing. It's more of a look, just so you know that I'm coming. And oh wow, but Gilvery there running a bit wide as he had raced down towards Blanchimont and trying to find a way past Rene right now. And I'm sure it's going to be a nice statutory move on the brakes into the bus stop, maybe to get the move done. No, maybe electing just to sit behind, do a bit of fuel saving now. In terms of, if we look, let's fast forward incredibly far into the last part of the race. To have, assuming you get through without any major incidents and you hear all your strategies, these cars will last about an hour on their fuel tanks. Means that you'll be left over with about a 15-20 minute splash and dash to the end. Now, it is possible to eradicate that through fuel saving, but it doesn't require aggressive fuel saving right from the get-go. Now, to Prismatic have had their standard fodder of issues during an endurance race that pretty much most teams come up against. As I'm sure we're just going to see. Oh, we'll have a bit of a look there up the inside. A bit tentative is McGilvery there to get the move done, but there we go into Lacombe. Fair pass and off on their merry way. And I've lost my train of thought a little bit there, James. But
where was you going
fuel
with that
saving.
one?
Yes, you can. So you can eradicate that last stop with aggressive fuel saving, but it does need to be done right from the start. But this is where it gets a bit more tricky because obviously where teams have had to maybe pit for damages, etc. And you've got teams running different strategies where teams would have double or possibly even triple stinted the tyres. It puts everyone a little bit out of kilter, so sometimes it does require a little bit of thinking and it's a bit hard to understand truly where you're at during the race, but it all shakes down come the end of the 24 hours, and once you enter into that last hour you get a real sense of exactly truly who you're racing, although you do have a feel of that throughout the race, so it makes it all the more interesting and fun, and getting to know the people around you as you see that plenty of them across the span of 24 hours.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, we're kind of old hats at the old endurances, and at the end of the day, you kind of have this period probably between now and the last 2 hours where all of a sudden things kind of stop and it's kind of just plodding along trying to keep up with your strategies. We've spoken to Robin somewhat earlier on in the Minerva team, which is what we're following at the moment. They're basically running up until the tank is empty. Now that's what they've said. They're going to run straight until the tank's empty, get it down. They're pitting at some points with like 0.1 in fuel left. So they're making it in just in time, really. So their fuel saving kind of gone out the window. I think they're just trying to run as long as possible. I know their aim is to get up into the top 20. They're looking at about 18th place. That is in memory of the fact that they're running car 18, the number 18 this week. And that's why we've got the charity leads us nicely. Look at that little segue into the nice little charity thing. You know what I mean? So don't forget, guys, as well, we are obviously running a charity link, which is in chat currently for Switchboard and the LGBT plus helpline. As it says in chat, a charity that helps everyone in the LGBTQIA plus community who needs support when they are there the lowest. If you wish to donate, visit the charity pages there below. So, so if you can, guys, that's great. We are aware that obviously, it's all been a tough couple of years for everyone involved currently in the world at the moment. COVID has really kind of put a big dent in the world's economy. But even $1 or 50 cents, I know we've hit the target already, and that we've had to extend the target up to $400. I believe we're on 280 at the moment. So, guys, if you can put anything in, that will be absolutely amazing. And obviously we are running number 18 in memory of a driver's partner that unfortunately took own life, passed away too young. So they have got a rose on the side of the Minerva car and the Athena car as well in memory, and a running car number 18. So that's a massive thing to them, and obviously the Just Giving page is up and running. So please, if you can donate, that would be absolutely incredible. So yeah, there you go. J-Rack, thank you very much for following. I can't believe that you aren't following Mickey, so you know, we won't talk about that one, but there you go. So thank you so much for following. As we can see there, back to the action as one of the cars in front of us, car number 17, that's Andrew Mather, has just passed us on track. So there we go, Tim. Up and running. You know, we're going to have this lull. We've seen this before where they kind of progress through their races through the next couple of hours, and then all of a sudden it kind of comes together, doesn't it, with people near the end splashing and dashing, people who aren't splashing and dashing, and then we don't know if they're going to make it, because we've been there before where cars are like, are they going to make it? We're not sure if they're going to make it, and stuff like that. You know, what do we think? Do you think, though, the Prismatic's way of doing it is just running till the tank is empty?
That's exactly what everyone's doing at this stage of the race, James. You just want to maximise that fuel, that, you know, your stint length. As I mentioned, GT3s, you will get yourself to around about the hour mark, and that's the challenge for the drivers, is getting as close to, or ideally beyond, that 1 hour magical mark to keep yourself on strategy. You lose a lot of time here at Spa because you're running the endurance pits. Now, what does that mean? Now, you think to most standard motorsport racing you'll see around Spa, use the Grand Prix pits. Obviously here you have the old original pits as well, which is obviously just past La Source, turn 1 on the right hand side there, and it's combined to accommodate so many cars. You on the real life Spa 24 will regularly see 50 to 60 cars minimum take it to the track, and obviously you need to utilize lots of additional space to accommodate all of those teams racing for 24 hours, and you lose a lot of time just through transitioning through the pits, including your stop. Assuming we're not going to cover any damage, James, you're going to be stopped for just over 2 minutes, which is, near as damn it, you're going to be stopped for an entire lap, which is a lot of time, including, you know, transition through, and then also you're going to lose time through your exit of the pits, which obviously comes out at the top of Radion. And obviously drivers coming on the track and up the hill through Rouge Radion, they're carrying a lot more speed, so you additionally lose a bit of time for it due to that as well on your outlap. So it's doubly compounded here. It really, really hurts you, so you want to be spending as little time as you can in the pits, so you don't lose as much. And that's why you'll see the drivers will run it absolutely to the tank is literally got a few drips of fuel left in, and then we'll charge on and head up into the next stint. And the drivers will be looking to, well, the early stages of the race were at least double stinting the tyres, so they were lasting 2 tanks of fuel on it, and those that have been a bit more kinder and looking to have shorter pit stops and therefore gain themselves a bit more track position, you know, higher in the standings, they will be triple stinting the tyres. Now, as we've moved into the cover of darkness, temperatures fall, the track temperature drops as well. What that means is that the tyres, you can get 3 stints out of them. Quad stinting, it's incredibly difficult, and highly unlikely we'll see any of the teams doing that. The time that you will lose in that 4th stint from having practically no grip despite these much lower temperatures that we're currently experiencing here right now at Spa, it's just not worth it whatsoever. So you'll see the drivers triple stinting it. So there we go, 19 degrees Celsius track temperature right now, with ambient being at 18. So this is where you quite often see some of the quicker laps being set as well, James, especially towards ends of stints as well, and the driver's got a fresh set of tyres on board, because this is where the most amount of grip is available to the drivers. There's track temperatures start to rise, it becomes a bit. You're okay up until around about 28 degrees Celsius track temperature. Once it's beyond then, it becomes incredibly harder to drive on the circuit. It starts to feel a little bit more like ice. That's the 14th place car. That's Sim Party Racing Gold. Just heading through there in the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. That's one of the newer of the GT3s to iRacing. That's the Evolution machine. So I take the existing one and put an upgrade set of parts on it, which in theory, James, is meant to make the cars quicker. However, in real life, quite often, it doesn't always transpire at that at all. It can sometimes make the car more challenging to drive in seeking that extra speed, or a bit more unreliable, or doesn't always necessarily truly work out to be a better overall package despite the numerous amounts of testing. You can't replace that with real-world racing. And of course, the Mercedes, that's another of the Evolution packaged cars. Of course, we had the previous iteration, the Mark 1 version, if you were, of the Mercedes GT AMG GT3. And you can see we've got the Evo in the game as well now. Oh, I called it a game. It's getting late. A slip of the tongue. I should have started that one out, James, because you didn't even pick up on it until I said about it. But the sim.
Do you know what? It's getting that late in the day, too. I'm kind of almost sat here. I was just like, go on, Tim. You carry on talking. Just listen to me snoring. But you are right, though. There's been a lot of evolutions of the cars that we've got in here today. You know, the Ferrari, the Mercedes. The Mercedes seems to be, you know, people's picks. I've driven the Mercedes, don't get me wrong. In its current conception as it is now, I like it. Would I have liked the previous version? That's a different matter, because we've been in series where the Mercedes has just been an absolute dog to try and handle. So, you know, we've seen it, but in its current conception as it is now, I think, from my personal view, and, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm not top class. That's why generally I've spent hundreds of hours sat in the booth. You know, in its current conception, I really like the car. It's not always, depending on your setup, it's not always the most friendliest on tyres. Can be, but I'm sure that comes with setup tweaks. You know, if you've got hours and hours and hours and hours of experience, then, you know, fair play to you. Ferrari, I've driven that as well, and I have to say, I prefer the Mercedes, Tim. In its current conception, I prefer the Mercedes to it. I don't know about you. What do you prefer?
Well, yeah, talking about those tyre temperatures and degradation, etc., the Ferrari. So, due to something called BOP, balance of performance, each car, obviously, where they've got completely different engines in terms of amount of cylinders, configuration of those cylinders, and different cubic capacities as well, is that now they are, I'm just having a quick think, yes, they are all, no, they're not all turbocharged, exceptions being the Audi and the Lamborghini, both utilising 5-litre V10s, naturally aspirated. But the Ferrari has a really strong top speed, so it's great once you get towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. But what it does suffer with is it's not so kind on its tyres. So you see increased tyre temperatures compared at the same point across the stint compared to the Mercedes, as you're directly using that. Of course, Mercedes being the brand new car, of course, nice new shiny toy. A lot of people are utilising that one. But one of the mainstays for quite a while now, since it came along to iRacing, has been the BMW M4 GT3, which is incredibly good over the curbs, incredibly user-friendly to drive as well, and generally, across the top splits, you're seeing a lot of Mercedes and BMWs and not a lot of anything else right now, and generally you tend to see the other cars in there due to sponsorship agreements for the very top teams as well, that maybe that's why they've had to use another manufacturer. But those are definitely the two top picks right now, the Mercedes and the BMW. But they can change quite a bit. Of course, when we have the Porsche 911 GT3 comes to iRacing, that was very much the in vogue car, and a lot of people were driving that. The same when we had the new Ferrari evolution of Ferrari is all seeing a replay right now.
I'm just trying to say, it's just come up that these two have had a little bit of a set two. Yes.
Oh, they have.
They both did a little bit of a spin at Lafagnier.
Oh.
Oh, did he get him? No. At Lafagnier. So, yeah. Do you know the thing is with this corner at the moment, Tim? That marble line. Did you see the marble line around the outside of that corner? There's been a couple of cars. There was one poor driver, Josh King from What We Serve Racing 92 down in 29th at the moment. Did exactly the same spin twice, and it was almost identical. Apart from that, he just stayed off the grass for the second one. But there's been a lot of these going on at the moment. Josh King again has been off track, so let's have another look and see what he's... Ooh.
That's out of Blanchimon, that is. Well, is it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why the replay was so late coming out. That's out the pit lane at the top, isn't it, of the hill? See if we can catch that. No, my replay's just not having none of it.
No, apologies. Yes, you are right. I did doubt myself as well after I said about it being out of Blanchimon. It is at the top of Radion, that one, too.
Yeah.
Easy to do, lose the rear, especially if you get it a bit wrong across the curbs.
The thing is with that as well, isn't it? There's that little nasty bump when you come out of the endurance pits on the top of the hill. So we've seen a couple of people go off through there. You know, let's see what Mr. Dale Jeffries has been up to. This is going down through La Source at the beginning. Or got a little bit on the marbles. That's about the extent of the off track on that one, I think. Yeah, so there you go. I will say Sergio Perez has had an incident. Not only did he qualify third, he's also joined the 24 hours in Spa this evening. So he's over in France driving away currently. He's another one that's been involved in a little... Ooh. Okay, so I'm not quite sure when he had this incident, but he's been involved in an incident. Let's just stay on board for him for a minute or so to see where it is. Has he caught it coming up the top of Blanchimon and El Rouge? Do you know what? You ever get this funny feeling? You look at a replay, you think that's going to go down into Lacombe, innit? Oh, he's doing that grass thing. Did you see that grass thing?
I did indeed, James. I did indeed.
Do you know the worst thing about that is if teams report that, the people involved have been looking at bans. And
they have now. I've had a very interesting conversation with one of the pro teams this evening, one of the drivers from them, and they're currently involved in Top Split. They're one of the few teams to not be doing it in Top Split, and that's because they know that there's a ban impending, and a lot of the other teams have just, you know, where they're not racing, they believe it's going to be a week's ban.
Yeah.
Now, well, a lot of the other teams are not bothered by that because they haven't got anything to race. There is the Sim GT3 Cup going on next weekend. Now, some of them have not prioritised the Spa 24 over that. So because of that, that's why they're not bothered about picking up the penalties. Whereas, from chatting to the guys over at the Apex Racing team, they've decided to prioritise the SimGC Cup that's coming up at the weekend, and therefore that's why they aren't doing it. But it's all to gain a couple of attempts, keep the tyre temperatures in check as well. You can get away. I mean, in terms of this time of night, where the track temperatures are so low, you don't really need to worry too much about doing that this late at night, James, where track temperatures are about as low as you're going to get. So unless you're really suffering where you've come to the end of a triple stint on those tyres and maybe want to do it just to cool it, but even then, I think maybe it's not being disrespectful at this level where tyres maybe aren't being worked quite as hard. You don't need to worry too much about doing stuff like that, and for the sake of risking yourself a ban, really.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out. I've just been asked by Robin if we can find who that was in that team. I'm just trying to find where the replay was. It was around about with Sergio Perez. So I'm just trying to see if I can scroll back through and find the Sergio Perez crash incident. Let's see if I can just... No, I need that one. Let's take off all of these and just see if I can show up the Sergio incident. And we can have a look back there it is. Right, so this is where the original Sergio Perez crash was informed on that one. So the team currently behind Sergio Perez. Is that Team 1? No, that's not it. That's not them. 2 seconds while we do some investigatory work here. Who is in that BMW? Let's see if I can catch. No, can't see the number on that one. Can you see who that was, Tim?
Did you in the top one of the top corners of the
23rd.
window?
23rd.
23rd. So that'll be the Aggressive Ducks Esports. Victor Martin, the BMW, is currently on board for them.
Yeah, Victor Martin from Aggressive Duck Esports. Summer. So yeah, I don't know if you can hear this up. 23rd. Oh, you typing it out for me, Tim? Because Biggles's broadcast does not like the replay in any shape or form. So we'll go back live while we do that. But it was, yeah, Aggressive Duck Esports. We can have a look and see if they do it again. There they are again on the broadcast currently. I don't. No, he's on the wrong side really to be doing that. Once he goes through, so he doesn't do it, but he did it then. So there you go. We've had this before though, haven't we, with exploits in iRacing? Right, we've had the famous brake dragging that seemed to be a hot topic of conversation for absolutely ages, and then they come out and said that, you know, the release of the new update, that, you know, they've resolved the issue and anybody found to be doing it, and now we're getting the same thing with a grass line. And it just seems crazy that people exploit something that I can't see the point of it. It's like the whole conversations we've had previously about flashing lights, putting drivers off. That just drives me crazy. But again,
well, this is the difference, James.
It's different, isn't it? I don't get it.
Yes and no. So where in top split there is money up for grabs, that's where it comes into play, unfortunately, and it's all about just getting that you know, it's worth a couple of attempts across the lap, especially in qualifying, but it's, you know, those attempts, they mount up across 24 hours, James, and that's the difference between victory or potentially finishing, you know, mid-table even. And as I said, some teams have prioritised other racing over the 24. And that's why it comes in. But I know that the teams have been reporting this to iRacing. In the sense of, you know, about this hack, glitch, call it whatever you like to, really. Technique. I mean, people might even call it cheating, potentially, but either, whatever you want to call it, you know, there has been reported to iRacing by all the pro teams, and unfortunately unable to get a hot fix out to correct it. But, of course, so quickly after the whole brake dragging saga, which, as much as it did come out, you know, only within recent months, it had been going on for an incredibly long time, especially for the pro guys. Just wasn't seen so much. Been going on as far back potentially as 3 years, some of them were saying. A bit of an interesting story from you.
Okay.
On the whole brake dragging thing. So, now I can't remember which driver it was specifically, one of the top teams. They were running Husky-valved sprint pedals. Fine set of pedals. But within the mechanism, they have little rubber seals and stoppers within them. Now, while obviously brake dragging requires an aggressive amount of braking, in all pedals, there's ever so slight bit of movement you can do left and right on the pedals. And what it was doing is that slight bit of play was causing the rubber to wear. So much so that one of the top guys had, during a race, they were brake dragging and their brake pedal basically exploded. So they weren't able to compete. Now, where I work with the guys over at Apex, they use VRS pedals and they don't have the rubber inserts in it. They're completely spring-based and they didn't have that issue. And we're never going to because there's no rubber in there to wear out and cause brake failure. So a little bit of insider gossip there for you. But with this being so hot on the heels of course, the brake dragging saga, which came to a hand recently earlier this year, and get the feeling that iRacing will probably sort this one out a little bit quicker due to the backlash. Of course, there's already started within the forums on iRacing a big movement towards protesting some drivers in top split that are all doing it right now, and it's going to be an interesting one to see how this pans out over the next couple of weeks while iRacing sort themselves out over it.
Yeah, you would have thought though, being that it's top split, Tim, that they would look at getting something out as soon as possible. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, if you're broadcasting that top split and you've got that going on, it would almost kind of be shameful to show people what the top drivers are doing. Surely you wouldn't be.
Well,
iRacing can't be happy about this situation going out on the broadcast.
No, I mean, surely they can't be. I agree with you on that. That sentiment's completely there, James. I mean, when you look down the Kemmel Straight, the long back straight here, Spa, there is, well, basically like a ditch starting to form. What looks like on the left-hand side of the track right now, where just drivers have been driving along there the whole race long, and it's iRacing is by their own words, and I think a lot of people could argue that the premier motorsport simulator available across any platform, console, PC, across any game. GC, you know, I think that for me, what really helps to reinforce that message on them being the best one, if Max Verstappen, F1 world champion, first thing he does is when he gets home for a race weekend is jumps in his rig and gets on iRacing. I think realistically you can't have much more of a bigger advertisement of just how good your sim is. In comparison to that, you see an incredible amount of pro real world drivers in iRacing. You know, you see the likes of I've seen Alonso on there. Myself, I've raced against Nicky Team, the Day Train, Shane Van Gisbergen as well. Obviously, Max, we've mentioned races on here. Lando, George Russell, Alex Albon's younger brother, I've commentated on. The list is endless. No end of real-world F2 and F3 drivers. They're constantly littering F3 on iRacing and the officials. It's ram full of real-life drivers. Paul di Resta, Karen Chandok, and Davidson I've seen on here. Tony Kanaan, obviously a massive advocate. Brand ambassador for iRacing. It's literally it's endless. It's a who's who across oval, road, and yeah, it's not a good advertisement for them right now.
No, absolutely, definitely not. But we do have some good news going away from the negativity that is there at the moment. We have just passed the $300 mark raised for Switchboard. So that's absolutely amazing. And thank you to everybody there for donating to the Switchboard charity. You can see the link is on screen. Switchboard LGBT plus helpline. So it's there to give all help to LGBTQIA plus community who need support when they're at their lowest. So if you do wish to donate, you can click on the link. And as we have said previously, appreciate the struggles in the world at the moment, but anything you can give will be much appreciated. So there we go, $300, only $100 off the mark that we originally was going to do, and $200 off me playing either the piano, the trumpet, or the clarinet before the end of the broadcast.
The piano.
So, sorry. Hello, Biggles. You just jumped in there, mate.
Yeah, it's fine.
How are you, dude?
That's what I do.
Biggles is back in the booth.
Yeah, I'm just going to be eating some pizza while I'm listening to you guys. I just wanted to get a little bit of update. So I heard something unfortunate. What did I hear was unfortunate? Because we're in 26.
No, nothing on the
Oh.
thing. We were talking about this whole grass thing in currently just doing its rounds on Twitter. Top split being broadcasted, and they're taking the grass. Well, basically, they've dug a trench almost, Tim, haven't they?
Well, pretty much, yeah, along the Kemmel Strait. Yes, it's an interesting one that's being played out for in real time right now. It's going to be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. So that's what we were talking about, mate. Basically, we were just talking about that, and that's the unfortunateness that we were discussing. On the upside, we have just passed $300 raised for the charity. So we'll go from a negative to a positive. Rebecca here, is still in 26th place. We are closing down on Carlos Fraga from Peribus Team 1. We dropped it down from 30 down to 25 seconds. So there is your lap time. As you can see, we have been considerably quicker across the last 5 laps. Now, please don't look at the lap time history and think, why is that different to the top left-hand corner? It is because we are off the lead lap by that many laps. So that will show all the laps that we've completed, and the top left-hand corner will show you the laps that are currently on taking place for the leaders. So they are on 282. We ourselves are on just coming towards the end, so we'll be starting 200 and just finishing 270. So please don't panic, but that is why. And again, we just pulled up 2.9 seconds. No, get your teeth in, Mr. Commentator. 2.9 seconds. So it's 21 seconds gap to the team in front at the moment. So Carlos Fraga is currently at the helm of their car. So it could be looking in a lap or so maybe, but a little bit further on than a lap, I suppose in about 10 laps time, if it carries on this pace, we could be down taking 25th, which would be an absolutely record. Great achievement, to be fair, considering we started in 43rd. So there you go. Right.
Not a bad result at all. Not a bad result at all, is there? So still plenty more racing. Let's go. Not even halfway yet.
Exactly, and we're not even halfway. 12 hours and 48 minutes left, which seems crazy when you think about it. That drivers and us and put ourselves through it, but do we do it for the love of the sport, of motorsport in general, Tim? Do you think?
Yes, definitely. It's all part of the fun, the camaraderie, the experience of getting through it, and it's not necessarily always about the result. It's just the fact of finishing it and saying that you finished it as well. Hence why, I mean, just for this race start time, there are numerous ones available across the weekend. There were over 2,000 drivers registered just for this one time slot, let alone earlier in the day when we had one at 8 o'clock British Summer Time, kick-started technically 2 nights ago. Now we're into Sunday now. Let's kick-started on Friday night at 8 p.m. BST. And again, there was another one at 8 o'clock again tonight. So, so only started a few hours ago. There's also one on Sunday as well that starts Sunday morning. So you've got plenty of options, and this is, generally the midday one is generally the most highest of all of them in terms of the number of drivers registered. However, a lot of teams will start at the 8 o'clock one, maybe have a bad start, a few incidents, and elect to just write it off, put it down to one of those things, and go again at the midday split. And but even so, 2,000 drivers aside from all the ones that have taken part. Obviously, starting a few hours ago and Friday night, etc. It's definitely highly subscribed to, and you can see why. And once you've done it, the sense of relief and teamwork and togetherness, it's just absolutely brilliant. And if you're doing it to raise money for a great cause, like quite a few teams do, it makes it all more worthwhile, I think, James.
Have you done the 24 hours?
I've not done Spa, I've done Nürburgring, and that was, absolutely dreading it. I spent more time worrying about putting it in the bin Not about myself, but just for ruining it for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
It's it was an experience and a half. But after come the end of the 24 hours, James, I just found myself just feeling a bit empty. Like, what do I do? This is all I've known for the last 24 hours, just being here with a team and working together, working your strategy out. You know, when acting as a spotter, when people are going to catch you, etc., etc. So it's it definitely leaves you feeling a bit empty afterwards. But even so, it's all good fun and well worth every second of it.
Yeah, I don't think I did. Well, I didn't do a 24. I did 12. Sebring was Sebring 12 or 24? I can't think, to be fair. And one at
12.
Bathurst. Yeah, 12,
Okay.
and then I did Bathurst. Now Bathurst is a different story. I've got to be honest. When you're trying to concentrate for a set period of time, starting up the beginning of the dipper and dropping down into the Forest Elbow, lap after lap after lap after lap. So you can imagine. That was a very challenging day. Now, one of the things we've had, Hugo Dersin has been off track. So let's have a quick look here for the Benelux driver and see what he has been up to. That is coming down in... Oh. Okay. No dangers. It just... I guess that SDK decided that after that little bit of a slowdown, that was worthy of a flag. Now, I'd like to point out we are down to 17 seconds to the guys in front. So we are on 17 seconds to 25th place. So very shortly, we could be up into 25th.
Yeah, and real quick there, James, I believe... If I'm not mistaken here, I'm just trying to get my head around it, sorry, but I believe that driver that Robin was saying in that 23 car up the road is one of the quickest drivers, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Carlos Frega. We were looking, we were looking for as we go back through. Lewis.
Lewis is probably the okay.
Yeah, Luis.
Luis.
Is their quickest one. Luis, I'm not going to butcher that surname, so I'm not even going to have a go. But Luis is the driver we're on the lookout for as well. So we're going to be joined, just a message from Sarah Savage from the Athena team is going to be looking at jumping into the booth to have a chat with us. So that's going to be an exciting one there to see how their journey's been taking place. I know you can go and follow over on the Prismatic Motorsport Twitch channel as well, and as you can have a see in chat, there is a link that you can go and have a look to see how they are doing. So Sarah will be joining in us shortly in the booth, and we'll have a good old chat. Okay, so shoot a message because apparently Sarah's voice chat is locked for Sarah, so there we go. So you guys carry on talking a minute while I'm trying to get this sorted out for
No problem.
you and Sarah Savage.
As mentioned, starting to close in on Carlos Frega, the Brazilian. He's driving the 488 GT3 Evo. And last time around, matching relative pace with Frega. No, sorry, apologies, I was looking at the wrong line there. He 3 seconds, well, 2.5 seconds actually, be a bit more precise, quicker than the Parabas team. Who get moving their way through. And interestingly, last time around, Renee was quicker than the 3 cars in front of her. So that was the Aggressive Ducks. They were on an outlap though. The JSF Motorsports and of course Parabas, who we've just mentioned as well. So making inroads right now. Get 14.5 seconds ahead of us. That sort of pace, that will start to come down, especially towards the end of the stint. And traffic will help to ebb and flow that gap too. But in endurance racing, it's all about your net loss across a lap. Now, what does that mean? Well, ultimately, when you are coming around, especially at this stage of the race, where you've got traffic that you may be lapping or being lapped by, it's the amount of time that you lose during that process. And around somewhere like Spa, you want to lose no more than a second across a lap. Now, how do you do that? Well, into more conventional places. So, for instance, allowing a car, once you're heading down the Camel Straight, just maybe backing out the throttle a little bit to allow the car past and facilitate the move a bit easier. Under braking, ideal one as well, just trying to get the move done as quick as possible and race past them. But ultimately, it's this, especially when it gets to this stage of the race, James, it's all about compliancy, which you'll see a lot from all the drivers out there, where they're just trying to grind it out right now and get through the right. There's nothing better than when you know it's starting to get light. It just brings a bit of energy to yourself as a driver, as the night sky just changes from a dark pitch black into a more inky blue color, and then you start to see the sun start to come off and just warms you on the inside and just gives you that bit of inspiration to continue forward with, as that is trying to unlap ourselves again. That's the 19th place Sim Party red Lamborghini ahead, having a bit of a momentous move there, but there they are right now, Michael Payne and currently at the helm for them. But this is where it gets tricky, James, because behind us, coming through to lap us, is the Belgian Spirit Racing Ferrari. Let's get their way past, and
Trouble is with that, they're only 2 laps ahead of us currently at the moment.
Oh
so
no, sorry, it wasn't the Belgian
them.
Spirit. Sorry.
No, but it does say 22nd on it.
It does take an extra lap to update itself.
Alessio Pasquale. So IR Italia. There we go. IR Italia. They're the team behind us currently at the moment. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have Sarah Savage in the booth from Team Athena. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Good morning. I'm tired. How are you?
Kind of in the same boat, really.
Yeah, same. I just got done with my stints, so I'm on a rest now.
Oh, well,
Just
how was
have
your
to
stint? How
turn
did
you
it
up.
go?
I've just turned you up a little bit,
Yeah.
just to make sure that we can hear you. Okay, there, Sarah.
I'm a quiet person. It's fine.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, all right. Go ahead. Sorry.
So how did your stint go?
Oh, my game kept crashing after about an hour and a half, so I had to do my stints in a sandwich with Emily.
And we're boxing at the moment, actually.
We're in the pits. That's unfortunate because we were only 4. Well, I think we got the gap down to about 11 seconds over the Paribas team in front of us as well. But I suppose we're not going to lose any time.
Should be a driver swap, I think.
It's going to be a driver. I think Summer is jumping into the car, if I'm not mistaken, because they were going to do a. Rebecca was doing a double stint, so there you go. We're just going to see, and they're going to get their job done. And I believe Robin is in the car.
Yeah.
So there you go. But all good. So apart from your game crashing, did you find the reason why, or was there no sort of reason as to why it was crashing?
Oh, no clue. After about 90 minutes, it would just crash. So we thought it best just to do the one stint and then get out the car, let someone else do it. Seems to be like a memory issue on my end.
How much time did you lose? Sorry.
Yeah,
James,
what was the loss?
You guys were up and around, I think, 13th or something like that at one point.
Yeah, we were P9 at one point,
Oh.
and then getting into the pits and the the hairpin between the downhill portion of the pits, the car hit the wall and flipped onto the roof instantly. It's a weird crash.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Roxy did say about that in Twitch chat. That apparently she was in the pit lane and hit the wall and the car flipped over.
Apparently, no one told her that you're supposed to keep the shiny side up.
Well, apparently nobody told her to stay away from the wall either. But we won't mention that just in case Roxy is watching. So sorry, Rox. I was only joking. Love you really. It is a tough one. Me and Tim were talking. It is an endurance, and at the end of the day, these things are likely to happen. But it's how you manage them after, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's the key.
Exactly. It's just about a recovery drive now. So yeah, we're looking good. I heard you were talking about me earlier though. Transpride Brighton and Transpride Centre.
Yeah, Wes and Jess were having a good old chatter because some of Wes's family went down to Transpride in Brighton, and Jess was talking about your role within Prismatic and the fact of your role within Transpride and organising Transpride, if I'm not wrong. Is that right?
Yeah. So like 10 years ago, I was part of about half a dozen people who were a team, and we put together the first Transprides outside of North America. And then about 3 years ago, at the end of the 2019 event, I took over as CEO, and I've been leading it ever since.
Okay, from people that, you know, we do things like this, we arrange broadcasts and stuff like that. Your workload is probably quadruple the amount that we have to put in. You know, how much is involved in getting something like Transpride up and running?
It's a team of about 10 people this year. Everyone's voluntary. Everyone except for me has a job, so I work pretty much full time for about 6 months a year.
Only 6 months?
I mean, the rest of the time is to the Transpride Centre now, actually.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, you know, if I can work for 6 months, the saying that I work in a school, I can't really moan. I get 14 weeks a year off, so, you know, hey.
I joke that I only work 1 day a year.
Oh, do you know, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Year's salary in 1 day. But, you know, what's your next plans for Transpride then? Because obviously, you know, you've done this year already. Do you start planning next year as soon as possible, or do you give it a break for a little bit before you get back at it?
So next year is our 10th anniversary event. So yeah, I've already been talking with people about planning things for next year and booking venues for next year. We're hoping to get some big stars to come down and perform for the big anniversary.
Well, there you go. That would be absolutely incredible. You know, I'm not saying I'm a star, but you know, want to send me a star's invite, I'll happily come down and perform. Not quite sure what I'll do, but I can perform.
I'll have you do a little dance on stage.
Yeah, I'll do a little dance with a trumpet. How about that? Will that be all right? There you go. I'll expect that invite in the post, Sarah, just to let you know as well. But, you know, look, it's been great for you popping in and coming to say hi and joining us in. Are you getting back in the car, do you think, or are you not going to risk it for a biscuit?
Maybe last stint, but I think I'm going to get to bed now and get some rest.
Okay, Sarah, well, you take care. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thanks for the stream, and
No
thanks to Prismatic and Switchboard OVT.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well,
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. That was Sarah Savage there. Now, that was what we were talking about earlier, Tim. I don't know if you caught any of the broadcast from earlier on. That was... we were having a chat with Jess Martin. You know Jess. We've spoken to her.
Jess very well. Yeah. Many times.
Yeah, spoken to her many times. She was talking about Sarah, who is the organizer of Transpride in Brighton. So that's absolutely incredible. That's what she does, and that was her job, getting all the Transpride festival together. So yeah, absolutely incredible. It's so nice to have her in the booth and having a chat. Now we are back out of the pits. Unfortunately, we are back down to 2 minutes 11 behind Carlos Fraga now, due to our pit stop. We did get the gap down to 12 seconds. So at that current pace, I am predicting that we should be able to get past them again on the next pit stop and hopefully open up enough time to move it up into 25th before we head for our target of 18th place. Nothing seems to have major drama happen to any other drivers. Alex Calvo Marti apparently has had a crash. We'll have a quick look at that one as he is running down. I'm not going to say he's crashed, I'm going to say he's gone in the pits at the bus stop. Yeah, that's what he's going to go and do.
To the bus stop. Sorry, you can't hear me tap away on my keyboard.
What are you doing?
I've got 1,000 people talking to me at once. It's the typical Biggles day.
Well, you talk to 1,000 people, and me and Tim will have a good old chinwag in the booth here while you go and sort out your 1,000 people conversation But there you go. What do we think, Tim, on, it's a difficult one to kind of plan your stints and plan your times and plan your points because we've got 12 and a half hours remaining. It's not really something you look at trying to, they've got the planning sheet and that as well, but you kind of don't really plan for this medal sector, do you? You just kind of run it and run it and run it and try and move up as many positions as possible.
Yes and no, James, on that one. You'll still have...
Okay.
In terms of... Obviously, you'll have... It's no different to, ultimately, the start of the race, where you're just trying to gain places, catch the car in front of you, make up time, and that was a bit close there for Robin. And well held through Lacombe and Malmedy. That could have been a one-way ticket to the barrier and a trip to the pits. Nice little flash of the lights there as well. Say thank you. Quite often you'll see that, James. You'll see a flash of the lights just to say thank you from the car in front. Especially if you're being lapped by a car. Once the car gets ahead, they may well flash the lights to say when they're ahead, just say thank you. Equally, when you've got a lap, car coming around to lap you, behind you, you may well flash the lights. Just say, it's like a universal type signal to say, come on through at this corner. I know you're there, and it just makes it a lot more easier. Whereas that's during the daylight, you can't utilize the lights. You can like that, but they're not as abundantly obvious as they are in darkness. But
I'm gonna give you a really pointless fact.
I love a good fact. You know me, James.
Yeah, I know.
Me?
It depends on whether or not the pointless one. Did you know? Now, in the highway code, we have lights on our cars, right? Did you know that when flashing a car actually means making them aware that you're there? It doesn't actually mean what we perceive it mean as I'm going to slow down, I'm going to let you go. It actually means, apparently, in the highway code, I got told this really pointless fact, I don't even know where I got told it from, that it actually means you're just alerting the drivers at the junctions that you are approaching the junction to go past. There you go. Pointless as it may seem.
In Latin America, so say to cut in there, they honk their horn every time a car goes anywhere close to an intersection, so it gets very, very, very noisy. So I'd rather take the lights.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an interesting one because in the UK, quite often you'll utilise your lights to flash, say, to signal someone coming out of a junction. I'm slowing down to let you out, or something along those lines. So actually, technically, the polar opposite of what the highway code stipulates you should use them for. But interestingly, it's weird how things tend to evolve, different habits over time, and things change, don't they, and evolve. So
I've got another one. I'll tell you, I'm full of useless facts today. Do you know the saying, going at it tooth and nail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it actually refers back to the Adonis period people a long time ago. And it actually refers to the fact that an animal was a beast and only used to fight with his teeth and his nails. So it means putting in a lot of energy and gusto into a battle and fighting tooth and nail because you are fighting like a beast that can only use his teeth and his nails, or more commonly known as claws today. But obviously back then it was a different story. So there we go.
Didn't know the meaning of that one.
No. Well, we
that's why James is a teacher.
Yeah. No, this was earlier today in the broadcast I was covering earlier today. We were having because we had a conversation about hammer and tongs as well, going at it like hammer and tongs. And the producer at the time said basically the tongs are there to hold the molten metal, and the hammer is there to bang the metal. So going at it like hammer and tong is holding the tongs, banging the metal, and giving it as much energy and gusto as you can. So there we go. I know it has nothing to do with racing in iRacing whatsoever. But give me a break. I've been at this over 12 hours.
Yeah.
It's 20 to 2 in the morning.
You will be having a break soon, my friend. Don't worry about that. We know to get to a bit of a lay down. Well, I do know one about the middle finger. Obviously, it's not a nice thing, but people do it when they flip the bird. There's a story behind that. Do you know it? I know. I think I know. Well,
I don't know, Tim. Do you know?
I know for the two-fingered salute, but not the single. Oh, hello. Bit of mowing the grass there.
Yeah, there you go.
I do believe it's a racing simulator, not lawnmower simulator.
I've got
it's
some
the same
lawns to
thing.
mow. I don't
same
mind.
driver as well. Aggressive
Yeah.
Ducks Esports and Pizza Martin.
Bring the car
Apparently-
over.
Same team.
I've been told actually that Lawnmower Simulator, available on Steam, is actually ridiculously addictive.
It's
and
supposed
really
to
good.
be fun, isn't it? Even I can go fast on that. I think. But
Anyway,
back to
can we
the
get a
fit. That's
story
right.
about the
Yeah,
middle
this could
finger?
be.
Yeah, go on.
We could be together, similar on this one, mate. But I believe that obviously with your arrows, so your archers, you have to use your middle finger, obviously, for pulling back the thing. So what they would do is taunt.
See, that's what that's the two fingers.
That's the
because
two-finger
you use
one,
Two
okay.
fingers to pull back the bow, so
Yeah.
it transposed back to the Roman times where they were obviously heading across Europe, conquering and civilizing, and they got to Scotland, and what the obviously built Hadrian's Wall because they couldn't conquer and civilize the Scots. And what they used to do was the Scots used to, obviously when they captured Roman soldiers, is they would chop off their, specifically the archers, is they chop off their two fingers that obviously you use to stick up at people, and then they let them go back to the obviously the Romans. They wouldn't actually hold them hostage or kill them. They just chop those two fingers off.
Yeah, because essentially they became useless, right? I mean, they taunted them with the fingers, didn't they? I think that's the reason.
Exactly, yeah. They used to taunt them by giving them two fingers, basically saying, "Look, I've still got my two fingers.
Come and get them."
That's yeah. That's the.
Okay, so
origins
that's
of
I guess
that.
the one and the two fingers probably similar situations where I come from, or that was just probably. Well, there we go. We're not sure, but I think that you're absolutely right. At least that's what I read about. It was definitely the archers around the Roman period.
I got Tim's. Tim sounds. That sounds a bit more logical.
It's I learned that on. Where did I learn that from? I learned it from there's a radio station in the UK called LBC. And
Okay.
they have every Thursday on James O'Brien's show. He has Mystery Hour, where you can phone in with any question you want whatsoever. And other viewers phone in with the answer. And that's where I learned it from, along with a few other meanings of phrases that we use. But go way back to your original question, James, as we're seeing Lawnmower Simulator, aka Victor Martin from Aggressive Duck Esports, which esports is actually spelled incorrectly there, I'd like to add too.
Yeah, it should be capital E, small s.
Correct, absolutely spot on. My good commentary friend,
Where's the fun in that?
Paul, good commentary friend Paul Challoner, he was may otherwise be known as Red Eye. Some viewers, especially fans of League of Legends, Counter Strike, Dota, etc., will know his name. Wrote a whole book called "This Is Esports" and "This Is How You Spell It," on the history of esports and obviously how you spell esports, because it's incredibly. There's so many different spellings of it out there, but as you mentioned, James, you got it right first time. Capital E, small s. But
So there you go.
Well, going way back to your original question over pit strategy, James, and whether the drivers are really concentrating on it too much. Yes and no, because what you're trying to do at this stage in the race, James, is you start to formulate a plan, manipulate it a bit, so that obviously, especially where there's experiencing right now that you've been in and had to repair damage, it throws your pit strategy, your original plan out of kilter. You'll start with a base plan of, right, okay, we're going to run for as close to an hour as possible, and filtering all the driver names of who's going to be in the car when. Do you take tyres at this stop? Don't you take them? Etc. Etc. And that becomes your blueprint, your starting point of start as a turn.
Let's do it
Obviously-
again.
Yeah, every single lap, every single
Every
straight.
lap.
I think it needs to be upgraded to top split. You can join them all in there with that one.
Every lap.
I haven't
Anyway.
seen anyone else do it either. And this time of night, you don't really need to do it, especially at this level. But if it makes him feel happy, then good on you.
Well, it's
Bit
not
to
like he can
market.
hide it, can he? Because there's a broadcast here with it on.
No, it's
You know what I
abundantly
mean?
obvious.
Yeah, so just clip it and give it to them. It's a very bizarre thing to be doing in
There as well.
Do it down that. Yeah, do it
Yeah.
down there as well.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Every given straight, he's exploiting that one. But
Yeah, never
anyway,
mind. Oh,
so
well.
you obviously where you've been into maybe fixed damage, that'll flow you out killed slightly. Quite often you'll take a bit of damage repairs at certain points in the race. And also it'll be built up, that strategy will be built up where you've got 2, 3, 4, 5, however many drivers, and they're different levels of pace because of course naturally everyone's a little bit different. So you'll factor that into the equation as well and allow for, as I was mentioning earlier, if you haven't taken tyres for 2 or 3 stints, obviously you're not going to be able to go as fast because you haven't got as much grip available to you. And that's where you'll start off. Obviously, where you've been into have damages repaired, that'll adjust things. So you may have lost, say, 10, 15 minutes. Well, that puts your strategy out the window completely. So you'll adjust things. Well, what that then means is, towards the end of the race, it's then impacted, and you may find that through those little adjustments where you've repaired damage and spent a bit longer in the pits, that you might even require like a 5-minute splash and a splash and dash 5 minutes from the end. Well, you want to eradicate that because, as I mentioned earlier, James, you're going to lose over 2 minutes through the pit lane and taking on full fuel, etc. So what you'll do is you'll maybe fuel save a bit throughout each of those stints and change things around so that you can eradicate that need to stop so close to the end.
I think that was what was mentioned, wasn't it?
It is. It's really crucial. It's something that you're playing around with constantly on the fly and adjusting a bit here and there and working together. I mean, as the race progresses and understanding, also you're going to lose time for taking tyres as well, James. So you'll be looking at, right, okay, so obviously to use our team as the example here right now, where we're chasing after Paribas in front of us. They're 2 minutes ahead. You don't really want to be taking the stop. If they need to stop again and you don't, well, that's going to close that gap up leaps and bounds and incredibly easily. So
the car just behind us has boxed. Just to mention on that in the 27th place, as you were talking right about that.
Yeah, MCon LG Ultra Gear. Robin Menz currently in board the BMW. There they are.
Yeah, they're a few laps behind. We've got James Ricks behind that as well. There are a couple of laps as well. So we've got a couple of laps to race. So we should be good to come in and out of the pits. However, Christopher Rogers was not so lucky. He's from he's been involved. Ooh. Did he collect somebody else at the same time?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah,
That was a 25, was that?
Yeah, that was Olivia Mayatz.
If that was...
involved.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was a Lamborghini, wasn't the...
Yeah, it was this guy here.
So he had nowhere to go, didn't it? Yeah, he had to go to the left or to the right. It's a 50-50 gamble on that one, and unfortunately didn't pay off. Almost.
Wow. It's where it's crabbing so much, where that car's got suspension damage. That big hefty impact, well, the glancing blow initially with the car, but then hit the wall and careered across the track. To be fair, also the BMW from its whack.
4th place.
Was he? Oh yeah, because well, Justin's in the pit lane as well too. I think Justin was a part of that accident, so they're in 11th place.
They're in 8th. Olivia Mayatz. There you go.
Look at that. You can't turn it. I don't know if you can go inside the car there and have a look at the cockpit view because there's no way. Struggling just to keep that steering. It's like one of those trolley wheels that you have on a cart, isn't it? Then one of them's just completely loose and you're trying to push the trolley down the shopping aisles.
Yeah.
It's just like that. Because, oh no. That's just painful to see, isn't it?
Let's hide the lap history a minute. He's still.
I like the steering wheel. It's nice and bright, but I don't think he's focusing on that right now.
Just give up, mate. You're going to pick up so many more off tracks.
Yeah, but where are they? How far away are they? Yeah,
Well,
this is the hard
won't
part now.
actually potentially pick them up, James, because if you're going slow enough, you won't actually pick up the off track.
Yeah, he's got to go below 30. The off track counts at 30 miles an hour. Yeah, because if you can get your speed down below 30 miles an hour, you can avoid the off track. So it doesn't look too clever. However, that is going to be. They are currently. Where are we lap-wise? We're on 283. They're 10 laps. Repair at 2 minutes a lap. So that needs to be at least a 20-minute repair for us to be able to overtake their position. So let's see what happens. He's struggling to get that car back.
Whereabouts is the other cars? It's a motorsport machine.
Yeah, they're in the pits.
Yeah.
In the
They've
pits.
actually made it in, so that they both those cars have the meatball flag, which is the black flag with the orange circle in the middle of it, and that is because your car is basically unroadworthy to continue on. I don't tend to see it so much in real life racing, but it's that regular occurrence in the sim racing world.
My buddies in the OCE, that's the Australian team that's running. That's they're going to be overtaking them soon, actually, because Oliver, I believe, is in control of that car. I was just sending him a text message saying you guys are going to be getting another place up there and pushing. They want to push them up into 9th. We had an agreement with them that they're going to give us the first place if they win, so we're going to swap it over.
Why is Robin back in the pits?
That's interesting. Yes, that's too soon.
Why is Robin back in the pits?
See if we get any message from any of the ladies in the garage area there, because they're all in a different chat, of course, focusing. I got driver spotters. They'll tell us, hopefully, because they are listening to the stream.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out now from Alyssa, if we can, why Robin is back in the pits. It was closing the gap to Parabas team, but one in front of us.
Crash.
Got the gap down.
Ooh. 1 minute?
No, no, that was pits. Pits, look underneath, they're going in the pits. This is, however, here with Jackson.
No, but I'm just reading the chat at the moment. Apparently we got 1 minute 48 of repairs. Had a spin. Got to refuel to max and repair. That's the information that we're getting. So I didn't see it either. Nothing popped up in the messages we had.
No.
Actually, there is. Yeah. Check out 1 minute. On my timing, it's 11:47. Says that Robin Summer went off track and came back on track. Do you see that in the replays?
Just having a look now. 11 when?
11:47ish. On lap 294, or on 294. 284, 284.
Yeah,
it's
Robin,
confusing.
no, that's just the pit lane entry.
No, that's before that.
Yeah, that's the pit lane entry. Just looking back now, seeing if we can find this off track.
Can you scroll with your mouse wheel? Because I can't.
No, I hate the fact that I can't use your mouse wheel to scroll through the incidents and accidents.
All right.
So, yeah, 275. Since it's had a crash, that can't be right either. No, that's going into the pits as well.
Because I just think it consists of off track. It doesn't say anything about a crash. And it says 11:47 on my time here. I was looking at. That's going a little bit crazy on the Twitch stream too, mate.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna come off it now. I couldn't see it either. I can't see it, so we'll worry. Look, at the end of the day, we're going back out, so that's all that matters.
You might be able to go to bed soon too, mate, because I believe we'll have maybe one of the other gentlemen step in later to help out when Tim decides to take a pauser at some point as well.
Yeah, I think Tim is off to bed very shortly as well, to be fair. Just to make... okay, Just going to find the young gentleman. You two carry on.
No
for a
sleep
minute.
till Brooklyn, my friend.
Well, you know, I've got to have a little bit, mate. Gonna go and crush on my sofa.
Maybe you guys might have to finish off the morning session. I can probably go through most of the evening. The evening, of course, being my evening time, which is getting close to 8 p.m. in the afternoon. I know that Robin was in Eastern Standard Time, right? So she would be currently on 9 p.m. So, got that. And, yeah, it'll probably get a little tough at 3 o'clock in the morning for me. That's when you guys should be awake again. And back
yeah,
at
we
it.
got a team coming down at 7.
And I don't even know. I haven't seen that. No mentioning the Formula 1, everybody. I know the qualifying's already been there, but I haven't had a chance to watch that. And I can't actually anyway, because I can't watch it on my television. I have to watch it on the computer, and then, well, that'll go straight through the stream audio. That wouldn't be very nice.
No, so you got Tim and Wes coming down at 7 a.m. So there you go.
It is. We're starting to pick up a bit of lightness right now. I don't know if you're talking of times of day, etc. You'll spot it a bit more so when we look back towards the cars as they head down the Kemmel Straight, where you start to see just on the horizon a bit of brightness starting to emerge. So it is starting to lighten up. Of course, local time here at Spa, it is currently
4:48.
Coming up to 10 to 5, so not far away from sunrise at all. So I mentioned earlier about that welcomed bit of brightness that starts to come along that just picks up a bit of enthusiasm for you. Even though it is in game rather than, of course, in real life where it's still pitch black for so many of the drivers, it just helps to motivate you a little bit and just picks you up that bit more. You know, the day is coming. You're starting to get towards the end, and, well, we are fast approaching that 12-hour halfway mark.
We are. It's only 10 minutes away from that magic
I can't
marker.
believe we're at 12 hours already. Can you? That's crazy.
Yeah, we've been at it practically all day. I know you have as well. I know you had to step away because you had to do some other casting duty, so you haven't had a chance. This will be your chance, obviously, soon to have a bit of a lay down and come back and go, whoa, guys, we're in P9. That's excellent. That's what you want, isn't it? Suffering around there.
I want to come back and hear, hey guys, we're in P1.
P1, yeah.
But you know, look, let's be realistic about it. We'll see what happens, because it is tough anyway, and as you said, we are getting a little bit into that area of time. It's almost kind of the witching hour where things start going wrong. So, you know, whatever he can, we'll wake up Tim and just see what generally happens after this, won't we, really?
Oh, yeah.
You know, why not?
Indeed.
It will be good indeed. So there you go. Bales has just popped off for a nature break. We are coming to the end of our shift. It's nearly 20 to 2 in the morning here in the UK currently. So yeah, local time, we are in the future, July the 30th. So that's nice. You know, 300 laps down. We're looking at about, so wonderfully Wes told us earlier on, there's going to be about 607 laps today. That's a lot, isn't it?
That's 607, be precise, isn't it? To be precise, but
607 laps, man, driving around the same circuit. When you think back that obviously, you know, we started 12 hours ago, it just seems crazy that yeah, these cars are still going, because there's quite a lot of teams that aren't going. Now, what would your philosophy be? Because we had this chat with Wes earlier on. If your car has got damage and you go into the pits and it says half an hour, would you stay in the session and get that 30 minutes done, or would you drop out and go into the next sessions that come available?
depends on what time, which one you're currently in. Now,
so if you're in the 1 o'clock and you drop out, would you wait for the 5 o'clock?
I don't think so, personally.
Or would you get the repairs done and wait for them to be finished?
Would have waited for the repairs to be done, personally. I mean, as we've seen only very, within the last 10 minutes, that it can happen to the front end guys. We've seen, that incident that involved Mark Racing, who were running, in the top, well inside the top 10, where they had that big issue. Also, the name escapes me right now. Oh, the leaders in Everyday iRacers, they're heading into the pits, but yeah, it can happen to anyone, James, at any given time. You're never that far away from something happening, and you might be running at the front very, very comfortably, but it just all comes undone on you. Also, Peribas, they are into the pits as well. Now, interestingly, we're on a bit of alternate strategy to them, but obviously with that additional pit stop our lap down.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about.
Now, this will bring us more in line with them in terms of the pit strategy. However, we're going to be a bit further behind them what we originally were. So, all right, so it's going to need get a bit of a wiggle on and get head down, crack on. Try and close that gap up, James, because otherwise that's going to be a very long evening, and it's just all about just keep. You can invariably, if you drive a little bit slower, James, but you keep your nose clean, you can actually invariably finish higher than what you would have done previously, because you lose so much time. I mean, the example with the Mark Racing Lamborghini, we saw absolutely clatter the wall and then crawl it back round again. They've been stationary, just in the pit box alone, for 9 minutes 10 seconds already, having that damage repaired, and they're running in 4th place, let's not forget. So well, that's all it takes, one minor incident and your race is transformed. But of course everyone else who's now past them especially, thank you very much, and picking up the free place there.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the thing. The original, I think, go back to how we started all this, was the original question: do you carry on or do you quit? Now, I had a talk with Wes, and Wes said the same thing as me. If the car's drivable, and I've got a steering wheel, and it goes in a straight line, I don't care how long I'm in the pits. I want to finish the race because of that determination, that ambition to finish the race.
I spoke about it earlier, James. That camaraderie and willingness to, as I said before, not necessarily where you finish, but it's that fact that you have finished it. It might be in 40th or it might be in 4th, but it's the fact that you can say that you've done it.
I think that's the important thing. Just being able to say you've finished it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The car 29, that's I'm back. Oliver still in the pit lane. That's that accident that I saw before where that wheel was just... Got to talk to the mechanic, it was out of alignment. 12 minutes and change.
Well, it's broken suspension from the heavy impact. There will be bodywork damage in that as well. And that's why they're spending so long in the pit lane. Spent steering column as well, potentially, from where they hit the wall at that angle. It's a big old repair. They're going to be there for quite a while. Now, the cars are a bit more resilient during the endurance races compared to the standard official, so they will take a bit more wear and tear, knocks and bumps, which in the normal official racing is on iRacing, that would have cost you, way more dearly than what you'll experience in these cars. So I'll be on their side a little bit, but even so, I think they're going to be stationary for around about 20-25 minutes for those guys to get those repairs finished.
Well, Chris Rogers from Turner Motorsport went out and has managed to get the car back into the pits. So he's been out and come back in. He was also involved in the incident with Oliver Mallett's. Yeah, that was a BMW, and that back into. So
you might want to go to. I'm just having a look. Yeah, I was going to say there's a battle. I think it's occurring behind us of James Ricks and Robin Menz, not our Robin. Yes, they are. There's a second between them. Are they a lap down or up, or are they on the same lap? They're the two. They're currently running a P27, P28. Now we're running a P26 up the road. by about 47 seconds.
Yeah.
Yes. RF Automotive in the Mercedes M-Con LG Ultra Gear in the BMW, 1.13 seconds. Interesting one, the aggressive Ducks Esports, who we've seen mowing the grass a bit, they've just set the fastest lap of the race last time around, 2:15.23.
A 2:15.
2:15, yep.
2:15.23.
Wow.
This guy here, going over the grass again.
Yes. Yep. That's the
Yes.
one. Look at that. It did it again right on screen.
He's literally doing it in front of us.
Yep. Now, that was something that was mentioned, obviously, in the top class, wasn't it? Tatia, that was a big debate about that. And maybe they're getting that memo, but that's obviously a bit of a no-no. Well, we believe.
It's a definite no-no. So I'm sure, it's not even like he can deny it, is it? Let's be real.
Just having a bit of a look. Other teams that have got their fastest laps in the 2:15. So the previous the previous holder of the fastest lap of the race was the team champion. Yeah, he managed 2:15.35. So they went just over a tenth. Well, Aggressive Ducks went just over a tenth quicker, should we say? That's a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Also,
give me 2 seconds, Tim. I'm just going to jump down into the waiting room to go and have a chat with a young gentleman who's waiting to come into the booth. So I will leave you two for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take control of cameras here as well.
We've got RF Automotive, the other team that have managed to 2:15 as well, but they're running all the way down 27th. Ironically, behind Prismatic, who we're seeing right now on stream.
Getting a couple of messages about Robin going off track here, so let's have a look at the replay. That up. Should have control. No, that's not quite working for me just at this moment. Apologise.
We've got the HRS Orange team from 4th place there into the pits. You just love a bit of a rumble of the V8 of the Mercedes. So yeah, RF and LG have swapped places, in fact. That's a change of position that's happened there. They're up to M-Con LG Ultra Gear, they're up to 27th place. That's Robin Menz currently the helm for them. Racing the RF Automotive Mercedes of James Rick. Now, Spa, a little bit different to what it used to be. A lot shorter compared to what it is now, and James was talking about being 600 laps earlier on. A circuit length at 7 kilometers, or
yeah, so it's 7 kilometers. Yeah, just over 7 kilometers because it's the longest Formula One track, which is over the Formula One calendar limitations these days because Spa being a classic track. So yeah, I think James just called it right, didn't he? About 600 and change there for overall because we're halfway through.
Yeah, it's 7.
Yeah.
Which equates to the drivers will be covering around about 2,600 miles.
Nice.
In the race, which is a fair old, well, it's fair old difference. In fact, it's 2,600 to be precise. There we go.
Oh, since you said it back to me earlier on.
Is that the new version or the old version?
I don't know. I'm going to pull Jacob into the booth. He's going to come and take over from myself and Tim. We're going to leave you, Biggles. We're going to go to bed, I think. Go and have a kip for a few hours before Tim ventures back into the mic and
well, I mean, if Tim got a few minutes, he can go over because I also came back from a little bit of break. He can quickly go over with. I know you have to head up there, James, but Tim, you don't mind hanging around for another 10 minutes just to explain to Mr. Jacob about what's happened during the stint that you guys have been doing. The stint is in the casting stint, broadcasting.
Most certainly. So let's have a bit of a roundup of what happened during this stint. Well, it's been, what would we say, dramatic. Bit of a half spin earlier on for the ladies. Still remained in 26th place, though, so that's the crucial thing. That's meant that we've brought us together closer with the teams that are currently chasing down, i.e. Peribas team, currently occupying 25th place. The Brazilians in the Ferrari, who stops only now. There's only 4 laps difference between pit strategies. However, doesn't mean we've lost a lot of time to them. They're now 2 minutes 56 up the road. It's over a lap, about a lap and a third to be precise. The difference. So Robin Summer, work cut out. Lots of work for her to do to try and hunt down the Paribas team. Further than that, though, it's looking it's even tougher because we've got JSF Motorsports and the BMW. They're 6 minutes up the road from us, which is 3 laps approximately, just shy of. We have seen big incidents, and this is the beauty and the beast at the same time of endurance motorsport, as that sky is becoming even more inky blue, and you're just about starting to see the yellowness of the sun starting to rise here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. We are approaching, well, we're in fact past 5 o'clock now, 2 minutes in fact to be precise, and of course the last hour we saw incidents at the front end. A spinner causing big damage to the Mark Racing 2 Lamborghini. Well, that meant they've been in the pits for the last 18 minutes, in fact, nearly 19 minutes to be precise. They've been stationary as they fix their car up. It's going to be hefty suspension damage, steering damage, and a bit of a spin there. Another one of the Mercedes runners. That's the FRS Orange team.
Yeah, they're currently
got
in
Mark
P6.
Samad, the Canadian, 6. They are indeed.
Don't go on the pit lane, Bob.
No, they're standing at the bus stop. Bit of a rotation, easily done if you get your lines slightly wrong through there and you bounce across the curbs. But the other team as well that was caught up around that incident was, of course, Turner Motorsports in the BMW. They dropped all the way down to 15th, so those cars were running in 4th and 7th at the time, and they've fallen right down through the order because they've had to come in and have their cars repaired for some hefty damages. In the case of Mark Racing, even heftier, where they're still into the pits. Turner did come back in again a lap later to fix some more damage where they clearly thought they would be able to carry on, but after experiencing it for a lap, decided against it, came in, had more repairs done, and have headed out once again. But it's not looking good for Mark Racing after that strong start inside the first half of the race. It's measured down to 24th, and well, I believe they'll be stationary for about 25 minutes potentially, so it looks like they will be losing 2 places, one to Paribas ahead of first, and also Prismatic as well. Bit of a battle going on directly behind us between MCon, LG Ultra Gear, and RF Automotive in the BMW and Mercedes respectively, 27th, 28th overall. Well, those two be trading places. Currently 7/10 is what covers those 2 teams, and that pretty much sums up most thing. We have seen a bit of the dreaded grass gate creeping into this split.
Only with one team.
We have, James. Unfortunately, one driver as well, although he has been across that. All the stints that we've covered so far, or myself personally, definitely Victor Martin, the aggressive Dux Esports. BMW, the Iberian there, he's gone down the down the back straight even, down the Camel straight. Dipping his 2 left wheels into the grass to cool them down. And doing so, had claimed the fastest lap of the race. So,
coincidentally,
working for them, but not, well, we'll see what happens long term to them. Of course, it's been very much the talking point of the Spa 24-hour on iRacing.
No, that's excellent. But that's, well, much again, I do appreciate that because I know you guys have been doing a lot and you're going to have a bit of a lay down right now as the sun's going to be rising in this virtual world. And we do have Jacob in here. And any final words you would like to say it there? Of course, not to mention charities and our sponsors and stuff like that, James, before we let you go.
No, just thank you guys to everybody that's donated. Much appreciated to you. Don't forget you can carry on with the donations. We have hit over the $300 mark. So there you go. And on that note, me and Tim are going to bed. And we shall see you all in a few hours. So that's it from me.
Thank you
Enjoy,
very much.
gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you very much, James. Well,
Yes,
and then,
thank you very
of course, here we go. So, welcome, Jacob. I know you
how's
as
it going?
Burls. Yes, good, mate. I know you've just been finishing up work and you're getting eager to come up and join us in the casting box here for just over halfway through now the 24-hour race that we're raising here for charity. Courtesy of Certifiably Diverse and our sponsors with Prismatic Motorsports. We do have 2 teams at the moment. We have one in another tier. I think you call them tiers. That's racing on the other channel, on the Prismatic Motorsports channel. They are currently running, I'm just trying to see. They're running about 19th place at the moment. Still certainly much in it.
Oh, certainly not. I am trying to get used to seeing a little bit of difference. Obviously, I've commentated with you a number of times over in the F1 world and in the course of a couple different games, but here at Spa, dark out. It's a little weird because it's a little daylight out where I just came from. So getting used to the time change and everything like that. I'm ready to watch some good racing, and hopefully these last 12 hours provide some great action for everybody.
Kind of boost your mic up a little bit if you can on your end, if you don't mind there, Jacob. Because
I will
yeah,
do my best.
that's all right. Currently, we do have Robin in the car. She's if you need any of that documentation, mate, I'll send it to you. It gives you a little indication of who's driving at what stints. Jazz like that. I'll post that into the channel that we've all been sharing for the broadcasters. That way you can see the situation. I've got so many screens up here, so much information. We'll have, I think, Leah in again after Robin, and then Mickey from Australia will be returning back for the stint after that, and still the final stint has not been decided yet. Still have plenty of time to before we worry about that.
I apologize to everybody.
Yeah.
Of course,
You can load. You can load into the session, and obviously to the iRacing lobby and have a look as a spectator there, and shoot you the. I'm sharing it as well, but I can shoot you the overlay information if you want to see some of that.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. My iRacing subscription actually ran out the other day, so
Oh.
I'm not really worried about it too much. I'm not too big on the iRacing scene. It is what it is. But of course, Biggles, how have you been? It's been, I don't know how many months since we've commentated together.
It has been quite a while. Yes, it has. So you've been quite busy with work, and you said that you're getting a little bit more time, hopefully, to get back into casting. It's been great, mate. A lot of iRacing casting, a lot of Rocket League casting I've been doing as well. And then F1, getting back into it with a new game.
Yeah. I'm not going to go too much into the F1 game, obviously, or on iRacing. So that we'll push that to the waypoint. Maybe as a talking point later on. Obviously, we got a couple hours here in the booth, and we'll see where it takes us, really. A little bit of a different flow than what we are used to say the least, but 308 laps completed here at Spa. I think people can forgive us, so to speak.
Yeah, quite a bit. Have you attended? Have you been a part of any of these endurance races before yourself?
I actually have not. I've never been able to get into the driver's seat for a 6-hour event, a 12-hour event, 24, whatever the case may be. Unfortunately, I've just not had the time. As you know, I have been busy with work, and fitting in the commentary stuff on the side has been a little bit difficult, and trying to get into the race car for that extended amount of time can be even a little bit more difficult because of all the preparation, of course, that goes into it. You got a whole team that you got to function with and everything else that goes along with it. And I just haven't really been able to focus too much on that aspect of it.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to see whether the other driver had an exceptionally long pit stop there, if they are back out after they had some severe damage. I believe they are 26 minutes. So they're currently running down in 25th place now. So they're just up the road from us. And that's Oliver Maltz, I think that is. So they're, yeah, we're on the same lap as them now. So we're 13 laps down on the leader. So we're going to keep an eye on that. The time difference as you can see there, actually, on the splits there. They're in P25 and we're in P26, so let's make some game here. You can see on the track map.
Yeah, I'm finally starting to recognize and wrap my head around everything that I'm looking at. I'm finally getting into that point. I can already tell myself, Biggles, as annoyed as it is, I keep saying and I'm trying not to. And I know that you are on me all the time about it.
Oh, no, don't worry about that, mate. It's, in endurance races, we're completely... got plenty of time. And once again, you've just finished work. You've just come in there. You've just loaded in. Well, you weren't quite sure if you're going to be able to help us, and we do appreciate that you come and stepping in and help, obviously, to cover this region of the world, because we have a lot of the British casters that have to go to bed at some point, which they have. They'll be then coming up covering the earlier stints when you and I are far gone. I'm not sure how... I mean, you can cast as long as you can. You can with me. You're welcome to. We have about 5 hours to cover, but we'll see. Have to go. Yeah. If you could, I don't know, you still have to work and things like that as well, till you're probably a little exhausted.
Oh.
Whereas I just have to keep doing this. It's a couple of off-track moments. So that's going to be interesting to see. Where are we? Just having a look at the timing thing. How far away down the road we are. I think we're only if I'm not mistaken, we're about 3 seconds away from...
Yeah, I believe that's
the,
what I'm seeing as well. About 3.5 seconds, give or take. I want to say that the car out of front, the Mark Racing team, I believe they are on some fresh tires, so they're going to be a little bit faster.
If you can see the splits there that we got, so it's kind of 2 for now, 219s, 219.6 that we did. What did we do on the last lap? That's lap 295, I think it's up, at least on the sector times there. So that was 26 seconds slower. Overall, that's quite. It was. It's quite difficult to see whether that one, because the timing. So about 3.5, I think, difference here.
We got numbers to watch. There are a lot of numbers here, obviously, but 3.5 seconds over the course of an endurance run. I mean, really, like
nothing. Yeah.
You don't want to be pushing too much to catch that guy in front of you. Obviously, as an endurance motor sport, you're not going to be pushing all out all night. It's just not going to happen. You're going to, whichever the driver is going to run out of energy at some point. So a lot of these drivers are taking it, I don't want to say easy, but they are definitely making sure that they get around on the track lap after lap after lap. Obviously, 310 of those laps are already done.
Yeah, there they are there, coming through the first corner. And there we are behind. So, Robin, right there. So they'll be able to see the driver, or at least the brake lights at this point, as they climb their way up through Eau Rouge. And this is going to be interesting, of course. It's certainly interesting for an endurance race when you're getting very, very close to an opponent to battle it out, isn't it? Because usually if somebody's a lap down, a lap up, you don't really see each other on the track too often. In this case, we're on the same lap. Well, 13 laps down from the leader. Actually, as well as we do have the 27 car of Melts. So that's how the ones. Yes, yeah, so we've got, this is a three-way battle occurring here. That's definitely, yeah, Oliver and then Robin Menz behind us. We're all on the same, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we're on the same lap. Just getting my head around here.
Yeah, and there's also James as well. I mean, he's more or less fighting it out with the team behind us, Robin, the driver currently right there, fighting out with James Briggs. Therefore, 27th position. About a second between those two, so I don't expect those two to be catching up really that fast. They are going to be fighting. We'll see how those two play it out and how they work everything out.
You're a driver as well, so I call you Belgian Jacob. Yeah, so you can give us an idea. How's it feeling as we're on board right now with Robin? How's she handling this car so late into this race as well, with the tires obviously wearing a little bit concentration, and the sun is now starting to come up?
Yeah, obviously when the sun starts to come up, the track's going to be warming up just a little bit. You're going to be pulling in a little bit more grip as the hours progress. This late into the night, maybe this late into the stint. Of course, I joined a little bit late into theirs, and I'm not sure exactly how many laps they've done. You might be able to cue me in on that.
Should be able to see it up if you are following my camera up there. It's 100 and we've done, I believe,
We're on lap 297.
297, there you go. Yeah, some bit
yeah, but I'm talking like this stint.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Tires, red, yada yada. Yada. Obviously, as a driver, you take all those things into consideration: the tire wear, how much fuel you have, the grip levels, how the car is feeling. Is there any damage to the car? There's so many things running through the head. And trying to figure it out is actually there's a car coming out of the pit lane here right in front of us. We'll see if anything's going to be coming up. I'm not sure what car that is just yet. Ferrari.
Gonna move out of the way. Yeah.
But all those things taken into consideration, she seems to be doing a great job handling all those things. As there is another car in front of us, you see a little bit of a mistake there, pushing it a little deep in the braking zone, coming down the Camel Straight. I just drew a blank in my head for some reason.
Yeah, there's some Brussels. That's that's a car between us and 25. That's up the road. You can't see the 25 just yet. Maybe you'll see the headlights, but that's not this car that's ahead of us. But it'll be something that Robin's going to have to disperse off soon enough. It is actually, believe it or not, I think that's Larry that's currently running in 23rd place. So they're not obligated. Nobody's really obligated to blue flag you, are they? It's just a nice thing to do. But we're unlapping ourselves essentially at this point.
Yeah, obviously, if it is Larry up there, a couple of positions ahead of us, we would be lapping or unlapping ourselves, essentially gaining a lap back from that driver. So there's not going to be any blue flags. I wouldn't imagine so. Maybe if she was able to get in front of that car, there might be blue flags depending on the pace and everything. Not exactly sure how iRacing does it, but I think the best course of action right here is just to follow this guy, unless I take that back.
Robin has pretty well. She's also, remember, trying to catch once again. Yeah, the 25 up the road. Don't want to let him get too far as he gets very deep through there. But he had to get the overtake done through the bus stop chicane and does brilliantly. And at the very so just to give you a little bit of a recap at the very start of the race, way back in 12 hours ago, we had one of our drivers unfortunately had a virtual reality disconnection for a second or so, so it slowed the car down and we got hit from behind. Not that much damage, but lucky, very lucky. And then later on, believe it or not, mate, the leader, we were running about, I think we were running about similar to where we are now, actually around 26 or so, 27, and the leader was trying to overtake us, and that was through Blutchmont, it was. They're on the inside, we're on the outside, and they turned into us and took us to the fence. And cost us about 15 minutes worth of damage.
Ooh.
That's the most amount of damage we've had to suffer. And that was with the leader at the time, who dropped right back. So that's why we dropped a lot of places. But lately we're really been building it up, because we were back in the I think around 37 or something like that. Guys out there in chat would let us know. And climbed our way back, crawled our way back, fought our way back. That's the spirit that we have here at Certifleet Diverse with Prismatic Motorsports.
I have been keeping an eye a little bit here and there on the lap times and the last laps. Obviously, that's kind of a big point when you're looking at endurance racing. The sector times, yeah, but you really want to be looking at the lap times. And might I say, I mean, this Robin, our Robin, leading the Robin behind us, he's doing just fine.
Yeah, that's not the yeah, there's a Robin behind the Robin. The other Robin behind us is about 37 or so seconds. We're about 6 seconds away from the car ahead, which is the Lamborghini, I think, of the 29 car of Olive Maltz. If I get that one correctly. And just to let you say, and I know I casted, or said you might not be aware, but I casted for a league. It's some Aussies that I casted for. They're currently running the 88 car in P11. They're doing quite good. I've been chatting to them about how their racing has been going. They're happy. They're almost inside the top 10 now. And they were racing with us earlier before we had that 15-minute accident. And then, as you know, I mean, this is the beauty of the Spa 24 hours, mate. So many thousands of people racing, isn't it? I think you are aware of a couple of mates that we have, right? Racing mates that are they racing as well? Not in this particular class.
I know that I was talking to you a little bit beforehand about it. A couple of our buddies, they are actually taking part in a 24-hour Spa right now on iRacing.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's the same one.
Yeah. I was surprised to see the Aussie guys that I know there in the same one, because that's a bit of a luck of a draw considering I don't know how many there are overall that everybody are aware of. That how many tiers are happening at the same time? It's probably quite a few. And so the luck of the draw, if you get, obviously we do have another team at Prismatic Motorsports that are actually racing too on the other Twitch channel, so make sure you click on that. It's in the description. And they are currently, just trying to see, about 17, if I'm not mistaken. So it's still on the race, doing a good job. It would have been great to have all of us in the same race at the same time, but we can't.
There's another team and another split. Is what I'm getting there.
Yeah, another team, another split. That's correct. And we're well, the other Robin's gone on the pit lane behind us. So we'll have a look at that. So we are currently 13 laps down on the race leader, all 25, 26, and 27. That should be up on the track map that I've got, and get an idea soon of the pit stops, because when were the last pit stop lap be the key, because we might be very coming to the situation of where we need to boxing. So we boxed on lap 284. The car up the road from us boxed onto lap 94, so they got 10 laps on us extra.
Yep, and might I add, we're getting ready to come around and cross the finish line for the 300th time of this race.
Wow, the 300 milestone,
also,
fantastic.
Yeah, I do want to ask, because I forgot to mention this earlier. Is my mic, did it turn up at all?
It did now, yeah. I'm going to turn you back down on the thing. So, yeah, just going up and down a little bit there, but see if you can get it all good.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure. I did get a new mic. I haven't been able to play with it too much, so I just want to make sure everything's good there. Of course, we didn't have much time beforehand to get everything ready.
Let us know. Yeah, you should just finish work. In the chat, that chat's gone a little quieter, I can imagine, mate, because they're probably getting some sleep too. They've been supporting us since the start. We do have a charity, and we have, I believe, raised. It was in the chat there, real quick. There, I think it was mentioned there by Robin before she jumped into the car. But I believe we've raised quite. We've already reached our mark there for our charity raising. Yeah, we've raised we passed $300 for the switchboard charity that we have, which is fantastic. So we appreciate
We've surpassed $300 before lap 300.
Yeah, about before halfway. So well on way.
Yeah, why can't we work towards
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Oh, there you go. I like it. Oh, for a good cause, of course. It's obviously it's a community switchboard, so it's good to be the community support as a switchboard. So they always got someone to call, talk to, someone that understands.
Okay.
I love it.
Yeah, I guess you could tell me a little bit about the sponsors, the organization stuff. Obviously, this is my first time here.
Oh, I'll have to read that up in the documentation. Yeah.
You might be able to tell me up a little bit more about these guys than I've been able to gain so far. Trying to go through the data, trying to figure out where our pit stop's gonna be.
A few of the of the team have come in and had a chat to us during various circumstances, and hopefully if we're there at the moment, there's a few of them doing some spotting for the races in the other channel above us, and if they can hear it, obviously if any of them are there, if they've got a minute, they can come and have a chat to us again about the situation. But the switchboard donation, mate, is for switchboard for the LGBT community, the helpline. He needs support when they're at their lowest, so they can call and have a chat to somebody, which is fantastic. You always need to do that. It's always good to have a chat about anything. Let's have a look. Robin's still in the pit lane for about 4 minutes too, mate. The other Robin. So what if they're taking on a driver or tyres? It's quite some time.
I think both of them are.
And Belgian behind.
There was actually, no, I think that's back. I know Robin, the other Robin, and I want to say it was the guys in P30 right now. I believe that's MIA Motorsport. I'm not going to try to pronounce that name because I think I would butcher it a little bit.
They just passed. They've just passed. So it was this team. I think this is Blue Shark Racing. They have now dropped back to P30 because they've gone to the pit lane. It's still something. Hopefully nothing's burning in my neighborhood. But let me just... I might have to pause for a second and check that, because when you smell something burning, I need to check. So just bear with me.
Oh, you're fine, Biggles.
Listen to the cars. A bit of traffic right now, too, so you can probably talk us through this.
A little bit of traffic. I'll do my best. Obviously, I only have one camera view, but oh man, that's a lot of cars that Robin is coming up on. Currently sitting in 26th place. I'm trying to get the live timings up here so I can get a little bit better of a rundown. About 8.5 seconds to the car in front of us. We are actively fighting. I'm not exactly positive as to who is in front of us, but I do see a Ferrari, I believe a BMW, and maybe another Beamer. So 2 Beamers and a Ferrari in front of this Mercedes. Who's going to have the greatest top line speed out of these 4 cars? Biggles. I don't know what he's trying to figure out if his house is burning down or not, and obviously we hope that is not the case.
I think it's okay. I'm back. It's probably somewhere outside. I just went to smell that my graphics card wasn't catching on fire from being overheated because it's been running for, what, 12.5 hours now consecutively? And it's, my CPU and all that's pretty good. It's running at about 2%. Connection's okay, but the graphics card gets a little warm. I've got a fan on it.
Oh, there's a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe that Ferrari hit one of the Beamers in front. I'm not sure exactly what cars that is. It might be Sarah, Bowen. I'm trying to get it. Doing what I can with what I got.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody's moved to come out of the pit lane. Thank you for the follow there too, Mr. Belzy, aka Jacob, as well as we got a message out there in the chat there. I'm just trying to read that. I probably will just read that in a second because I don't want to miss if there's anything up the road here that might cause... This one's scary, isn't it? For Robin, because she's got to sit there and find a way perhaps to pass, but not to gamble it too much. As you've seen it before, haven't you, mate, in 24-hour endurance races that... It's the traffic that gets you in trouble.
The car on the outside is pretty sketchy maneuver. He's just letting them by, though. That's a good thing. And he does get in between our team and the gentleman behind, or whichever driver is back there. Not exactly positive, but a little bit of a gap now between Robin and the Ferrari up in front. We'll see if she can close the gap and possibly even overtake them. I'm not sure if they're gaining back a lap from them. Still trying to figure that out. 7
seconds now, give or take. Yeah, I think the gap is not what it's showing. Should be showing there on the telemetry. It is, yeah. So that's 7 seconds. That's the last lap that we did to the right hand side. What lap we boxed on, where we pitted on. Same box. I'm just so used to the Formula One. Mind you, don't mention anything about that one, Belzy, because I have not seen the qualifying results or anything. So no spoilers alert.
Okay.
Have to wait till tomorrow to see that one.
Just gotta watch it. That's all you gotta do.
Just replace the engine sound with some death metal sounds, girls. Yeah.
I mean, I listen to a lot of death metal, but I don't think I can do that. I can't. I've never been able to get this
classical opera or something like that might be good as well. Everybody has their own different styles of music. As there's the car. Oh! She saved it. Oof. Kind of keeping us on our toes here, Robin. That's the second time that Robin's having a little bit of a greedy on the loud pedal coming out of what is it, bus stop. Was that a sign of the tires starting to get a little bit towards the end of their life?
See, I want to say yes, but I just don't think so. Well, I guess you could possibly tell me this.
Just gonna get a nice tow. Yeah.
All these cars on the timetable, cars that are teal colored, light blue, these cars are They are.
Yeah. Now that's something.
I was just seeing.
You're right. Like I'm not the absolute best expert when it comes to iRacing as well. When endurance races, you see, I don't really do We don't do endurance races too very often, so when it comes to, and if they're a different class on that one, I said we kind of need a bit of help out there for you guys. Everybody.
There are a few of those cars that are actually not driving or not out there. But I was trying to gauge a rough estimate as to how many more laps is there before another pit stop.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up pit lap again. We've got a little bit of a message in the chat out there from Leah. Is that something about Mark Ellison? Lap 103 exploiting. That's the same team. I think we had mentioned that before. Where are they? Yeah, here. This car. The aggressive Ducks Esports. I think they've been running wide quite a bit. If you're familiar with that one there, Jacob, that they've been saying about in the top tier of the 24-hour, in the 24-hour stream, a lot of people going right off into the dirt, taking advantage of track limits.
Yeah, I'm not. Track limits on iRacing, I believe, are more or less you go off track, you get a warning.
But this one's not counted as an off-track, but it's gaining a lot of advantage. There's a whole controversy that's going on. It's all over Twitter and everything like that. That's what I've just been hearing. I haven't had a chance to go through all that. So that everybody's been kind of relaying that to us during the whole 12 or so hours, because as that race is still going on. Lots of racing going on, of course. I know that one of the Australian team that I have as buddies, they're currently the 88 car running in P11. I know they had two teams and their other one finished earlier. As that car goes, oh, dangerous! Be very careful right now when it comes back on that we don't take out. Oh, actually, we're watching Mark. Oh, for a second, I was getting hyped. I thought that was Robin. Robin's a little bit further back here.
It was Robin.
It was Robin that went off. Oh, no.
Ooh. Way to save it.
Let's go back and have a look at the replay here as I was watching the other car. That's Robin. Very lucky, kept it out of the fence. Yes.
Ooh. Very lucky that car didn't go around, and obviously there are a lot of cars, a lot of traffic here. Lucky there was no contact between any of them. She's trying to get back up to speed now.
Well, we didn't lose any places, thankfully.
I was trying to gauge a rough pit stop for this. Robin is one of the cars out there with the oldest sets of tires.
Yeah, we're looking at that. That is lap 284.
One other car that's been out there longer, and that is actually the car behind us.
Well, that's a good sign.
Lap 280.
So
16 seconds.
It's got a lot of traffic here at the moment, so anything kind of worries me around.
Yeah, but if anything about an endurance race that will worry you, it is traffic.
See, Robin's flashing. There's an accident. Whoa! She's going to back off and avoid it. Oh, she does, I think.
What a way to avoid that.
This is starting to really get absolutely spicy. And now, at a couple of moments around the bus stop, Robin's had to pull off some miracles here. This time around, it wasn't Robin's fault, but I'm going to go have a look at the replay and see how she did manage to save us so we live to see another day. Let's have a look.
Ever so close.
When you go to the crane cam, it might give us a... She's flashing, and then there, it's the other car that caught us off guard, and just, yes. Oh, both the cars behind her managed to avoid. Oof.
Yeah. Very nice set of driving there out of those few drivers, except for, well, obviously one of them, but...
I think we bring the excitement when we've got you in here now, Jacob. As soon as you come in, mate, it's all heated up. It's kind of really exciting.
Well, I mean, you know, content. You know how it is.
Still going here with the Ferrari and coming back. And this is it. Calm down a little bit, Robin. I know you want to race, but calm down. We've got a lot of racing to go here.
Don't let the nerves get the best of you. Yeah. And actually, as I was talking, Biggles, the car behind that was in on lap 280 just decided to go in for their pit stop.
James Rick here. Drix, you have. Yep, good call. So we're coming. Ooh, stay up the chicane. Go. And then those marbles to the right-hand side. Could get very, very sketchy here. There's Robin. I'm going to go back to the crane cam. It kind of gives us... Oh, no. gives us the... Oh, Robin's keeping us very entertained. She's the one that put on this fantastic event, my friend. So she's been up very late last night with James and I trying to sort all the graphics and everything out absolutely last minute so that we could broadcast this. And she's got up early this morning as well. And with when I got up around the same time, and we had to go through all this so that we can get it ready for the start. And now it's set 9 o'clock, almost. It would be about 9:30 at night and her time. Now just getting that heart rate monitor up a little bit. That keeps you awake, that adrenaline, that's for sure.
Oh, 100%. And that's exactly what I need, because you were up late. I mean, I was also up late. Not a difference. I mean, like, I went to bed about 8 o'clock this morning. I couldn't fall asleep. I don't know why. I don't really know what was in me. But I was then up at about 9:30 to go to work. So I got about a whole hour and a half.
Oh, yeah.
But I will take the adrenaline. Actually, Robin running a little bit wide there on turn 1. The race engineer in me is just wanting me to tell her to box.
Yeah.
Get the new tires, get out of the traffic, calm your nerves, get into the pit lane. The team behind is back out.
There's Leah and Elisa, I think, is there. Spotters out there in the other chat. I wonder if they will know that. Leah was saying something in the chat. Leah might be able to give some information in a second there, chat, if you're thinking about when to bring Robin in as she goes really wide.
No.
And does she keep it? Yes, she's turned around now. I think this might be Leah. Robin's starting to lose something in these tires, or something's going on here at the moment. And just putting our heart rates through the roof, Robin. Let's go back and have a look here.
Robin. I can just tell by the way you're driving.
Is that
you are
similar situation? That's a similar situation that happened just before, yeah.
I think she was pretty fortunate, though.
Yeah.
Out of these last couple laps, the minor mistakes that's been happening, she's kept it out of the wall. She doesn't have damage. The car is still drivable. The 3 most important things in a racing driver. Racing atmosphere.
It's woken up the chat, I can tell you that right now, Jacob. Everybody's like, I try to get some sleep, but this is giving me severe health attacks. It is. Yeah, it is keeping everybody awake. I think Robin's just doing it to say, hey, keep an eye out. We're doing pretty good here at the Prismatic Racing. We've got 17 positions gained. We're currently in 26th place. Yep.
Yeah, she's just trying to keep it a little entertaining. Obviously, 12 hours into the race, you gotta liven it up a little bit and make it a little bit.
It's always calling for the boxing as well, mate. So the pitting.
We'll see what happens. Letting the other car go by.
That could be because you're going into the pit lane entrance. There it is. Yeah. You wouldn't usually let anybody through. Oh, that's just the nice thing to do. So. Robin is finally coming in after keeping us very well on the knife's edge of just entertainment. It's amazing. Let me find the pit lane right camera. There it is. Yep. I'm not sure if this will be a driver swap just yet, because this is the second stint. I'm just going to look at the documentation. That's all in there if you want to have a look through it as well to the Belgian. It's not to scroll back through, but we got all the stint calculator and what the times are.
Which one are we at here? Are we 13 or 14?
I'm not sure. As in the time?
I think I know what I'm looking at. I just don't know what
time
it is.
Yeah, I don't either, actually. It has to be. Yeah, because Rebecca's done the previous. So now we've got Robin, but we don't know if we've crossed the... It's 12:20, is it 6? It must be local time, isn't it?
She had a drive-through.
Oh.
Did she?
She's... Yeah, she's gone out of the pit lane already. It's got to be a slow down drive-through. If we can get any
Somebody out.
confirmation from the team, yeah.
Anybody let us know? I believe that was a drive-through, I think. I don't think there was a pit.
No, it's too quick, isn't it? Don't look at the pit stop time.
No way that was a pit.
We'll check the pit
There's
time.
not even a pit stop. That had to have been a drive-through. I want to say that was probably a
206 stop time.
drive-through.
It
Fortunate.
says a 107. That's a drive-through, yeah. A 107.9 for the pit time. That's just straight through. Didn't stop in the box at all. That'd have to be the confirmation there.
Yeah, a little interesting there out of Robin. Hopefully it was just a drive-through. Hopefully she didn't miss her pit box. That would be a little bit embarrassing.
Can do that too, right?
Yeah, in iRacing you can.
We had an issue earlier with somebody in the pit limiter or something like that, and they actually got a drive-through for that, or not turning the engine on or something like that. I think it was with a driver swap. Once again, I'm not familiar as a driver in iRacing, but it did cost us a drive-through.
Excuse me.
As Roberto up the road, Sierra they've taken a pit stop, so they are. Where are they on track? Look at the track map. 3. They're coming in. Oh, they're exiting the pit lane now. Oh, there's 2 pit lane entrances here. Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta go really slow through there.
The endurance style, there is the dual pit lane action.
Oh, but Robin's gone back in.
All right, Robin, it's your time.
So do you think it was a missed stop?
I think it might have been. I don't want to. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions. I don't want to be that guy. Somebody will have to let us know at some point. It might have been a drive-through. Might have missed her stop. She seemed a little bit more cautious there, but I'm not exactly positive. I'll be 100% honest. I wasn't completely paying attention when she went into the pit box.
Yeah, neither way. I was trying to find the camera as well. It's a little confusing because there's 2 of them here. Of course, because we have so many cars. Believe it or not, we're down to about 37, I believe, that are still racing. We started with 48. So since I had a little bit of a step away and come back, we've lost quite a few. That's at the point where they get so much damage, isn't it? They eventually just start to give up.
To be honest with you, I don't even think there's 37. There's 32 drivers.
Oh, you might be right, yeah.
I think the bottom 5 actually are not right. So either A, they're sitting in the pit lane, or B, they're disconnected. Maybe they didn't have a team. I'm not exactly positive. But I believe Robin is coming back out. No driver spot. That was a 41-second pit stop.
And that's interesting because that other team is still in here. Look, they're the ones. So have we gained this position yet? No. Well, there should be a lap difference.
We gain a lot on them.
Yeah. Well, they are. That's Sarah. 20
on the same lap.
That's excellent. Oh, that's good.
Mark Calver, our automotive team.
Yeah.
That is
There.
in 26th position.
They're a bit further up, so they're on. Yeah, they're on the same lap as us. And if you can see on that track map, so they're in the 26, and we are in the 27.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong. It's actually not 26. It was the 25 Paribas Team 1. Roberto Serra, I believe that is. That is actually the person that I need to be looking at. They have completed 309 laps, so if they stay in the pits, Robin makes it all the way around, we gain
A lap.
We get that position.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. So they're still in the pits. They're still there. Keep an eye on the time. 3 minutes they've been in there. Might be taking some optional repairs.
Very likely. Their pit stop time it's up there. It's 2 minutes, approaching 2.5 minutes now. That is obviously a long pit stop time, even for an endurance race.
Yeah, we had a couple of drivers, a couple of cars, actually, other teams there that blew up their engine, mate. So completely, I think they were about an hour and a half or something in the pit lane. Yes.
Maybe that's what's happened to those guys down there at the bottom.
Yeah, I'd say so. Something like that. Definitely I think the 26 car there for the BMW had a lot of damage. And that was an accident.
Right.
And yeah, so here we go. Where is Robin? Blackschmont.
It's coming.
Pronounce it.
Coming down the back straight. Here in the bus stop here shortly. Sarah, still in the pits. Good sign. We take those. Mark
Absolutely. Yep.
Calvert
They're not saying they're exiting the pit yet. So if they, let's say, start exiting the pit lane now, which they don't, because you can't really see them there. They're in there, right there. But you'll see Robin go zooming on by.
here in about.
Ro-
Where is it?
Robin has to be very careful too. There's a little bit of traffic around.
Waiting for Robin's name to jump up above us.
Yeah, so it should do. It'll switch over. So,
There it is.
position gained now, as we've done 12, almost 13 hours of the race, and we're now up to P26 there, and we just made a pit stop as well, so everything's done on cue. We don't need to be boxing immediately. That, yeah, will now put us, we are about 20 seconds behind the other Mercedes Team 21 car. That's marked, that's a little bit up the road here. There. You can't miss them in that livery.
Yep. Yep, like you said, 21 seconds up the road.
Yep.
And Robin, good move. Good overtake. Obviously. So we move up into 26th position. Robin now complete, well, she is on lap 309, 21 seconds roughly is that gap to the car in front so far. 41-second pit stop on the last stop. This is her second stint in a row. So at the end of this, we should be going over to Leah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I believe it is. We can confirm that one out there. Leah's actually in the chat, chatting to us in the Discord chat, so Leah can probably confirm that with us. There might. I'm just trying to see if there's a crash. I'm seeing race messages, but this is the thing with this, Jacob. The fact that when they enter the pit lane, it always comes up with crash messages because the pit lane's so tight, it slows the cars down. They think they're crashing. They're not. Some keep it. They're still in the pit lane too. That other car that we just overtook. So they're in about 6 minutes into the pit lane still. They're definitely taking on repairs.
Actually looking at another team currently sitting in 22 for Motorsport. They've been in the pits for almost 2 minutes now.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Couple laps that just happened. Okay. They're still in the pits. They are a couple laps ahead of us. But if they stay in there long enough, then be alright. I did see there that Roberto Serra is back on track.
Oh, they have come back out. Yes, eventually. They just left out. We saw.
Robin is actually about 10 seconds away from catching him and actually putting him a lap down.
Interesting. Let's go back to Robin. I don't know if you're moving your microphones. The new microphone's got very directional, mate.
Oh, I
Like if you-
apologize.
yeah, because you're probably looking at the different screens as well too, as I am as well. I got a screen over here, screen over here. It's actually hurting my neck quite a bit.
I'm almost sitting at like a 45-degree angle, you know? And hopefully I don't pop either. I don't have a pop
you're not.
filter for this mic.
Sound pretty
yet,
good.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to
Says here
hear.
Larry Burns crashed. Lowy Bowen. Let's have a look, because that's not a pit lane entrance. And this is around where we are, actually. So if this is a crash and off track, that's the Zero Kevin car. Oh, yes!
ooh,
That's ahead of us. We should be going through, I think, if that's not part of the track that we were around. It's got to sit there for a
Little
long
bit of
time
a-
because there's, you got to wait for traffic.
yeah, a little audacious there on the braking.
That's above us as well. So
Yes,
that
that
is currently running in P23. So I'm not sure if they got a lot of damage on that car or not. What do you think?
I wouldn't suspect that to be a lot of damage. Maybe a couple tenths a lap at most.
We'll
I
have a
would
look.
suspect.
Go on board and have a look at the steering. Looks pretty straight. That's Larry Bowen that just had a little bit of a moment. It's turn 1. Yeah, the steering looks okay. What about the gearing? Yeah, hovering around 5th gear here.
Everything's looking all right so far. I think that car is built strong enough to handle the impact. So he gets ready to come through bus stop here. I always loved bus stop on iRacing and ACC. I don't know, Biggles. Obviously, we've done the F1 thing plenty of times. I just don't feel like the bus stop in the F1 games elevates the same way.
No, it doesn't feel like it. I mean, from watching it anyway, because I'm not a driver, as you're aware. But yeah, looking at it doesn't seem to have that. Like, I think the Italian turn really does, doesn't it? In turn 1 and 2, that kind of has a little bit more of that elevation. You feel that? Is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Yeah. I would say so. I enjoy elevation change of tracks. That is actually one of my favorite things to drive on. Going up and down, it's almost like you're feeling like driving like a roller coaster almost.
Yeah.
Actually, one of my favorite tracks to drive in GT3 cars is actually Zolder, which doesn't have a lot of elevation change, but there's a specific section in sector, I believe it's technically sector 2, as Robin is getting into a little bit of traffic going on, trying to go on the outside, maybe letting the car through. But at Zolder, there's a specific left-hand turn that you're going. It's like the apex of the turn is at the crest of a hill.
Ah,
so it's
yeah.
You almost feel weightless for a minute. And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm driving a virtual car, and like my steering goes light.
Oh, that's interesting. And that's a Brands Hatch, I believe, have that. I'm not sure if you really compare it to Coda turn 1 as well. But that's probably not enough, I think, Coat and Coda, but because you really need to be more of a straight, isn't it? Like more of a S's. There is a lot of tracks I'm starting to get used to as I do getting more into more casting in iRacing. So I'm going to different tracks that I've never been before as a broadcaster.
Yep.
And starting to notice these very much these tracks that you mentioned, and seeing the drivers, especially with the, I noticed with the MX-5s, they're heavy little cars, mate. They bounce around like mad. They really do hop.
Those cars, let me tell you, they're so fun to drive. And even if you're just getting into it or an experienced, veteran, so to speak, getting into the MX-5s and just tossing those cars around and letting them slide through everything, it's just so satisfying. It's really fun, actually, when you get a handle on the car. Really kick it up a notch.
So we got a Cabra there, Robin. Had a beautiful pink and like a diverse pink and so hot. Well, it's a bit of colours all over the place. And look at it. Look at the concentration in Robin's eyes with the clear visor.
I haven't seen her blink in 3 seconds.
She's got no time to blink, mate. You blink and you could be out. I just got a smile on her face right now on that helmet you can't quite see.
I'm sorry, but if there's a smile on that face, I'd be a little more creeped out. Those eyes were focused.
Yeah. Did you see the fan-powered car in the Goodwill Festival? That guy, when they showed his eyes when he was driving. I can't remember the ex-Formula 1 driver or something. And stuff with Van Dorn, I think, or something. And he's like, his eyes did not blink, I think, during the whole time. Even though it was only got so many 17 seconds or something, but...
I've actually noticed that about a lot of drivers, and it's surprising. I know, like me personally, I blink a lot. Like I don't know. It's just like the way that my eyes work. Obviously, when you blink, you kind of like wash off your eyes, so to speak. But I have noticed. I've watched a lot of POVs and face cams of drivers when they're driving. I mean, like it's once every 20 seconds they're blinking. Their eyes are open all the time. I don't know how their eyes don't dry out. I don't know how.
That's true.
I don't know.
You do see it. Luckily, sometimes you do get to see it in Formula 1 as well, especially in the night circuits, because they have to wear pretty much clear visors or very limited tint visors, and so they do show you the concentration on the eyes that they have, because the eyes are generally pointing forward, isn't it? But the halos are. It's very annoying. If I'm just checking my electricity clip for a second, so that's a generator run. UPS can only last so long before I have to go fire up generator. But yeah, because you're not obviously in the virtual simulator, it's in your way, isn't it? Because it's right in the middle. But as a driver, you're really turning your head and focusing into the corners. I guess the virtual reality is a lot better for that, isn't it? You have those. Halos.
Yeah, it is. In a virtual reality, you can really kind of tell how they get around having the beam in the front of the car. Ultimately, I kind of lean towards the way that IndyCar implemented their Halo. It's a little more clear.
Screen.
The whole thing they can see in front of them. Yeah, it's a
That's
screen.
a Red Bull, isn't it? Developed that, I think.
Actually, yeah, I think so. They helped develop it or something like that. But when they're driving with the Halo, and obviously when you come up to a turn and you're driving a car really, really fast, you want to be looking in front of you a ways because you want to know what's coming. And if you don't, then you're trying to judge stuff last second and it's just not working.
And it has this panning, yeah, as you were saying, because Boyd, you're a driver, as well, like you're at least having drivers, of course, in the commentary box with me, so I can ask you guys all these questions. Robin now has got a car right behind her that's eager to get past. She'll see it in her rear view mirrors. We doesn't display that in iRacing, so we can't, unfortunately. But she knows it's there, but she's got spotted braking points, right? They're coming in the Pujon now. So where is that braking point? You can barely even see it to the right.
Ooh. Yeah, and the GT3 cars obviously it's a little bit sooner than in the cars that I'm getting. Well, the cars that I normally drive in, I want to say. That Ferrari did get the overtake done around Robin, I'm guessing. Got the inside line out of there, and Robin just had to kind of give it up, so to speak. She's actually running pretty good lines.
That's the difficult part, I thought, because she had to be spotting her braking point, as well as be well aware that there is a car right there to your left. So you got two of those major functions you try to do at the same time. I guess that's part of being a great racing driver, is that sun's going to start hitting the visor very soon, and poor Robin doesn't have any tint on her visor, so she's going to be hitting straight into the back of the eyeball. We'll have some, a few million photons heading your way.
And also to kind of go into
they've gone wide.
Judging, going into judging your braking zones, so to speak. There's a lot that goes into it. You know? How hot are your brakes? How good are your tires? How cold is it? How warm is it? How much fuel do you have? How much? There's a lot of things that go into it. What's your speed, obviously? So you're making micro adjustments forward or backwards from where your original braking point is. Like going into turn one here is roughly 100 meters, give or take a few. Actually, the GT3 cars are probably looking at more like 125 or so. But there was something that I learned a while ago, actually. I actually was watching a video of a guy that instructs I think it's Skip Barber's, the student formula cars and stuff like that. Essentially, when you get so used to it, you forget about those braking points. You know where to brake at instinctively.
Like riding a bike kind of thing, isn't it? I guess comes natural. Keep an eye on those times. Look at those times that Summers. That's the time that Summers taken out of the driver in P25, if I'm not mistaken, right? But she's shaving a lot of time here, or if it's flipped. Let's get a little confused if iRacing on that one. There's a crash, I think, in a replay. Let's have a look at this from Christopher. That was that Ferrari. Let's have a look. Now was that that was ahead of us before? Yes, that's right. That's us just behind there, Robin. That's when you just went a little bit deep on that and gave us some breathing space. Yeah. All the action's been occurring around Robin this evening. At the moment, cool, calm and collective, and get it done. We've got another overtake, of course, another position gained. We've got 17, mate, so far. 17 positions gained.
And here's the kind of crappy situation, so to speak, that Robin's in. Is that Ferrari? They feel as if they're faster. Obviously, they got one overtake done. They made a mistake. Now they're behind again. They're going to be trying to get by again. So hopefully it doesn't slow down Robin too much. Her last lap wasn't looking too hot.
I have to go live. I have to go live for a second. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh.
That's wrong. Here it is. Yeah. Keep forgetting to do that with those replays. Yeah, I'll show the last lap times up there.
So yeah, the car in front, P24, actually, notice there's a car that's dropping down the list. Past the pits. I'm not positive.
I think we got 2 cars in the pits at the moment. That's 15th and 16th.
It's a ref
Yeah.
ahead of it. I'm butchering that.
That's all right. I've been butchering names all day. Unfortunately, I'm butchering our team names at Prismatic Motorsports, but fantastic community that don't mind me being the biggest butcher of names. Now you got 2 butchers in here as well. You got Jacob and myself. Butchering.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on the live timings. And actually, something I noticed, because every time that you switch to a different driver, it actually changes to, like on the timing sheet, like it changes like to what lap you're on. So
if
what I've noticed,
we go back to
all the red teams, those are the cars that are on laps like ahead of us.
Okay.
Obviously, the white is what like are all the drivers that are on your same lap.
Okay.
And then the blue ones are, well, they're blue flags. They're the drivers behind you.
There we got
That
it
would
now.
be the live timing.
It took me 13 hours to figure it out, and you've told me. Well, you've told me, actually. I didn't figure it out. Yeah, there you go. That's great. I should actually know that. The only problem is usually I'm doing just use sprint races for iRacing, so you don't really have many people being lapped and lapped and lapped in those events.
Right. So it took me a second to realize that, but it's obvious. It's actually just the same as iRacing. That is actually how it works in iRacing. And actually, you can see along the live timing there on your guys' screen. All the cars up in front, red names. You got Calver, you got Robin there in P25 on the white names. And then you actually, Sarah doesn't need to be blue flagged. I don't know why he is, but the blue flags, the blue car, the blue names are the cars behind you.
They're only a lap. Yeah, that's interesting for sure. But here we go.
Yeah.
So don't blink. Robin's not. Let's see. Climbing up to a Rouge. Once again, it's that same car that we had it out with before. That's the Ferrari. Right up the road. And you know that the Ferrari driver went a little bit deep before. So the team that's ahead of us is in the pit lane now. That's the 29 car. You'll see them. That's the 28, I think, on the dot. No, the track map. Oh, I'm trying
They
to get,
are in the pits, so the 28 car will.
It's actually the 29 car.
Is that track map? Is that showing?
Yeah.
Positions?
Let me have a look at that because it's manually created here. So, yeah, it's not showing 23. That's why. Let me put it in. There it is. That's 23. That's because we're moving up now. I keep forgetting to update the track map to only include the cars that are around us, of course.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
So, Oliver Mallett's a part of Mark Racing 2. He was the one in the pits that Biggles was just talking about as my voice decides to go out on itself. But there is actually about a third of a lap difference between that team and the car in front of Robin. And Robin actually has about a 40-second gap to that car in front, RF Automotive, that team in front. Obviously, Robin Racing for Prismatic Motorsports sponsoring this.
So we are currently, 13 hours into this race with about 11 to go. And this will be, I'd say, Robin's final stint before I think Lee will be jumping in. Lee, come have a quick chat to us if you want. You might be very much spotting.
Is it Lee or is it Leah?
Leah, sorry, Leah. I keep getting that one wrong. Sorry,
Okay.
my apologies again. Leah, if you got a time to come and have a quick chat to us, obviously you're welcome. Before you get underway for your driving for a couple of hours. But once again, Leah could be spotting, and just to elaborate, because I wasn't really 100% aware of what spotting means. You want to elaborate that one there, Belzy, to everybody that may be new to iRacing?
Yeah, so spotting is in real life is typically used in sports like NASCAR and IndyCar. Essentially, it's just a person that can, in the VR world, in the sim racing world, essentially they have a view from behind your car, the third person view, so to speak. And I believe they can change the views, maybe do a blimp cam, something like that. But it's just somebody there, essentially a race engineer. They're talking you through the gaps to the cars in front of you, behind you, how your tires are doing. Maybe not in iRacing. I know iRacing can be a little bit finicky on the tires and stuff like that. But it's essentially just what a race engineer would be like in Formula One. I'm not sure if they actually have them in endurance races. Somebody knows that answer, let us know, obviously.
No, we've been having some, in our team, we've been having some spotters, but
Yes.
I'm not sure you mean in real.
In real
okay.
life, yes.
Yeah.
In real life, I'm not sure.
I'm sure that they would be looking at all the telemetry and probably relaying some of the information.
Yeah.
But aside from
I think that would be the case. And at least talking to the drivers maybe after a stint and stuff like that. But a spotter can just come in, see a third-person view of your car around you. They can let you know car high, car low, car inside, behind, braking late, stuff like that. Just stuff that you might not be able to see as a driver, and they're just able to help you out from a third person. Think of it as like a guardian angel almost.
I like that.
Yeah,
Seeing a
they're
scheduled
able to
pit stop here
be
from
around you.
this team here, the 11 car, and that's the Aggressive Duck Esports. Now we know that they've been doing a few of those off-track excursions there in the sand, as in kicking up some of the dust. So they, yeah.
I'm trying to look at the back of that car, and I couldn't tell if there was damage or not. Just I couldn't focus in close enough on there.
There's damage at the front, and
ooh,
can't really see too much else.
do you ever maybe?
I don't really use
close-up
these.
view from behind?
I don't really use these cameras too much. Yeah, it just has that chase one. There it is. Ah, it looks okay at the back, but the back out.
Quick stop.
Just a little bit of damage at the front. Oh. Anyway.
Yeah, they're not taking no. They're not taking any optional damage repairs, and also, did I read that right at the top of their windshield? Did that say quack attack?
I probably did. Let's go back to where they were again. Was that? I can't even remember now.
I think it was like a Fanatec logo, but it said
Oh.
quack attack. Well, it is the Aggressive Ducks esports team. So
Yeah.
yeah, that would make
That would
sense.
make sense. Exactly.
That would make sense. Just caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for it.
And once again,
Yes.
here is Robin battling it out with our friends there of the 9 car of the Ferrari. That's not... Naturally, we're not in the same lap. They are 5 laps ahead of us. That's Christopher. Yes. In 20th place, Bob. Yeah, they are. They're in 20th place, but still, we gotta try to do something about it. Just keep trying some of the information here. Seeing a few little off tracks. I don't think it's anything.
Oh, is Robin
massive.
gonna try to make a move? It's a really defensive line there out of the Ferrari for what? I don't know, but okay. Ferrari's still in front. Robin following the Ferrari. I'm not sure if she's trying to make a move on him. I want to say that she is, because I just feel like she's a racer.
Yeah, she is absolutely a racer, mate. You've seen that so far. And that's always scary, isn't it? Into the first turn, La Source there, when you gotta slap the brakes and hope that the car pulls up on time. So these do have traction control. Climbing up through a Rouge.
Traction control and ABS.
And ABS, there you go. So cheat codes
Yeah.
applied. Well, you know, they're fancy sports cars. She's going for it again. Into Lacombe. Gonna have, yep, there's an early break there from the Ferrari. That's a little bit of a scary moment when I see Robin go through there, because she said to cut that chicane a couple of times and luckily kept it out of the fence.
Yeah, a little worried. Would be, I don't want to say an understatement, but given what I've seen so far, she cooked it in there a little bit, a couple times. I don't want to see it anymore. Obviously, as a
Yeah.
I'm not tearing her down or nothing like that.
No, you're
don't
right.
Want to see that as a,
We
as a
don't want to
driver.
see it, of course. No, we want to see improvements and gains. But yeah, it's very difficult too. It's endurance racing, isn't it? You're doing it for so long. Just a little break in concentration. What if you have an itch or something like that too? That means like, gotta get this itch. And you get a chance to, only on the straightaways, you probably get a chance to do. But you remember here in Spa, there's not much of a straightaway apart from Camel Straight. The rest of it's all turns, generally.
Yeah, I say the back straight is a straight because you're flat out on it the whole time, but it's not technically a straight. And I believe even some of these cars might lift a little bit coming around.
They do actually, yeah. If you have a look, we'll go on board so we can have a look because. Yeah, she's just about to finish it right now, 6th gear. But they do, I think they do in that little kink in Blanchimont. I think it's what they call it. Blanchimont, yeah. My French is not very good. And, yeah, they drop a little bit, I think down to 5th to go through there. Depending, obviously, how your tyres are, fuel loads. So
Yeah.
I think that car did finally go in, or are they right next to us still? Was that ahead? No, they did. So that's the Ferrari gone in, so we don't have to continue battling with them anymore for now.
I think something might have happened to the car in front. Oliver Mallets. We're gaining.
That was Christopher,
actually,
right? Yeah, they went to the pit lane. Let's have a look.
Well, there's a car in 24th position, RF Automotive. Oh, I take that back. I was looking at the wrong names.
No, they've just gone in the pit lane entrance here, so it looks like they're okay.
That is all on me.
That's all right.
Is that my bad?
We've got a lot of names to look at, a lot of things happening. We do have a couple of cars up the road, 21 and 22. They're into the pit lane, but that's probably schedule stop. There's a driver swap, I believe, for this team. And they might be... I just saw a name change, and that I think they're... It's really hard to determine if they're in or out, because there's two parts of this pit lane.
Yeah. And it's such a long pit lane. And even with pit lane exit, you're going up the side of Radion.
Oh, I'm still in replay mode.
And
Keep doing that. Oops.
oh, there goes one job.
I know.
One job.
Yeah, there they are. They're in their pit lane right now. There it is. Stopped in their pit boxes with the driver change. That's what's weird. I was like, there's a driver change yet. I'm seeing driving down the pit. And how do you do that without pausing? But yeah, it's called a replay screen.
A 42-second pit stop. Great pit stop out of that Ferrari. As he is coming back out. Eric's still in the pits, and like you said, that could be a driver swap.
Yeah.
Last lap was a 2:25.
Taking tyres too, which you do generally around here. Apparently you take tyres if you do a driver swap because it's just practically just not too much of a loss of time. And fresh boots are fresh boots.
Swap.
No, there was. It changed to Eric before. I saw that.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's,
I've never watched driver changes on iRacing, so I'm not exactly sure how they're done.
Have you heard anything from our guys, our mates there? Have you chatted to them if they're racing and all at the same time? How are they going?
I can actually.
Just big interesting to see how it's going. I'm going to check with my Aussie mates that are right here. They're actually in the pit lane as we speak, and that's Martin in the car. I don't actually know most of their names off by heart, but I do know their Discord names. They're currently running in P12, which is great. They've gained 25 places. They're pretty happy when I was chatting to them. I'll quickly check the messages from them in a second and see if they're going to report anything to me. Got eyes and ears everywhere in this race, mate. Somebody's asking what happened to our team. They're just asking me that right now. I'm like, well, we're doing good. Doing okay.
We're still
Gaining.
P25.
Yeah, gaining a little. I told them earlier the big loss that we had was that massive crash that cost us about 15 minutes. But aside from that, everything else has been pretty good. A few little moments, but that's endurance racing for you. Everybody has them. Very fast car coming around behind there to put a lap on us. That's P14, I believe, of Jackson. So we just try to get a little bit of feedback from some of them. This is what I was saying before to you, Jacob, that if you started to do a lot of iRacing when you can be in an open, well, in a lobby, of course, for an endurance race, and thousands of drivers were racing, and yet I recognize some of the teams and people. It's like at the odds of out of thousands of people, having in the one heat or split that you're in, and you recognize another team.
With how big the world is, it is yet so small. It blows my mind. I mean, even, well, heck, just last week, there was somebody that came in actually where I work at that I went to school with. I haven't seen him in, I don't know, 10 years.
Wow.
And we just kind of looked at each other. We're like,
I've seen you before, yeah.
Yeah.
Many years age difference, but seen you before.
Yeah. Yeah. So
is that the same town you grew? Is that the same town you're in now when you grew up? Because I know you were planning on moving or something.
Oh, I will be moving.
Yeah.
It is not the town that I grew up in. I don't want to say an hour away, but about 45 minutes. So it's not crazy far away.
Okay.
But nonetheless, it's a small rural.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
If you ran into them in Australia or something like that, they'd be like, all right, that's a.
There's lots of farms.
Okay. Yep.
We'll leave it there. There's lots and lots of farms, and that's about all there is. So unfortunately, but I will be moving, and I'm hoping all goes well.
Yeah, of course, I hope so.
Because instead of farms, lots and lots of farms, it'll be lots and lots of mountains.
Ah, nice. That's right.
So
that sounds like Colorado or something like that to me.
I don't.
If I'm taking a stab, I'm just taking it. If I'm just taking a stab in the dark, I'd say somewhere around there. If you're talking about mountains, but
yeah, obviously, I'm fine with giving it to you guys. To you and buddies and stuff like that. Telling them where I'm moving. Keep that private. We'll see how everything goes, and I hope.
Oh, they're taking a long pit stop to our Aussies. I just looking at their Discord there for a second, and they are still. Oh, now I think they're coming out. Yeah, they took a 9-minute pit stop, so I'll have to check to see. I'll ask him that. Repairs.
Got to hurt.
Yeah.
Got to.
That's the OC racing team. One of my best friends in Australia used to work for that company. So small world once again. Go back to Robin, who is now trying to reclaim this position, I think, that Jackson had taken before. That's 8 laps down from the leader. We currently, and I'll show you, out there, everybody. Chat's gone once again a little bit quiet. That's because I imagine everybody was, well, remember they were getting very tired before and about to have a lay down, and all that excitement happened. Put our heart rate through the roof. And now that things have calmed down a little bit. Don't forget, of course, it's all for a charity, so exclamation charity. You get the link there. If you have any money, please donate. Always for a good cause. We're doing a very good right on target there too for our donation. I think we already achieved it. So every little bit helps. Still plenty of time. 10 hours now and 37 minutes. And thank you very much there. It's Mr. Burlsy, aka Jacob, that stepped in. Kind of very last minute as well. This whole event was organised very last minute. It was just last night. And I was chatting with James and Robin about doing the broadcast, and so we had to scramble to get it already. It was very late. It's Robin's in my time zone in the Americas, and James very late at night. So what an amazing save again. So Robin does it. Miracle working. Manages to keep the front end, and you know how painful it is when you lose damage that front end with your steering. Just as I speak about how quiet things are starting to get, it heats up a little bit. Let's have a look at that. That's Jackson that was up the road. That's the one that had lapped us, but it's made a little bit of a...
it didn't work.
Boo-boo.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, see? Yeah. And right on... Oh! A millisecond later, and our front end is gone. So
Porsche is around.
what a great reaction again, and Robin's heart would be through the roof. Let's have a look. Let's go and let's pull up their cab. Oh, Robin's got a tinted visor on now. So when did she get that changed?
Can't see your googly eyes no more.
No. I bet your eyes would be even wider after seeing that car spinning in front of you.
Oh man.
Oh well, I'm happy.
Well,
I'm happy because that could have cost us a little bit there. But we've already had enough 15 minutes of damage with the past race leader. It pushes into a wall around Blackmont. No, get that right. That high-speed corner anyway, so it was a high-speed crash. And yeah, that whole front end, mate, was just could not turn it.
yes, Robin now is approaching. Well, actually, just passed over the 324th lap. About 15 laps behind leaders so far, as leaders are on lap 339. We are about, I want to say, 8-ish or so laps.
I want to see something real quick there to show you, because I'm looking at, this is Oliver. This is a car that's up the road from us here. And that's not too far. They've had a spin. Oh, and I think they've gone back off track again. Now they're in reverse. They have to do a switch around. I think they've spun it again.
Ooh.
They are currently running in P23. Yeah, you got to try to turn it. That could be, that steering could be damaged, mate, if it's that hard. Let's have a look. Inside the cockpit, it doesn't look too bad.
It's looking all right so far. Fortunate
see
for
if
that
there's
Lamborghini.
Damage or not? Do they go?
There's a little bit.
I don't think they're going to the pit lane.
Squished. Oh, it's gonna get interesting though. Actually, I think Mark Calver is closely approaching.
Yeah, we'll go back to the live.
So
You're right. You're absolutely right. Let's go to this. There it is. Right on board. That is just up the road from us. That's the next car up the road from us. That's the 24, and that's the 23 car there. Could this be an overtake? I think it might be with that damage. They're just kind of lifting off and then letting them through. Are they?
wondering if that.
yeah.
I want to say the Mercedes is a little bit faster in a straight line, but that front damage might just be causing them a few kilometers an hour in that straight line speed. So that could be affecting things. It might not be enough damage to go into the pits per se, but it could be enough damage to obviously affect the car. I do see Mr. Tom Hawk out there in the chat.
Hey, Tom.
Love you, Mr.
Thank you, mate. Tom, if you have any spare pocket change, mate, obviously if you can, donate. Obviously, it's the charity here. It's a 24-hour charity event. And obviously supporting the switchboard there of the LGBT community to help everybody in need. And we've already raised quite some funds here this evening. We just Mark now is up into that 23 position. 24 was the car we just saw before have a little moment into the fence, and we are just down the road from that. We being Miss Robin Summer, who was seeing if they're going to go into the pit lane or not. I don't think they did they?
We're talking about the Lamborghini, right?
Yes, the one that just had a moment before. That was that's the 29 car.
Oh, Summer is going to be passed by the Porsche again.
Yeah.
That Porsche doesn't make another mistake, and I think I believe Oliver is just going to stay out. I don't understand why you would pass the pits once. Maybe they just weren't sure if there was enough damage on the car to cause an issue. But he is roughly holding that second gap between him and Mark Calver in front of him. So I think he's going to be staying out. He's actually just dropped a little bit below that 1 second threshold. We'll see what that driver elects to do. I've been seeing roughly about 23, maybe 24 laps per stint.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading my mind. So we have casted quite a few. Haven't casted in a while, but we've casted together a lot. We start to read each other's casting mind, because I was going to go up to the pit lap to see right there, just as you said it, when we're getting close to that pit time, when we did box, and we of course is the Prismatic Motorsports racing team, because that's who we are all supporting here today. That's what we're focusing, of course. and Robin's in the car. And Robin did box when, my friend? I'm just having a look at that one. Lap 308.
She's getting, yep. It'll be, she's completing her 18th lap here just after the bus stop. So probably about 4 or 5 more laps now. Take into mind, yeah, 23 laps. That's not a lot. Well, this is Spa. You're taking over 2 minutes per lap to complete this track, and that time adds up fast. A lot of these guys are in the car for about 2 hours at a time. Or females, I apologize.
Yeah, of course. And they, and she's on a second stint now. I'm not quite sure if is she going to extend this. Do you think a little bit to? Usually it's on the hour, I'd say, and most of the time you do switch it over. But because we also had that 15-minute repair, it was switched over early from our Australian driver. She did. That's Mickey. Mickey had. That's when we got that massive damage, and Mickey went to bed. It was late in Australia. Mickey had to do some ice skating. Today, I wanted to see how that ice skating went because we're gonna hear from Mickey later on. Mickey will be doing probably the second last stint for the entire event.
Yeah, I do see out there in chat J-Rep asking if Robin had a refuel stop or asking if there was a refuel stop already this stint or not. Yes, there was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll give you the pit stop time there, so you can compare it to everybody else.
She has completed her refuel pit stop. I'm gonna guess 4, maybe 5 more laps here on this stint until she sends it back into the pit lane. Give or take, I don't know, just kind of depending obviously on track times. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into racing. There's a lot of stuff that goes into everything. So I believe we're gonna be seeing Leah take over the car.
Yeah, it should be Leah. I know Leah's been waiting in. Leah's probably been spotting, as we mentioned. I know because there is in the Discord we can see them in a private chat. Of course, they need to be in their own chat. Because it'd probably be very not an easy way for them to concentrate when we're babbling over top casting, especially when we go, whoa, you know, something happened in the corner and they're just about to turn into, like, go through Eau Rouge or something like that, flat out, and you hear that, it can get you a bit jumpy. And we do hear from these ladies when they finish up their racing stints, and I'm sure once we do see Robin will finish hers, she'll take a bit of a breather there. She'll probably do some spotting for Leah when she comes in there and does that for a little bit, just because you know as a driver, mate, when you pass that car over to somebody else, you've got to kind of describe how it's feeling, right? Because they're jumping into a car that you've had for a couple hours.
Typically, what I would kind of expect to see, this is obviously coming from an outside mind, so to speak. I would expect to kind of see the previous driver hang out for, I don't know, 45 minutes an hour spot for that half stint. And then maybe the next driver that's going to be coming in, she'll pop in for that second 45 minutes an hour, roughly. And then she'll take over the car, and then that driver will spot for 45 minutes or so on and repeat.
That's quite a bit, isn't it? Because you're not just driving the car for that period of time. You're doing a lot of the work behind the scenes, as you mentioned, the spotting as well. So you're not just getting a break. You're not just like, passing the car off to somebody else and saying, okay, that's it, bye-bye, I'm done. No, you're then still committed to making sure that, as you said, that information's been passed on, helping them out.
And obviously, it's so helpful when you have teammates that are able to convey that message. And you kind of get a rough idea of what to expect out of the car right off the bat, so to speak. You're going to be able to see what you can do.
I'm seeing
a little bit of a battle.
Josh Seed crashing here. Now, that's not the pit lane entrance, I don't think, and that's a spin, maybe? This is the 58 car. Are they ahead of us or not?
Oh,
yeah, they are actually. They're in P4, but that could be the nasty damage if it hits right on the rim. So,
I think you got pretty lucky there.
Might have. Let's go on board for a quick second to have a look at the cockpit. So the steering, it looks pretty straight. Well, it didn't hit the front end, but you never know how it feels, do you?
Yeah, obviously. I was actually kind of surprised. Like, he kept the throttle in it. He was trying to get to the stick. Too much wheel spin just wasn't getting it done. I do see there that the BMW was able to get by Robin. Not sure. I can't see car number 17. I'll get you a quick identification as to who that is.
Car number 17 is... oh, it's it's in P17 place.
P17.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they're car number 19. That's Shane right there. Shane Larson. Up the road.
So that person.
We're 18th places gained now. P25. That's great.
Moving up.
We know that
All you
we
can
know
ask
that
for.
the target we kind of said a little bit later on, and we'll hear obviously from Robin would be 18 because it's very it would be very memorable for a one of their friends that they has been lost to us, and this is also one of the reasons why it was one of their favorite tracks, and it's a very emotional. And if we could actually do that for Prismatic team, at least get 18 for above. Would be fantastic. That's kind of the target. Yeah. In honor, obviously, for that.
Yeah.
For that person. So.
Yeah. Excuse me. I apologize.
You're
Cutting me off left, right, and center.
No, you're right. It's okay. I don't want.
But no, and obviously there's 10.5 hours remaining. A lot can happen. 18 it's on the table. I mean, heck. I would say, okay, I'm not going to say the ones on the table, but a lot of stuff can happen. There's a lot of positions left to be gained and a lot of skilled drivers here that can do that. There's another BMW on the tail of Robin now, getting a little bit of a toe down that back straight. See if they elect to try to make a move. They're going to go down to the inside. Don't force anything stupid. Just take it in the bus stop and call it a day.
Yep. Are we live? I'm trying to see where we are. There they are.
Yeah, there it is. That BMW has gotten by now.
Oh, we were scared for the car behind. They didn't stop in time for a second. They did. They did. Lost the lights. Oh, I always get worried. You don't want to get slammed in the back when you're doing such a great stint for Robin. And I'm a little scared about that car behind too. Let's have a look.
I'm trying to see what car that is in the McLaren.
I think it's Sergio Perez. So he's in the wrong track this weekend, Mr. Sergio Perez.
I think that's who it is too.
Yeah. If you look at the very right hand side there where it says relative, that should be the cars that are around our driver at the moment of Robin Summer. It's 25th position. Yeah. That gives you an indication of, so you can see that they are 12 laps down, so they're essentially unlapping themselves, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's Mark. All right, so, well, there's another mark that's gone in the pit lane, and that's the mark that's in P23. So they're the ones that we were battling with. This is going to be interesting. Keep an eye on that, mate. So let's have a look at the gap. That'll give us an idea of the lap difference. Where are we? So we're 13 laps down. They're boxing. They're 12 laps. They're 12 laps down from leaders. There's only 1 lap difference between them. We could gain this lap back here.
There is actually no lap difference between Robin and Culver. So,
yes, you're right.
If Robin stays out, I think she'll get him.
Keep an eye on the track map as well too, because Robin's 24, and I need to put the 24. Where is the 24? No, we're looking at the 24. No, Robin, of course, is 25. Look at the 25 on the track map up the top. We're right up the top of the hill. Well, top of the track map. So this is interesting. They haven't pulled into the pit lane just yet. Into the pit spot right there, Mark. Right, that's actually almost right at the head of the pit lane, isn't it? Right behind the pace car. So that's going to be a quick out for him. And where is Robin now? It's crucial. Robin now coming around here.
A little unfortunate, actually, for this driver, Mark Calvert. Not necessarily this driver, but RF Automotive. They actually started P2. That's why their pit stop is so far up there.
I think we got them for sure, because they're still in the pits. Yes. And we're about to should easily be overtaken. Unless they exit the pit lane right now, we will be making our way up into P24. Oh no!
Spin!
Might have spoken a little bit too soon about that one.
That might be a commentator's curse.
Oh, she got to wait now.
That has got to be one of the worst spots.
No, commentating curse. I wouldn't do it to you, Robin. We're still okay, but if they exit the pit lane, they have.
Listen, you can blame me. I don't know you. I will give you a free out.
I'm just wondering about damage. Just have a look in the cockpit. It looks pretty good. Oh, that was very, very... Do you think it's just because maybe Robin felt a little bit of the pressure there and go, okay, we could get this one, and just a little too loud on the loud pedal?
There's a mixture of things that could have happened, obviously. You might be able to pull up a better replay of it. I know that.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and have a look here. So we're going to go actually on board the cockpit.
Let's see here what happened to Robin coming into turn 1. Throwing it, I think. Yeah, she locked the rear wheels. She broke late. I think that's what happened.
But no front end damage there. That's just a tiny little graze. But she just has to sit there and wait, of course, for the traffic to go by, because it would just be silly to back it up right now and just get slammed by somebody else. And then it's game over for everybody, perhaps. So that's it.
Yeah, and that almost calls back to a former sentence that you said earlier in the podcast. Just that one little small lapse of judgment, and that's you're around. It's unfortunate they're out of Robin. I'm not sure if she was trying to push the braking zone or whatever the case may be. I even when I first watched that, that was the first thing that I noticed was the late braking. I think she was just trying to stop the car too hard, lock the rear wheels. Unfortunately, spun that car around.
And it was interesting because, the other team was in the pit lane, so it could have been that coming in as well, too. We don't know if the spotters, that little bit of pressure in the ear saying, okay, we can get past them here. And then we were about 14 seconds down the road, them being that's the 21 car up the road that's in P24 that just came out of the pit lane. So that would have been very good. Would have been very close, I would have thought, actually. There, Jacob, that we would have been perhaps even side by side. Would have been quite interesting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would have. That's probably what I would have been leaning towards. Would have been great to see, actually, just because I believe that Mark is probably going to be a quick driver, considering, they qualified P2.
Nerve-wracking it would have been as well, too. And one thing, Robin has been keeping us as absolutely on our toes, and our heart rate has been through the roof for Robin Stinn at the moment since you've joined there, Jacob. The action, we definitely keep heating up the action as we're just over halfway through. That's what you bring. You bring action there, Jacob. You do.
I joined. I think she spun 3-4 times now. It makes. That I don't want to say commentator's curse because the
but she also gained places during the time as well.
Correct.
So we've had a win-win situation. Well, it's not really a lose situation because there's been no damage to the car.
Yeah, it's just a unfortunate error. You can almost call back to Lando Norris at Austria last year. Goes off at turn 1, I believe it was practice. It might have been qualifying, and when he was asked what was wrong or was there any damage done, he just simply replied with my talent. So that could be going through the head, and you don't want to be getting those thoughts when you're driving these cars. You want to be able to focus and pound lap after lap after lap.
And I see out there's the code exactly. So if you type Athenia in, you will get the update there of our other team, and that on the Prismatic Motorsports channel. And just to give you an update, I have to move my head over just to look at the numbers because it's really small, so let me just check. I believe they're running at P16, if I can see that correctly. On their race, yes. If you can check that out for us there, please, Jacob. Yeah. They start at the same time as we did. Unfortunately, not in the same split, but they're doing quite well. We have had a chat to some of the drivers before they had a chance. Of course, always welcome to give us a chat. You can follow that. If you have multiple monitors, we all have, multiple screens. If you have a computer and a phone, you can pull it up on your phone.
So Diggles, I have a sincere question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How many monitors do you have?
I have 5, but currently at the moment I only have 3 on. Yeah, and I
And
pull
your
my
GPU
iPad up.
only supports 3?
No, it supports 5.
Really?
Yeah, it supports 6 actually. But because I'm running the game, the GPU's running a little hotter.
Yeah.
And I don't want to cook it too much because it's been going consecutively now as the broadcaster for almost 14 hours. So yeah, you don't risk it for the biscuit too much by having a couple extra monitors on there, giving it a little bit more load.
Yes, and I do believe that you were correct. Nicholas Sykes racing for Prismatic. There in the other race, he is currently P16.
That's excellent. That's solid. Yes. So they're doing quite well. We're down in 25th. They're in 16th. I think they've been having some issues as well as who doesn't really have any issues when it comes to endurance racing.
And now I'm actually gonna see. I wonder. I don't think that I'm gonna be able to tell. Is I was wondering if these guys were racing with our friends. Well, my friends, I guess. Your friends too. I mean, like.
Oh yeah, you could probably check because we all have. Yeah, we're all like motor racing enthusiasts here, so we all have friends all over the different places, and some of them are in different in this event. So yeah, interested to know.
You got your Aussies here. I got
Yeah.
my Americans over here.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they go. They're great guys, and we saw Tom in there. I don't know if was Tom part of their racing team as well.
Yes.
Say anything in the chat. It obviously wasn't driving because it was calling you out there, Bells.
Well, I think what happened was Tom went to bed.
So he's done his stint or something. Robin's in.
Yeah,
Robin's in.
Oh.
So this could be a driver change. We're getting close to this situation. I believe it might very well be. We'll keep an eye out.
Okay. So Robin was able to complete 25.
Look at this
laps.
car up the road there. Sorry, parked in some sort of not very good grid position, pit position. There.
Car parked up. Oh. That's an angle.
That costs you some time, doesn't it? Okay, let's see if Robin does change. If the car gets lifted or not. We're looking at 25 car. That's just yes, it is. So yeah, Leah's in. Leah's in. Let's check out inside the car there and check out Leah as she hops in there.
A little bit different of a visor.
Yeah.
Still
Got
can't see the
reflection.
eyes,
Well, it's daytime too, so you wanted that light in your eyes too, the clear visor.
Yeah, right.
Just they're debating whether they're going to wipe off the splattered mosquito or not. What do you reckon? I don't see it, so I think they did get rid of it.
They had to have. But would that be? I mean, like, I wonder, right? Hear me out. You know when you go to a gas station, you have the little windshield wiper cleaner.
Yeah.
You think they would have one of them for a race weekend?
It's cool. I've used Rain-X before.
Yeah.
My car. One of my old beat up cars when I was younger, I already couldn't afford to have it regress. One of my windscreen wipers stopped working or something, and then I just buffed that Rain-X in big time, and I honestly didn't even need wipers when it was raining.
I know.
It was amazing. It was beaded right off.
I've used Rain-X since I've been driving, and I'm blown away. I think I was driving through a storm that like I shouldn't have been able to see at all.
Yeah.
And I didn't even use my wipers.
It's amazing. It is really good.
Speed.
Yeah.
Like I was blown away.
I mean, we're not sponsored by Rain-X, of course, but
No.
you do have to buff it in. It's a little bit of work, of course. You polish it. The more you polish it in, the more the water beads. But absolutely, you don't really. It will help even if you have wipers, but it's that itself. Yeah. The heavier the rain, the clearer it is, kind of thing.
Yeah. Takes 2 minutes. That's it. I mean, like, I don't know exactly how you did it. I had a spray bottle, I sprayed it on a cloth, wiped that on there, done. That was it.
I think they had the luxury of the spray. They didn't give us that in Australia, but yeah, it's still the same thing. You put it in. So driver change, and obviously we're gonna let Robin have a little bit of a break. Robin's gonna be doing spotting, obviously, right now, talking to Leah about, hey, how's the car? How's it feeling? This is what it's been doing. Take care of it. Buy it dinner if you need to. That's what I always say. You gotta take care of the car, you know.
Make her happy.
Exactly. Every single time.
Yeah, is it Danny Rick that talks to his car?
Yeah, well, Sebastian Vettel used to call have names for his car and stuff like that. Yeah, of course. Well, hey, that's the machinery that you use to win races or get points. So be nice. And same to your tires as well. I always say be nice to your tires. They're the 4 points of contact that are most important. And another question to you as a driver now, Mr. You have doubles out there for the name, of course. Jacob is your name. Those marbles are really starting to form up. So how much does that affect? Because iRacing is a simulator, so those marbles are there.
Yep.
How dangerous do they start getting?
It's kind of hard to say, simply because I've never done an endurance race. So I don't think I would feel as if the marbling, or the different marbles and whatnot off the racing line in a simulator, I don't know exactly how different they are from a simulator like this to C to F1, different simulators, stuff like that. Obviously, when you pick up marbles on the tire, you get less of a contact patch until that rubber is essentially forced off the tire or rubbed out, whatever the case is. So you actually lose a little bit of grip out of the tire in braking and churning, mid-corner, exit, obviously, all that stuff. So running over the marbles can affect you.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
Hey. I feel like it's almost a similar situation to green tires, actually.
I heard the weather model might have that. Hey, I might have a little bit of a moment here, and this is for the team that's just up the road from us, Oliver, car 23. Now, they've had it says off track or crash. There it is. So that's at the OCC, my Australian team, friends. That's interesting. Now, he's kind of stuck here. Where is he? Camera angle right there, okay.
Yep, that is Oliver.
That's how much have they lost here?
So, I believe him and Mark, the two cars in front of us, are on the lap ahead of us. But it's not
am I seeing another crash from them? Again? It can't be the same one. Oh, there's a pit lane. They're boxing. Yep, we'll keep an eye on the time there. I was going to say. I was waiting for the message that comes up saying they entered the pit lane. There looks like there's some damage on that front end. Well, that's going to be interesting. I'll see if I get a little bit of information from my OC racing team buddies in their chat about what happened there. I mean, we can kind of see it, couldn't we?
Yeah, you can definitely see the damage on the front of that Lamborghini. It's unfortunate. It brings us back to life.
Yeah, look at the light. Oh, yeah, that's what we're saying, isn't it? Luckily, if we do look at Leah, she's got nice visor on there to help reflect that away.
You imagine getting in the car on your first lap and you see that. You're just like, man, I want to be able to see today. But
J-Rap out there, is picking on Miss Anna Queenslander moment. I'm Queensland, it's a state thing that we have in Australia, of course. Just like you guys have in the States as well.
Yeah. You got your own states, we got ours.
We don't have as many.
Issues. We don't play in California sometimes.
I'm just going to quickly check with these guys just to hear anything. No messages that they were in, but they're all in a team chat, so they're probably talking about it. Yeah. That's
I do believe that where is it? RF Automotive. I was looking for who is in the pit stop here. Yep. Yeah. So Oliver has left the car. There's a new driver in there. His name is Marcus.
Marcus Smits. Smits, I think. Yeah. Now, it's important to us because they are ahead of us just on this. So, are we going to gain them? Do you think? Let's go to Leah.
You're gonna.
I'll keep getting that wrong. Right, I'll get it right for you at one point there, Leah. Look at the
Okay,
track
so
map.
Leah, oh boy, she is coming
Yeah.
around Puan right now.
Yeah, that's
There's a
still
lot of
quite a bit to
time.
go.
I almost want to say that that team, they're taking their their optional damage. They know that they have a lot of time to spare, so to speak, and they're just taking care of their car. Leah, hopefully being able to catch them in front. About a half a lap now, give or take a little bit. She is coming down the back stretch, so she is going to be full throttle.
Yeah, they're still in the pit lane at the moment. The other team, that's the 29 car, and you just look at the dot there on the track map. Everybody, you can see where it's just like it's not fully coloured because they're stationary in the pit box. They're 3 minutes into there now, and through the bus stop chicane is Leah. So I'd say we may very well be getting close to getting this opportunity done, and then we are on the same lap, right? So yes, this will be a pass. If we should go up to P24. All right, Leah, just make it stick around. Enter turn 1. Yeah, a Lacombe.
And Leah is putting in some strong laps. I'm sorry, I put my pop filter off my mic. And
You're right.
So I can try to directionalize it a little bit better. And it's funny because I hear myself popping.
Pop, pop, pop. I think you're okay.
Off my mic.
Let us know out there in the chat how it sounds. I think it'd be okay. It sounds okay through my headphones.
Yeah, I think I'll be alright. It's just in my head kind of thing, so to speak. I do see them still in the pits.
They are, 4 minutes.
They are going to be losing a good amount of ground here to Leah. It's unfortunate.
We're up 19 places now. We are gaining. I think it'd be very happy when everybody out there starts waking up in the different time zones. And thank you very much for supporting us. We still have a nice solid hovering about 20 people watching at the moment, so thank you very much, everybody out there. So when you do wake up, it's the best thing, isn't it? When you've had a bit of a lay down and you wake up and your team have gained you a ton of places. In an endurance race for sure. That's what I was saying before with the team. Like when James waking up was like, okay, so waking up will be in the top 10. It's a stretch, but you never know. We are 14 laps down on the current race leader, but our target is around P18, and that's 8 laps. Okay, say 7 or 8 laps down, I believe, from the race leader. That is achievable for sure.
Yes.
I'd say
in the
P1,
yeah,
it might not be so much. Of course, that's a lot to gain.
Over the course of a possible 600 laps, 6 laps is very minuscule. It is a lot of time, nonetheless, but yeah, she is putting in strong laps. That is good to see. She's getting ready to cross the line here again, so we're going to get to see what her lap time is. And it's right there.
218.7.
Pretty good lap times, pretty consistent too. That is key.
Yeah, it's Mark Calva that's up the road there from us that we're now currently battling it out with the 21 car. I like the orange on a white background, sorry, that I'm seeing. It's not the easiest colours to read. They did do a 216.15. But remember, Leah's just jumped into the car, so Leah's, getting up to speed. As you're getting used to it, a couple of banker laps there underneath your belt. You don't want to push it too hard too quickly, do you? Because that's when mistakes are made.
Yeah, and obviously, Mark up in front of us, he has been on his tires a little bit longer. They're a little bit more worn in. He's using a little more fuel. The car's a little bit lighter. But respectable lap times out of him. Unfortunately, as of right now, I think he's kind of clear from Leah. I do see, I believe, that he is a lap in front of us. We'll see how that ends up. Obviously, a lot of room for air out of these drivers in front and drivers behind even. So a lot can happen as we approach 10 hours remaining.
Wow, right on the money. Good on you. Thank you very much. You are listening to Jacob, Mr. Burlsy, myself, Biggles. My name's Dean as well. I don't say Matt too often, but I'm Dean. Dean Biggles. We share our names here. And welcome everybody out there that have been supporting us. Don't forget Exclamation Charity. They're all for a good sports for the switchboard LGBT fundraising. We have a lot of fundraising already. I believe we reached our target there. One of our major sponsor, of course, is Certifiably Diverse. And we are the Prismatic Motorsports, and we will definitely hear. We've also got some of those other sponsors, of course, right up the top there as well, that have been scrolling through. And this production has been brought together by JPB Broadcasting with Mr. James, as we get the little overtake done there. Not too much of a battle there. With a driver that's a little bit further down, actually, maybe ahead. That's anyway, I lost my train of thought. Cardan Computers, that's it. That's one of our additional sponsors that we have. We do have a B-Stream team at the moment. If you don't mind checking that one for us, please, Belgian, and see what sort of placing that they're still going.
Yeah, I actually pulled up the donation page. Currently sitting just over 60% of the $500 target.
Nice. They have increased it because we'd achieved it so early that it's now been boosted, of course, because why not? Yeah, we don't stop giving money to charity if we've already achieved it. You continue with it, so I love it. You select that bird on the side of the car too. You can start seeing it now because I know you joined in the early morning session, so now we can see the liveries properly.
Yep, and I am pulling up the stream there for the other Prismatic team, currently in P16 still.
Nice.
In for a pit stop. A little bit different here. Just trying to see if there's too many spots. I don't believe so. There are a couple cars behind them that are a couple laps more down than they are, so that is good.
You can find them, guys, by exclamation mark. I think I had to pull up the B stream there. Not quite remember. Yeah, exclamation mark Athena. We'll pull up the link there. Oh, sorry. If you have just joined, scroll up a little bit. It's there.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit better, so I'm not leaning too far away from my mic. Those drivers there in Athena, we got Roxy, Sarah, Emily, Rachel, and Nick. And the drivers here that we are spectating for Minerva, Alyssa, Rebecca, Robin, Leah, and Mickey is currently. Leah is the one driving.
Yeah, Leah on a second stint as well too, I believe. They've all getting close to doing the second stints, or have done the second overall stints, because they've done a stint. Because Rebecca started the first off and did a bit of a nighttime shift. And I followed that by Mickey, did the second stint, let's say. Second series of stints. Mickey will be doing after this, after Leah. Yeah. It's a different time zone in Australia. And Mickey will be able to jump in the car and do the second last two stints. Something was funny, just posted in the chat there about changing tires or something like that. I was like, it's not something that Prismatic Motorsports would have any issues with. None that I've seen so far, especially when we're running right up in P24, gaining 19 places. I don't think we had any problems changing tires at all. Work that we've been doing.
I saw something there in the Discord chat. And I figured I'd ask a little more questions about it. Leah is leading the next car behind us by a full minute and a half. Minute 38 to be.
I wonder if Mickey can come and chat to us now, because I wanted to see how Mickey went for her ice skating. She did that session before. She'll be driving again soon. She's from Melbourne, Australia.
Ooh.
So Mickey, yeah, come and have a chat to us if you can. I don't know if you might fix that one. I might have messed up that. I was just trying to tag. Come hang, and of course we do naturally want to hear from Robin. I was just doing some spotting after her double stint session. Yep, okay, I can now. All right, great. I do have.
Hi, honey.
Hello. So we have Mickey, and we're gonna pull both of you. We're gonna have we're gonna have Mickey here, and we're gonna have Robin. So Mickey, before I go to you, all right. So you've still got driving to do. I want to speak to Robin because Robin's been doing all that fantastic driving and keeping us heart rate through the roof there, Robin. How was that?
You know, as I was driving, I knew y'all were going to say something to me about it. I knew exactly what you were going to say too. Oh my god.
The chat, some of the chat was trying to go to sleep, but they're like, we can't go to sleep now.
Definitely keeping the suspense and up in the air with some of those unnecessary battles, but at the same time, it's going through, like, for me, like, the longer you're in the race, you gotta find ways to stay on, like, head in the game, and sometimes you just need that little bit of pressure to keep you focused in the race. For me, at least, I'd rather have that than just go around the track by myself and just let everybody pass me.
Yeah, you were fighting, weren't you, too, for now?
Well, that.
Now, this is just to introduce you, because this is Dabels is in here, which is Jacob, and he's just joined, and it's not for me, and it's Trans Taco in the Discord, and obviously, or in the Twitch as well, which is AKA Robin. So I'm mentioning the names, you might get a little bit confused about who's who. But Belzy, as a race driver and engineer, I'll probably have a few questions for you as well. Like La Source, there was a couple of moments, I think. Where was that too? Yeah. Go ahead, Belzy.
I mean, like, I don't really want to bring it up, you know what I mean? But, like, and nice to meet you guys. Obviously, I've never met you guys before. I'm Jacob. And obviously, better remembering names. Robin, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's just because the Discord's listed different names. You're right. It's okay. We got.
Obviously, coming out of that long stint that you just had, what's the kind of game plan on transferring over to Leah and getting her ready to get into the car, so to speak, and get her out on the road and get her going?
So Leah's spot for me, both well, the 2.5 stints. It was so the way that we've been doing this basically throughout the evening and race so far is that whoever's going to be going to the car next typically spots. That way you're real time knowing what's going on and you're following. So me and Leah, that whole time communicating, I'm asking, I'm giving feedback about the way that there were a couple spin outs on that one. Turn 1 felt pretty, the hairpin felt pretty loose for me. Goodness. Going down straight, there was some of my aggressive fighting got the better of me when I spun out there, and I had a bit of a hit there with someone else. But what was the maneuver? I guess so. Back to your question on communicating that back to Leah. There was the discussion that we had of driving. I think it was, or rather, no, it's when I got into a wreck. My front end, I hit it kind of bad, and so it was surprisingly only 2 minutes of repairs. So we're talking through that about how we were going to adjust our stints because it was about halfway through, and I decided I was going to push it 2.5 on tires. And that's when by the end of that, I was looking at, I think by the end of my second pit stop, going into my second, I noticed I was, 15 seconds behind the next car. So we had made some pretty good time there. So it's been good. Definitely having that live spotter real time.
Yeah, Robin, that's exactly what Jacob was mentioning to me when I was talking about spotters, and he said exactly what you just said. Confirm it, isn't it? Like how crucial that information is to pass on to the other drivers there and support each other the whole time. And that's obviously paid off quite well. So I don't think does Leah have a spotter at the moment with
Mickey,
her?
because Mickey's going next.
Yeah, Mickey's in with the chat with us at the moment.
Oh,
but yeah, for
sorry,
sure.
Mickey. I thought, but no, Mickey, you're going next, aren't you? After Leah's.
And I have a question for you, Mickey. How was your ice skating? You went ice skating?
It was fabulous. Thanks
Yeah?
for asking.
Excellent.
I have a figure skating lesson this morning. Commitment. Grateful to get the time away when I really should be driving the car or spotting for someone. It went very good. It's very exhilarating. If you haven't tried it and you're into your racing, I strongly recommend it for your racing gigs because it's very similar to driving the car. You sort of experience the same things. You're like traction loss and you're transferring the weight and like knowing what you're doing and learning from mistakes. I think a lot of the skills translate.
Oh, wow.
I like that.
Yeah. I'm not very good at balance sports, but that's that's it. And you're going to be obviously. And how did you feel? Because it wasn't. I mean, you're going to bed after your first couple of stints, and and waking up and going, hey, we've gained 19 places up in a P24. It must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, amazing work done overnight just while I'm dreaming. I wasn't really dreaming, to be honest with you guys. I was having like a minor nightmare about the incident.
Yeah, to relay to everybody, that was the incident where the leader at the time didn't just decided to turn into you when you're going flat out right through that high-speed section before bus stop, and then visiting the fence and cost us about 15 minutes of damage repairs, and that's why you went to sleep with that nightmare, knowing that.
Speared us off
Leah,
right in the damage
be
section.
very careful with those chicanes. Sorry, I just saw Leah just go
That's nice and bouncy.
over the bus stop chicane. Yeah.
Sometimes I feel it's probably better not to have anyone in there.
Oh, you think? Yeah.
Chat heckling in a moment like that.
I mean, I think Alyssa is with Leah at the moment.
Yeah.
So she's not alone. That's good. And so overall, but I think you did a fantastic job. I mean, it's a lot of concentration, didn't you, Robin? Because it's also your second stints per se. So you've done 4, I think, in total now. And I know you've been up since the crack of dawn with me, really early in the morning.
Go to sleep until 4:30, and then I woke up like 7:30.
Yeah, after frantically rushing around to sort all of this
Yeah.
fantastic charity event here that we've been doing for Prismatic Motorsports. It's amazing how you've managed to do it all together and drive, of course. I mean, I get the luxury of just being up in the casting box. I have to sweat it out, but my heart rate was through the roof. I think when Jacob came in here, he's like, whoa, this is entertaining. We were just like going for it tooth and nail, and I think Jacob tried to call me for casting cursing you into turn 1 on Lost Source, right?
Oh, really? You did that?
I didn't.
That was you?
He said it was me. That was right. Remember, the other team was boxing. They were in the pit lane, and you had a little spin, which is, it's a little spin, and you had to wait for a few cars to go through, but no damage. I don't think was to the car, but damaging to my heart rate, that's for sure.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch. Like, whenever we do our Twitch streams for Mermaids on Prismatic on Sundays, we just finished season 4, supporting the Mermaids charity, which is a UK-based org supporting trans youth.
Tell us about these charities, because unfortunately I wasn't that familiar with them, and I was just trying to explain to Jacob about. He was asking me about all the charities, and I know a lot of the charities, and we've been raising some fantastic money as well out there.
Yeah.
For the switchboard.
So switchboard is LGBTQ plus helpline for really anything.
Yeah, I know. I've been going through that exactly. But some of the other fantastic sponsors and stuff that you don't know. Yeah, like the Mermaid. I didn't know about explain the Mermaid. This sounds very interesting.
Yeah, so The Mermaids was actually the Mermaids charity. We've been running this charity GT3's charity series for 4 seasons now. It's really excited. We've got teams. We've got a bunch of different racing teams. Prismatic with our drivers. We're split up into several different teams, so we're all able to compete. I'll say the Ford gets a lot of love where it has. We've got Roxy, Gibson, and Lilac Zier, who both love the Ford and are always raving about it. So, but all of that, we've raised over $2,000 over the last year for Mermaids.
Oh, congrats. Thank you. There, you need it. That's a clap right there. Absolutely. That's, you know, in hard times as well, so raising that sort of money is a massive, fantastic support for the community. You'd be very proud of that. That's a brilliant job that everybody's done there.
Thank you. It's, that goes to everyone that has any sort of input and support from the Prismatic community. We're many things and represent a lot. It's even just, you know, having the blue over the marquee trans and non-binaries, sim racing and esports team and community.
Quick drivers as well, absolutely. As we see.
They quick as
by the way, I'm just looking at the helmet cam right now of Leah. Sorry to cut you off
yes.
there, and I was surprised there because when I was talking to Belzy about it, like we saw your clear visor because you were doing the night stint there, and your eyes were just. I don't think you blinked.
It was.
You know, honestly, if you looked in the VR headset, because I race in VR.
Okay. That's another question we had. How many? Because we know that Mickey does. Right, or is it Mickey? I'm not sure if Mickey does, but Mickey's had to leave us, of course, because Mickey said he could do some spotting. But can you explain, actually, real quick there, Robin, how many of these fantastic drivers are using the VR?
We've got at least, let's see, Alyssa is using VR, and I think we have one more. I can't remember who else on Minerva.
It was I know the first driver, Rebecca.
Okay.
She did, right? Because she had that disconnection issue very early into the race for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been racing in I've gotten a Valve Index that I've been racing since the beginning of this year. When I got that, and it's been, I don't know if I've tried going back to just monitor racing, and it's no comparison. The sensation of sitting inside of these cars, to pick any of these cars in the simulator, and you're there, and you look over your left shoulder, and you look at the car outside of you. That's why I feel really confident making some of the moves that I do, because I can have that visibility. It's awesome.
And Robert, how does the sun feel when it hits you in the eyes and when it's early in the morning and for race time right now? Does that affect you in the VR?
I got so lucky with that. It honestly not as bad, it feels like, as if it was with the monitor, because it doesn't glare the whole screen.
Ah.
And you can look away from it.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's true. You can. Like you
can raise yourself in the chair, and then you can just look down. And so you can, just like you would in real life. It's your wing mirrors, your rear view mirror, all of that you can adjust and have in game. So normally they're blacked out, but I've got them all real mirrors that I can use.
Nice.
I do run crew chief as well.
Not that you needed to use your mirrors too much and when you're doing your racing before, because anybody that was even quicker than you was behind you were like, you're going to have to earn your way past me.
Oh, hell yeah.
And well, Jacob, Jacob is aware. I mean, Jacob, I'm not sure if you have VR or not. I know Jacob does a lot of racing and engineering, but people with the VR and stuff.
Yeah, I've used it on iRacing occasionally. Unfortunately, I have to get a new cable because my cable broke. And I might just have to buy a new VR headset because the replacement cable is $180.
Wow. A sting on that one.
So, I might as well just get a new fucking...
Oh, I got it. That's okay. It's all right. Over the whole 14 hours so far, I think we already had about 2 curse words, so we're doing pretty good.
I curse like a sailor, so I'm holding back.
How long have you been on? How long have you been watching the stream, Pickles?
I've on and off. I don't know.
On and off.
I tried to have a little bit of a lay down in between there, but it did not quite work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I went and got some pizza, and that's about it. I've been here since, and I'm gonna try to do as long as we can. And very thank you for Belzy for coming in and helping out during this stint, because we got to try to stretch it as much as we can before the UK team wake up to cover the rest. But it's just time.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
I just heard you. I think I just heard you yawn.
What?
Did I hear you yawn?
It might have been me.
That was you, but somebody yawned. I was like, all right.
Oh,
that's contagious,
man.
if you yawn.
All right. Well, somebody just dropped a lot of money.
Oh, wow.
I was gonna say.
So we went from 308 to 446.
Wow. Did you hear that about that, Robin? That James is gonna have to be playing the piano and all his musical instruments and stuff like that from that team because of that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Lots of surprises coming.
So that means we're only 50.
Oh, Belzy, yeah. What can
away?
Belzy can sing? Belt out some notes, can't you, Belzy? Oh, let's see. I'm just looking at the OCE team. That's my Australian buddies that are coming out of the pit lane right now. They're up the road.
Are those donuts?
Oh. Where?
Those are donuts on that pink car.
Oh, are they? Where is that pink car? Let's have a look.
So, whoever this was, if it was Mr. Sword Saint,
our number.
There we go, in chat. Yeah, thank you for the dono, because that was... It says much love, or lots of love from the Baltimore Orioles, if that means anything to any of you guys.
Where are you reading? Which chat? I'm maybe a little bit delayed on
I'm
Twitch.
looking at the support, the dono.
If you click on the charity link.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
Yeah. I'm looking at the charity link. So I'm just doing some quick math. So $338, or not $338, $138 donation.
That's amazing. All for absolutely fan. I have to do my donations as well too. So once I kind of settle down there, I'm gonna absolutely, definitely help support, because it's fantastic. Prismatic have been absolutely amazing to me and James. Certifiably diverse. I'm getting better at that. Certifiably diverse. One of our major sponsors, of course, that helped to put this together. We can't forget, obviously, we have the other sponsors there, Caden Computers. Just to elaborate, Caden Computers, a reference there, how they help out Robin.
Yeah, so our main sponsor is Certifiably Diverse. They've been a sponsor for us, supporting us since the beginning of this year, and we just recently signed through the rest of the year with them. So we're really thankful for the support that Certifiably Diverse provides. They are a diverse supplier, diverse minority supplier development system, management system that helps connect women-owned, minority-owned, historically underutilized small businesses with Fortune 500 companies across the globe. So it's really focused on being able to connect those businesses that haven't had the chances before. It includes LGBTQ plus businesses, African American owned, any historically underutilized socioeconomic business type is eligible to be, can find value on that system.
That's excellent.
It's a really huge need. Diversity, equity, and inclusion as a DE&I is a huge topic of discussion at the moment. Some might call it a buzzword, but it's an important message. It's a necessary discussion that is being had a lot in the public and private sectors, and so it's a really great solution to things going on at the moment. We've also got some of our legacy sponsors, Kadon Computers and Go for the Gap.
Yeah, let's go for the gap just to explain that, elaborate with that as well too, as you said, both of them. But I'm still.
Yeah.
There was ads, and I probably at some point should replay those ads there for a second for everybody to have a look at when we have gaps in the racing action.
Yeah. Go for the Gap is a racing print store. That is a firm with Prismatic. The artwork that they create is incredible.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me about that. So the problem is it was 14 hours ago. So you can remind us again, please. Exactly.
But then we've also got Kadon Computers, who actually supports our built and donated our stream PC that we use to host all of our Prismatic Motorsports main race events. Like, the one at the moment is being run out of, I believe Roxy is hosting that one.
Yeah, on the B stream you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
That, and of course, and that's the that's a Prismatic. That's the other channel on there. That's the
Prismatic channel.
Athena point of view camera at the moment that they're going through. Looking like they're going through some pretty good battles and doing okay, I think. So once again, somebody's going to verify that because it's in my monitor all the way down over there, and it's in 4K. So I'm like sitting there going, squealing my eyes, going, I can't read that. It's too small. But
oh my gosh!
Can let me know.
I took a screenshot of my my monitor because I've got just everything laid out here. It looks so cool.
Tricky! Oh no!
Oh no!
No, I'm gonna keep my car coming around. Yeah. Good on you, Leo. And also good. A big hats off to the other cars there. And that actually did remind me. Now, coming to think of it, that I got you with here, Robin, because Belzy and I, Jacob, we were like, you had to avoid that same very much situation, didn't you? I think into the bus stop.
Oh my god!
It was so close.
God.
You could have destroyed that.
Yeah, that's coming up here, right to the last turn.
Yeah, the bus stop. It was the bus stop.
It was. I'm horrible with turn names.
You're right. No, somebody had spun, and then you're almost directly going to T-bone them, and you just your sharp reactions. Oh, that's one of those heart-stopping moments that kept everybody awake.
I don't know if anybody got a clip of it in chat, but I'll have to go back and find that for sure.
This is not a replay of that. This is a replay of what just happened before, because I'd have to scroll all the way back through. Yeah, I can't. No, I can't find it. Look at that. Was that contact or netcode?
Yes, that was contact.
You look like
that's my Australian guys at OCE. See, they took care of you. I have to actually thank them very much. I will in their chat say thank you for not T-bowing us, because it would have destroyed your car and our car.
Oh my goodness! And going back on the track, whatever that car behind us now. That Ferrari almost hit the other.
I'll go back to that replay again so we can actually look at that again. Yes, so we'll try to get a little bit of a chopper cam or something. Might give you a bit of a better indication here. So here's Leah. Yeah. I don't know. You think it's a little too greedy?
Yeah. I've been there. I was there.
And
I'm not gonna say any blame, but
Yeah, Leah, it's a long
little
race, Leah. It's a long
overzealous.
race, Leah. Okay.
I am in absolutely zero place to say anything. I take full
Yeah.
responsibility.
Well, you know, as you keep mentioning all that, I'm gonna chat to these. I'm actually just gonna say a big thanks to the OCE team once again for thank you for not murdering us.
I was actually getting ready for one of the infamous Biggles disconnects because of how quietly you went.
Oh no, it's been good. It's all green at the moment. Touch wood. More my electricity
Yeah,
I'm worried
right.
about than anything because I have a generator to fire up. But good thing about weekends in my Hamptons per se city that I am living in Panama that they don't tend to have electricity problems.
Right.
Put it this way, yeah, if you were aware out there, Robin, but my neighbours flying on helicopters on the weekend to land on their property. They don't have to drive.
You're not joking.
I'm not joking. This is the Hamptons, mate. Multi-million dollar. There's a couple of streets called multi-millionaire avenues. Put it that way. In the middle, it's a beautiful place, of course. But their problem is it's like a radar town. Anyway.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but I guess So while we have you here, Robin,
yes.
there was a couple things. I guess this is coming from my driver background, so
Please,
to speak. Well, I can be critical. I try not to be because I often sound like a dick.
I got
I'm not trying to come off.
He's
that
an
way.
engineer, but it's all right. It's all constructive. Go ahead, Buzzy.
Please.
I'm not. If that's a bad word, I apologize. I don't see that as a bad word. But so I noticed on your turn 1 incident, where you spun around, it almost looked like you broke later than you intended to, because I think the ultimate reason for your spin was locking the rear tires.
Mm-hmm.
That was a third-person type of thing. Could that have been? I mean, if you can recall it, lapse of judgment, loss of concentration. Where do you think that would lie on, so to speak?
Turn 1 came up like there were several moments that turn 1 had for me in my stints this last stint here. The having in trying to figure out where I wanted, to let people pass, and I've seen already this evening where even if I open the door, people aren't committed to it and won't go for it.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, I was about to say, Leah, these are my friends from Australia, okay? And they should know as well, because Mickey's from Australia, so yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, don't mess with the OCE. OCE guys are going to help us out, okay? They're willing to work with us here, all right? They're our allies on track, so let's take it easy with them. Sorry, go ahead.
So in short, I was foregoing maintaining my racing line or allowing the inside to overtake, and whether it was a mix of getting on marbles, me late braking, which that was late braking, because I did that a couple times. It caught me when I spun, of which I also have a tendency to overdrive the car. So I have to be very conscious about how quickly I'm getting on the throttle while I'm still having a wheel turn. So it's a lot of, I'll say beginning of, I think in March of this year, I was I think I was like a 600 iRating. And in the last couple months, I've worked my way up to a 1600. A lot of LMP2, IMSA. I come in going currently P2 in Div 5 of IMSA for the LMP2s. So I've had a lot of. I've only been doing racing and iRacing since summer of last year. So about a year now.
Did you do other sims before then?
arcade type sims. I've played Forzas and Forza 2. I built my own sim rig out of wood to be able to, like, when I was young.
I've done that as well. I did that in Australia.
Yeah.
I did that in Australia. It's still there, I think. I think it's still in my parents' garage. It's actually a pretty cool sim rig. I thought I was really impressed with those. Oh, yeah, no, that's creativity. I love it.
I think I chopped it up and when I tried to make my own hovercraft.
See, you're very creative. Not only very talented behind a wheel, but very creative creating the rig and everything you need to be driving. I love it. This Ferrari again's always been the wars, hasn't it? As they there, and our OC. That's my. I'm saying it's my buddies from Australia right there. So once again, they're gonna help us out. They're really cool blokes. And once again, you know, they're probably not too far down the road from Mickey. They'll be up soon.
Let's see. How long does Leah have?
Let's have a look at the last pit stop as well,
5
too,
laps.
from Leah.
5 laps, 20 left.
So pit lap, there it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. Switch things on other monitors. You know how it is, Biggles. You know, I guess we're going back to your driving again, Robin.
Please.
Of course, I'm trying to figure out stuff to talk about. This is an endurance race after all. We also have to be, we got to be able to commentate endurance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
No, I like this discussion.
But Belzy's an engineer, and he's. I mean, we've actually got some friends that Belzy has that are actually like they're racing as well in this very not in this very race that we're looking at, but their own. So
yep.
Yeah, they race all day, every day.
We should connect.
Robin.
We should connect.
So, but yeah, I guess this kind of goes. You said it. You mentioned it. You talking about overdriving the car, and that's totally understandable. It happens to a lot of newer drivers. And granted, I've only got I picked up F1, the video game, in like early 2020, right before the pandemic. I've had my wheels since like May of 2020, so about 2 years I've been racing. But sorry, I see you up in the chat, mate. Saying if I can see mad Indians right now. Tried and tested method, but always was telling them to calm down. I like it. But yeah, so clearly I think you have the pace, without a doubt. I mean, you're right there with these, you know, your teammates with these guys. Yeah, you could say like the guys up front are crazy fast, but I think you kind of get that everywhere. So obviously in endurance and just in racing in general, consistency is your number one thing. Being consistent. I noticed a couple of times coming down the Camel Straight, you overcooked it into the braking zone, and you went a little deep there, get onto the grass. There was a little bit of contact on the one. But yeah, all around, I've liked what I've seen so far. This is the first time I've met you guys. Of course, this is the first time I've heard of you guys, really. But I like what I see. Keep improving. Obviously, you always got to be improving. And yeah,
nice kind words there from and Belzy. Jacob is pretty, you know. He's straight shooter. He'll tell you exactly like how your racing is, and that's fantastic. I mean, it is. I think I have to mirror that one, even though I have no idea as a race driver, as an engineer. What do you think about that, there, Robin?
It's all constructive criticism. I work in government contracting as a government contract manager, so I've got a very thick skin for constructive criticism. So all of that taken in good stride. I really appreciate that. Yeah,
endurance is tough, isn't it? Especially because it's also the time, and you're sweating it out. And what if you got an itch? Like this is the thing.
Second endurance race. I did Daytona earlier this year.
That's right. So talking about that one.
Me too. Yeah. I will say, someone has said car number 4 is tire dipping. Check lap 350 in the report.
Yeah, in the highlights for me to go back on, it doesn't actually have the car number, so that makes it a little bit more difficult.
Position number 27. So, I guess another question, Robin. You're talking about racing in VR. I have the problem when I race in VR. Pretty much after like 20 minutes, I'm sweating profusely from my head. Do you have that issue?
What headset do you have?
I have the Quest, or no, not the Quest. I have the Oculus Rift X.
Got the Valve Index. So it's I don't have that issue. I do. My hands get very sweaty, so I actually just picked up gloves last night.
I was gonna say, you know, gloves, yeah.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah, no.
You gotta have gloves.
I've been racing with fingerless gloves for a long time now, but a couple weeks ago I lost them, and it was like last night as part of my last minute prep. Right after I'd gotten a decent amount of stuff up into a Google Drive to get stuff for the stream for
Yeah,
today.
you're frantically rushing around to get that done, which you did fantastically, of course, as we tried to do the best that we could. A little mistake there on the trading paints. The trading paints at the start there, that's only because it was one little tick button that somebody eventually had sorted out. This community, see, we worked together. We solved problems. Yes. There's a spin, but didn't luckily cause anything with us. Oof. Keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, actually, this came into my mind. If you're in the position that you're looking for, say, a cheap pair of gloves, not even like a cheap pair of gloves. Now that I think about it, because I used to play baseball. I mean, I played baseball since I was like 2 to like 18, so I played a lot. I bet batting gloves would actually work really well as driving gloves.
Spinning the marbles here from Smiths, that they are actually just behind us, so that kind of helps us out a little bit.
It's that Lamborghini that's been struggling over the last about an hour and a half now, because it's actually near an 11:30.
We're getting a good tow from the OCE team, so I'm communicating to them as well in the chat there, if they're reading it, saying, come on guys, let's work together here. We're family. We're all sharing this planet together.
There you go.
Yeah, they got traffic up the road.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh! And now that Leah's going to be a little bit, So, I'm seeing replay. That was actually earlier.
That's a replay. That's a replay. I was
keeping you sharp.
I saw that already.
I was just testing if you guys are paying attention out there.
Oh man, that's good. Gosh, I can't believe that. Like, right? I've been in this call. Well, not necessarily in this call, but I got here about 9 o'clock Eastern time, so about 2.5 hours now. We're already on lap 371, so we've ran 70-ish laps since I've been here.
There's been another big crash here. And today here we go. So when you see 3 or 4 cars together, you know something's going here. It's past the pit lane entrance. Turn 1. It's just somebody's gone too deep. That's what both of them actually went too deep. We saw a couple of sympathy spins, I think, earlier before you came in here, Jacob, but it happens, of course, in motor racing when you're following the car ahead of you, not following your own racing line.
So I'm actually seeing in the chat there from J-Rep, who's saying, if they're not mistaken, that gold Ferrari was actually the car in the lead when the contact was made earlier in the race.
With our team, the contact?
Yeah.
It could have. I do remember because they gained a lot of. Yeah. You remember this, don't you, Robin?
Did. Are they saying like in the chat?
In Twitch chat, I believe.
I guess you can pull up that replay, Biggles, if you still have it.
Which one?
Of the one.
Oh, with us?
The right-hander there of the OCE guys.
Oh yeah. Okay. That was also who is in the OCE car right now? It's Oliver. So. Yep. Just bear with me. I'll scroll up here and try to find it. All right. It says Oliver.
Yeah. That's when
is it here?
Mickey was.
Nope, not this one.
No. Is it before that or?
I have no idea. I think so. Yeah. Like 2 laps before this. Maybe 3.
They went into a pit lane. It's just really hard to scroll because you can't scroll with this, so you're gonna mouse and there's a lot of things to scroll through. There it is. Okay, around here. Wait, you guys, what do you have to ask for it? Let's have a look. It just says it's a crash here. Oh, that's entering pit lane. So that has to be after the pit lane, isn't it? Not before.
So they boxed lap 355. It would have happened like 2 or 3 laps ago. Is when the contact.
Yeah.
So like 361, 362.
Okay.
I know Leah was like right behind him.
I'll say currently, Leah is 2 minutes behind P23.
I think it was maybe around here.
They're running
Okay.
right around the same lap times at the minute. So
No, it's not here either. These are just pit lane entrances. Was it Sergio?
Just don't think we worry about it.
We're getting lost here at the moment on replays. That's the problem.
The Gold Ferrari team is actually all people named Oliver.
Oh, here. Was this it? No, that's just an off track.
Maybe earlier this lap.
No, I'm not getting any highlights. Damn it, I should be saving them.
Don't worry about it. We'll move on.
No, it's got
how
me.
Much
I
were
want to
those,
get this now.
How much were those gloves, Robin?
16.
That's not bad at all.
No. I was looking at biking gloves.
Yeah, that's what I got, and I ripped a hole.
Oh.
Now I look at it, that is like pretty thin. Probably one of the.
Oh, we're going to pit lane. So Leah's in.
Yeah.
Alright, so that means that was Leah's second stint, right?
First stint.
Was it first stint?
First stint.
Okay.
Yep. You just jumped out of the car. I saw you because you've been doing so much since 5 o'clock in the morning. Exactly. You were like just.
What time is it right now? 11:30.
11 for you, 11:30 for you, 10:30 for me. I think it's well too. Yeah, but we're in the Americas, of course. That's why everybody in the UK is sleeping. James and all the rest of the production crew, as well as your fellow teammates, team crew, everybody. I call everybody a mate. And let's have a look too. We have, of course, we have a mate coming up soon, Mickey. Mickey's me mate. That's what we used to say in Australia. From Melbourne, beautiful city. I like Melbourne far more than I like Sydney. You guys are out in the chat there. If you visit Australia. Melbourne's got such a cultural city. It's probably one of my favorite cultural city. The food in Melbourne's amazing. Brisbane's like a large country town. It's
large country.
Yeah, it's a city. It's the capital city in Queensland, but it's like a large country town. It's starting to get there with culture and all that sort of stuff. But Melbourne's just where it's all at because the amount of different ethnic cultures that are in Melbourne over the years have just changed the dynamic of it. It's kind of like, like a New York City and stuff where all the different cultures come together and you get all sorts of different, foods and entertainment and everything. It's amazing. It's really good.
Right. So we also got a couple more donos. We're at 476.
Oh, donos is donation. Now I get that. That's what are you talking about?
It's streamer link.
I'm not up with all the trends here from you young guns. Back in my day, we didn't have computers.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I got you. Gotcha.
There we go. I'm gonna probably.
If we beep it later, it's fine. We just blame that on latency.
Yeah, latency. So $24 is all that's left to reach the $500.
Wow, and that was extended, wasn't it? There, Robin. Wow.
So Mauser, $20, 20 minutes ago. Much love and
thank you.
Anonymous $10 donation as well. Just
Even
10
better.
minutes ago. So.
I like anonymous donations, and I will be once again. I gotta still throw my 2 bob in there as well when I get a chance after. When the UK production team come in here and I get to probably have. I see that. That's the only thing. I want to have a snooze, but I don't want to miss the end of the race. That's the thing. Do you like? You must be feeling the same way, don't you? Robin's like, we have to go now until another 8, 9, 10 hours. Say 9 and change. It gets to that crossover point where it's like, we're going to be in big trouble in about 5 hours, keeping our eyes open.
Yeah. You're either it's you take the repairs now or later.
Exactly. Good call. That's a great. I'm putting that to my quote collection. Take the repairs now or later. Oh, there's a crash. I'm thinking, and I'm just looking at to see, and usually when I'm looking at to see if anybody crashed. Oh no, that's before. Ooh. This is Joe going very slow back on track, but I couldn't quite see. Now I'm gonna. I forgot I do have a little reverse button. It doesn't look so professional on the stream. Apologize, but don't we want to see what happened just before? That's the key. Oh, I've gone a little bit too far back.
Lost it.
Let's have a look. So traffic.
On the outside.
That's a lot of speed carrying through there. I was gonna say. Ooh. Yeah, you could feel the speed as I carried it through there. That may very well be damage on the steering as well. Where were they? That's P2.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it spun again. So
There's the beamer that's been towing into the grass.
Nobody's immune to any little mistakes in endurance races. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate. They're only 7 laps on these tires. They still got a full tank. I mean, you gotta avoid mistakes that early in the stint for sure.
And Leah's been doing absolutely a stellar job, Jazz. Like just sticking to some great times there, consecutively driving, keeping it out of the wars that's been occurring on the track of everybody. What even happened to the OCE team who were following behind a little bit earlier?
Leah set a new best lap for the race so far today.
That's fantastic. Yeah. What is that? A
17.033.
Fantastic job. Yeah, going even a little bit quicker, comfortable with the car, and open space. Look, the track map's only going to show you the cars that are around us. So I don't want to confuse everybody with 10,000 million dots on the track map. It's too hard to read. But these are the cars that are around. So obviously we're in 24th place. 25's behind us. In the pit lane up the road, I'm seeing somebody in there. 22's behind us, but are they on the same lap? No, they're a couple laps up on us. 11 laps down from the leader, which is about 3 laps. And I'm feeling pretty confident now, Robin, once again, because I mentioned that the 18 is a crucial number here, and that's the target number I have to feel that we could possibly achieve here, right? At least with 9 hours to go.
Yeah, no, I mean, as I was thinking about it, I mean, it's only 6 more spots, and forgive me, my cat is bouncing off the wall, so you might hear some...
Ha! What's your cat's name?
Salem.
Salem. Hey, Salem.
Yes.
Everybody shout out Salem.
Salem's got his own emotes.
Oh, nice. So post that in the chat if everybody has that.
You should.
If you've got the Salem emotes, put them in the chat.
You should teach your cat how to play fetch.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
Teaching Salem how to drive.
Yeah.
I have a clip, Twitch clip of when I had Salem up in my lap and I put his paws up on the steering wheel and actually was racing like in an F3 race.
Oh man. Yeah, my mom has one of her cats. She it's a he. For some reason, when my mom and stepdad were remodeling my house, they had a little paint roller, about 3 inches long, small one. He decided that was going to be his new toy. No questions asked.
With the paint on the roller?
No,
Okay.
no, it wasn't on the roller. But hopped up on the counter, took it, and that was his toy. Like then on out, and he will legit play fetch with you. And if you take it, toss it, he'll go grab it, come, and he'll drop it like right in front of you. grab it. He loved it.
So we just got to teach him to dip it into a can of paint and then start, applying the walls. And I'd be interesting to see what a cat color pattern would be. They start painting the walls.
It was so funny because I think Robin can attest to this. Some cats have crackhead energy. And I have never seen a cat so just spazzed out. Like, do you have laser lights for your cat?
Oh, lasers are the best thing to... If you want to tire a cat out, yeah, lasers are the best. And fish. I've done it fish tanks. Fish will chase the lasers as well.
That's
Yep,
cool.
no, they will, yeah.
But, so I was playing with him. I had a little laser. And, like, imagine, like, you flicking that laser, like, back and forth as fast as you can. His head was moving that fast. Like, not his eyes. Like, he didn't move his eyes. His eyes were straight focused. It was his whole head. I mean, like, back and forth.
They're locked on. Absolutely locked on.
This cat, man, is just on it. Like, just, I don't know.
My neighbor's cat, when we did it with their cat, they're a happy married couple, and they I shot the go visit. They're next door actually, and I go hang out with them sometimes. I shine that thing up the wall. Their cat can probably get about 8 feet climbing up the wall to reach the laser before it runs out of gravity. It's quite amazing.
But yeah, before it stops defying physics.
Yeah, and it doesn't have claws because they clipped the claws, so he can't really grip that much. And he can jump. It's amazing.
Yeah. I don't understand. I mean, like, essentially the forces, like, if you've ever looked into running up a wall, it's really weird because technically you're pushing out, but you're going up, and it just doesn't make sense. Like,
Oh, what? Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, right? So, like, when you're pushing off a wall, like, you're kind of pushing, like, up at an angle. Like, you're pushing out, too, because, I mean, you're trying to go up a vertical wall using your feet. So it's right? So, like, that animal or person has to counteract that. So they, like, I don't know. They just defy physics in my eyes.
Yeah. Very true. Well, I mean, and cats can defy physics in a heartbeat, that's for sure. They always land on their feet,
the way
don't
that
they?
They can squeeze between tiny gaps is unreal.
Yeah. I also saw the other day, a week or two ago. I don't know if it was around me, but there was a new police dog for some police academy. It was a Chihuahua.
Oh, they're very clever. And they have an
only
awesome
dogs
nose.
that have ever bitten me. I've been bitten by 2,
really?
but oh my gosh, they're going. Oh, snap.
Yeah, through. Yeah, it's very clever there from Leah to lift off to not allow side by side through a Rouge because we want to bring this car home, Leah. You've been doing a fantastic job. Everybody's been doing a fantastic job at Prismatic Motorsports. So yes, it's we're still 9 hours to go. We don't risk it for the biscuit too much just yet, but yeah, consistently good. Look at that, and now Lee's getting the pace back through the second sector, climbing up through Brussels. I think it's soon. Sweeping hairpin. Yeah, we're talking about cats, cars, racing, charities, anything you want, and be a part of it.
Anything and everything.
Yep. I think some people are starting to wake up a little bit there from their snooze, Robin. So we've had a good, consistent 20 people watching the stream, I'd have to say, for majority of the time, at least that I've been here, which is fantastic.
Thank you all so much for
And that's on both streams. Do you want to?
So many ways, yes.
And what about the Athena team at the moment? A little update on them as well. Don't forget our B team racing. Well, not B team. We're both A teams, so we only have one or the other stream.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my time is slowly getting around. I have a commitment at midnight, so about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, if you could do 10 minutes, that'd be fantastic. There,
So I can be
Mr.
here.
Belzy, Jacob, because I know you. I once again, this is all very last minute, so I kind of asked you. You were working, you finished work, and you said I could probably do a couple of hours. Sounds like you are doing. You have been doing a couple hours to keep it very entertained. And that's because it was Robin that kept us all entertained, wasn't it? As soon as you jumped in, Robin was making overtakes here. Robin was speeding a couple of times. Leah now is thinking, all right, maybe Leah's going to keep you entertained for a little bit, at least another 10 minutes too.
Yeah, I guess another thing, Robin. How were those tires feeling towards the end? Was it bad?
Well, first of all, it looks like we've got a drive-through penalty here coming up that we'll have to take within the next 3 laps. But those tires, so that is the second. Both my stints have been pseudo 3-tire stints. I'm the only driver that's not had double stint tires. They get pretty loose in that second and a half, third stint there.
Did you get Robert? Did you get all those messages out there where basically people were chanting, going, "Pit, pit, 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 pit"? Because of those last couple of laps, it was getting a bit squirrely early.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but when I had, what was it when I did my drive-through? Because that was when I had the
that's another question, because we were unsure. We didn't know if it was a drive.
Yep.
Can you explain what happened, the drive-through?
Yeah, so, well, it was a kick over to the incident limits, I think. Was that when we hit 100? I think it was either 100 or 120, because 100 is the first.
Is it every 20?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Every 20 thereafter. So we did just hit 140 on here. So
that makes sense, yeah, because we weren't getting any real report. There were people were asking obviously in the Twitch chat because they're always paying attention, and we were a little bit unsure. Both Jacob and I because we didn't Jacob might have thought you missed your pit box or something like that.
No, and then we pit the next lap, right?
Yeah.
Because it was, I had 3 laps.
We're speaking of boxing. We're boxing right now.
Oh no, I'm sorry. We are doing that drive-through. We're getting rid of that black flag.
Oh, we're doing this right now. Okay.
Yes. Yep. So what was this? What am I saying on here? So we are 116 seconds ahead of P25. So we've got a decent gap here. So not looking that we're gonna lose the position. But you have 3 laps to serve penalty. The first 2 laps I was trying to get the pit lane, but it was way too busy of a bus stop. And so I was pushed to the left side of that bus stop on the exit.
I remember because the second time you went around the bus stop, you lifted the other car that was faster through so that you could then go onto the pit lane entrance without having to.
Yeah. But it didn't work out that way. So I had on that last one, I had to really just let the car through before I even got close to it, so I could have an easy entrance in.
So we can get out right here about any traffic nearby, which could very much be the situation. Yes, that's good.
Yep.
Slot right in there.
That's a
I remember. Yeah, I remember when that was all going down, and you had a couple mistakes the couple of laps before you went in for your drive-through, and I knew that you were getting close on your stint, and I was just sitting there, I'm like, man, you got a box. Just box it already. Like, screw it, take it early. And then you went in, and I stopped paying attention for a second because I was like, all right, he's boxing. That's like a free 45 seconds to kind of look away. And I look back, and you're already back on track, and I was like, wait a minute. Something's not right. And then you went back, and I was like,
yeah, we're asking the chat because some people were saying it, and I was pulling up the timing going, there has to be a drive-through right there. So, yeah, kind of answered the question on that one. Yeah, it is. We're not the only team, of course, out there doing it. We have a few other drivers up the road there, 15th and 16th that are going in there, as well as 19th. And we have a little bit of pressure from behind. That driver was flashing their lights at us, saying, get out of the way. Lee's going, no, I don't need to.
I mean, that is part of the sport in GT3 class. Well, pretty much every class, actually, of racing except for Formula 1. Blue flags.
Who's that? It's Mark Caliver. So they actually, this is... They're trying to unlap themselves, put a lap on us. Yep, they are 23. We're 24, believe it or not, and it's not in... It's just lap differences currently at the moment. That's where it gets even more feisty, doesn't it? Because this is overall for what could be race results later on.
This Mark Calvert has been putting in some monster laps.
He has. He is. I've been keeping an eye on it because, well, I mean, he's been fast. Currently, fastest lap is a 2:15.27, which is just 400 off the fastest lap of the session. So I mean, like, he's right there. But I noticed that actually they started P2. They've dropped 21 positions.
Yes.
So, I mean, I expect them to be fast when you drop that many positions and you're back farther in the grid. But yeah, I mean, he's been right there.
And we've gained 19, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about that, so I'm looking at it, right? So P18, which is actually where Crescent Ducks
Oh, that's our favorite team, isn't it? Aren't they the ones that have been called out for going off track a lot?
Yeah.
This could get a little messy here.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a little concerned as, we've got a bit of traffic coming up the road there. You can see definitely that pink and blue car up the road there is getting very, very antsy.
So, while we're on that subject, because it totally slipped my mind, but I do want to know,
I'm sorry, where did Jane come out of? That was... they were flying. Sorry.
Well, when there's battling, you catch up fast. But I remember you saying something about the tire dipping. I guess, can you explain that? Because I'm lost. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think Biggles does.
I know.
So what is that, and what are you looking for, I guess, to report?
So there is something going on with this track where on the Camel Straight, if you hang your tires on the left side onto the grass just a bit, it can give you an unfair advantage of something's going on where you end up like gaining at least half a second, not more, and it's not intended. There's been postings, comments in that about teams abusing that specific section. Top Splits had stuff going on where a bunch of people in Top
Is there any updates about that? Because I believe that there was blowing up on Twitter and stuff like that, people were saying, but I've been too busy focused on obviously on our race. Not to worry too much about that.
I know Alyssa's probably looked into that. She was pretty into it. And brought it up initially what was going on. And then we noticed it. We actually caught it on stream here, where we are pretty sure that number 11 here was using that. And actually, one of my overtakes into, because you can see the dust get kicked up when you're doing it.
Absolutely, I saw that a few times, and they were doing it repetitively. Obviously, in our, do we call it tier? I keep forgetting what it's called when we're in our specific race, because all this is occurring, of course, and at the same time over a diverse round of drivers and different iRating. I call it tiers, I guess, at the end of the day, really. It's probably, what would you call it?
Splits?
Splits, yeah, splits and tiers.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for, splits.
I actually had a really nice overtake to that car. While they were doing I had such a good run down the Camel Straight, and that I ended up overtaking them Oh, that was close.
Let's have a look.
Mark was just that going in there. That looked like a fun turn.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to take off. Robin, I didn't realize I said anything. I apologize, but I guess this kind of stuff's like kind of new to me. It's not really big in my area, so I'm still kind of learning and adapting and whatnot, so to speak.
It's all good. It's all good.
It's been great meeting you guys.
Yeah.
That was a fast 3 hours. It kind of flew by. Or 2 hours, something. I don't even know.
I think you're done with 3, mate, because we're 15:08. Yeah, give or take definitely about 3 hours.
Take it easy. I might be back. I don't know. Depends on how tired I am. But I will chat with you guys later.
You have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, Pilsy.
Feedback.
That's Jacob, and he's just finished. Remember, he just finished work as well too, so he came straight off work day. He's just booted up the computer and fired straight in and helped us to do some casting. So that's absolutely fantastic. He did that. With cast until you drop, I say, and it's a great job. I've casted with Belgian a lot in the past, but we mainly F1 and never endurance races. So once again, he's new to it, and I'm new to it, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? But the community, and we hope we do the absolute best there to support the fantastic job we're doing here for Prismatic Motorsports. So anyway, yes.
But yes, everyone watching, everybody in here, I wish you all the best. Good luck in the last 9 hours-ish, right around there. There's 8 hours, 50 minutes left. I think the race will actually go with 10 now, so take it easy.
Thank you. Good idea. That's Jacob out to try to fill in the voids there, isn't it, for our American time zone now, or US time zone, I don't like to say. Well, it's the Americans, of course. People in Central America and all that get upset when they say, I'm from America. I was like, but it's the Americas, it's a continent, but you can nitpick everything, can't you? I'm in Central America, exactly. But yeah, I'd still say, I always say Americas. That way you cover all the American region. Are you going to be able to stay with me for a while? I know that you've been, Robin, you and I have practically been up as early. I know you had a little bit of a snooze from when we were chatting last night to get everything ready, and you had to do a lot more than me.
I had about 3 hours. You know, I'm a night owl.
Yeah, so am I. So am I.
Yeah.
I sort of haven't seen the sun in 66 days, so it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, we can tag team this for a bit. It'll be fun.
If the longer the better, exactly. If we can extend it for a little bit longer.
You know,
yeah.
Oh my gosh, I could just hop off. I will say it's I've got one of these gaming chairs, and it reclines back.
Oh no, you never do that. We're gonna make you snooze. You gotta sit back to go, it feels good, and then all of a sudden I'm like going, Robin? Robin? Are you there, Robin? Robin?
Nah, this is awesome. I just gotta say as well, just like the setup that I've got, looking at everything on my monitor, it's
How many are you running there? I got 3. One.
I've got a
just one?
Alienware widescreen.
Oh, so it's like really 3 but extended kind of thing. Well, it's a racing. It's for racing. It's perfect, isn't it? Is it a big curved one?
Yeah, it's got
You can post it in the chat. Oh, a little wide there, but Leah manages to keep it out of the gravel. Don't talk to Robin about that. No, Robin did okay. You went wide a couple of times.
Don't talk to me about what?
When Leah just went a little bit close to the sand there. But no, the main thing is now, and obviously this endurance races, is not getting any damage. And I don't even want to say that word right now because sometimes I've been notorious for casting cursing. I want to cast bless our team, not curse them. But solidly at the moment, Lee. Currently running 19 places gained, remember? And this could have been a lot more if he didn't get taken out by earlier on the race leader, where we lost 15 minutes of damage, and that's when you lose 15 minutes of damage earlier in a long 24-hour sprint race. It does punish you very, very early. It dropped us about, 10 laps at least down, only within 30 minutes or 40 minutes or whatever of the race. That's where it kind of like, you feel a little down, but that's the beauty of it. Like the endurance racing, you stick with it, you keep going. I've always said every single time I go, anybody that I even cast or engineer or whatever, I'm going, it doesn't matter if you're last place, you bring that car home. You commit to the effort that you put in from the start. It's well worth the reward.
You never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
I mean, the last hour of the race can be as eventful as the previous 23 hours.
I'm the slowest person. I'm going to a keyboard drive sometimes in F1 just for fun. Right? Just for fun. In
There you
leagues.
go.
And I am slow.
What?
And what I do is that I tell everybody, like, I get out of people's way. I'm like, I don't want to mess with this. There's a championship going on. People are a lot quicker. They'll lap me. But believe it or not, do you know how many times I've finished in the top 10 just by bringing the car home? I've got points over other people just by bringing the car home. And I have let everybody pass that I need to. I don't fight with people because I don't keep it. I just don't have the pace. There's no point. But it just goes to show you that by committing to it, that I have crashed out a couple of times myself, from mistakes. But I just stick with it. And I think in these endurance races as well, it doesn't even matter if you're lapping, 20 seconds a lap slower than somebody else. You still commit to it. I think you still get you could probably even get in the top 30, depending on how many drivers there are. But we still have a lot of time to go. If you have a few retirements, then all of a sudden you're in 22nd place or something like that. And you're like, didn't expect that. You gotta see the checkered flag.
I'm looking up ahead because I'm looking at mix of P18 is our goal, right? We're currently
it's my goal.
P18
And hopefully it's our goal. Exactly.
It's our goal. P18 is our goal here. So like if we're gonna look at it, they're on 8 laps down, so we're 6 laps down from them. We got, just to kind of summarize those few positions, you got 2 on lap, 12 laps down, a 10 lap, and then you get 3 8 laps down.
Yeah, we can do it because of the fact that obviously you're looking at the top, 9, 10, a couple laps down. It becomes very
Yeah.
It's realistic, but it becomes very a mounting challenge, of course, because unless you're going to have maybe 1 or 2 teams that could have major damage where it's going to cost them that much time or you'll gain a place, but you're not going to pretty much get 9 of those or 10 of those positions all having major damage where that's going to lose that. So once again, I think the target realistically would be around definitely 18 because we're 4 or 5 laps away. Not that much.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, we've seen where pushing the tires, a little bit further,
yes.
From mine,
yeah, Robin, tell us about that again.
Yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't my choice the first time, obviously, but definitely seeing, I think you had, it was, Alyssa was asked earlier, if we had a sprint sheet and we're keeping track of stuff, kind of planning for it. Now, we've done a lot of planning overall, both teams, from a driver perspective and the setups, and for the last couple of weeks.
I've seen some of your sheets, at least for the stint sheet, and I love it. Like, I thought I was pretty good at like Google Sheets and doing spreadsheets and documents. I'm sitting there going, wow, what you guys have done is amazing. It's like 101. You could sell that to companies and make money. That's how professional it is. And imagine all that other sheets that I haven't seen that you guys have from a driver's perspective.
Never question a trans girl's experience.
It's amazing.
In a spreadsheet.
It is really good. Like, as I said, I thought I was honestly really good at spreadsheets. Going, I can make things drop down menus, color. I can have it timed and scripted so it does this and that. And I was looking at your sheet going, oh, yeah. drop the microphone. I can't. I can't. I can't do that as good. And you guys and girls have slapped it all together very last minute and got it all done. Well, once again, you've had much more preparation for the racing. That is, of course.
Yeah, the only reason why we were able to get, I mean, from your perspective, right, of it being asked last minute when, you know, as I said yesterday morning I woke up, I had, oh no.
Oh, front end damage. Oh.
It looked it.
How's this going to pan out at the moment? Let's have a look. Oh, I'm going to go on board. I really don't like go cockpit view to see how the steering is. You can describe this at the moment, obviously, because you've driven this car quite a bit.
It's gosh, that front end. First of all, the power is going to be all off in comparison. So you're trying to figure out initially what that's happening. At the same time, the wheel, it's going to first of all it's going to pull in one direction. It's going to feel loose. So
how about the gearing, the shifting? How's that?
Yeah. We're coming up here to what's this turn?
Puhan. No, sorry. This is it starts with a B. I can't remember at the moment because I'm just, it's a high-speed section, of course, and you got a little kink here, where you usually would be 5th gear, so we're not flat now. You should be upshifting to 6, but no, the rev's not there. And now maybe just there, so Leah is still there. No, obviously bus stop. So will Leah box? That's the key. She's got to stick to the right hand. No, she commits.
No.
So she must be feeling good.
So here's what we're gonna see. I'm gonna be able to tell here because the top speed of it has been around. Can you get the? Let's see.
Yeah, I'll put the top speeds up. I'll show that. Yep, exactly.
All right, I got this.
You're the boss. I told you that.
It was like 252, 254.
It's showing miles per hour currently on the right-hand side next to the interval times, and that's yeah. I work in kilometers, but I'll keep it up in miles.
Yeah,
I think what everybody wants really at the moment. I can change it. So we'll see.
245, 246. Okay, so we've lost about 7 kilometers an hour.
That's about 2 to 3 miles. Overcorrection there, so Leah's struggling a little bit. Leah over the car.
Yeah. Leah's at the moment, one of the thoughts going through her mind is definitely taking this lap, trying to figure out, do I need to box right now?
Yeah, because Mickey would be in there, right? Spotting, so you would be communicating, wouldn't you, together, spotter and driver, to kind of like, if you want, you're welcome just to jump up there for a second and jump in. I mean, like in the other VC channel, and have a quick chat to them and come back, or you want to let just them sort it out. I mean, I don't mind covering it here.
That sounds good. I'll go ahead and do that.
So I want to know how it's feeling going, and as I'll just keep an eye on watching. So, yeah, you go ahead and do that there, Robin, and I'll keep an eye. I have the Twitch chat to keep me entertained.
Alrighty, I'll be back.
All right, we'll get some inside information from the garage, of course. Robin will go in there and have a bit of a chat there to Lee and Mickey, and I think Alicia is also in there as well. But I'm not quite sure if they're completely up, but go back to that crash. I don't really like to show this, but we're gonna have to. So this is what happened, and we'll go to look at this. So can't remember exactly where this is on track, but is that just a little bit too wide? Hit the marbles. There it is. Yeah, on the outside, and that's the front end. Oh, thankfully it was there could have been a front and a rear end damage to the car, but good thing that Leah just stayed there, waited for those cars to go through. Probably a little upset, probably a few words there at the cockpit, but got the car back in there. You see, she wiggles the steering wheel just a little bit there, probably try to get a feel of the car, and then see what she can do. And then now she's stayed out on this lap. We're watching a replay. She stayed out. Car doesn't seem too bad when we're looking inside the cockpit. Once again, I will go back inside the cockpit. You can see the steering, and I think everybody out there knows if you get a little bit of front end damage, sometimes you can get the unlucky draw where it off shifts your steering wheel. But it's the speed. I think that's the That's the one thing that we had heard from Robin. She was kind of mentioning about the speed difference. I have the speed up on the very right-hand side of our timing table. And of course, we'd be looking at the number 24, well, the 24th position, because we all know that we're in the 31 car. 160 miles per hour is not bad, I'd have to say. That's the top speed. Because if you look at the leader, they're doing 160. P2's doing 168. There's going to be a bit of a variance. But it's not like that we're down into the 150s or any of that sort of territory. So I think this is probably a very, very lucky little exchange, per se, with the barrier. And I think that everything's been good. The barrier and Leah, have decided that it's all good. You know, they've hugged, they've made up, and we should be back and racing again. We'll get that information in a minute, because Robin has gone down there to have a quick chat to them about the situation as they're determining the car. Mickey will be up next from Melbourne, Australia, to do her best to try to deliver a few couple of stints, and of course they'll be talking about that as Leah goes over the chicanes a little bit. Still probably trying to figure the car out of how it's handling. It takes a couple of laps. I saw the nose out there in the chats. No, but it's okay. It is. I'm actually pretty positive. I'm also a person that's always been taught, you know, you focus on the positives, you don't focus on negative. Things happen. That's it, right? You continue, you move on. You lift your head up and you keep trying. That's exactly what Leah's done right now. And she knows it's a little mistake. We've all done it before. Endurance races are all about probably more covering responding to your mistakes more than the fact of not making mistakes, because everybody makes mistakes in endurance racing. It's as simple as that. How cool, calm, and collective can you be to control as you're racing together as a team, you're racing together as a family? And we want to see the checkered flag, absolutely. 8 hours and 34 minutes to go is plenty of time. We didn't lose places. We still gained 19. We're still in P24. A little bit of damage to the car, but the pace looks pretty good. Like last lap, from Leah, 217, 216 from the car up the road, 215 from the car behind. Granted, there's some damage, but it's not the end of the world. And trust me, out there, we are not the only team or car that has had moments and issues. For sure. Further up, there is a pretty close battle here. And this is, believe it or not, this is a battle for P7 and P8. And that is only P6 and P7. Just a small amount of difference between them. So we'll see how that one's going to pan out in a second. And there it is. So this is P8 Justin. And that's P7 up the road. Sorry, this is there's two Justins, believe it or not. This is Justin Sylvester and Justin M. Chapman is the car up the road. So they are legitimately battling for position here. These are the leaders that are way up there. Quite a few laps in handful. And this is kind of get very exciting into Lacombe. Sorry, I'm good. A little bit out of breath with the hiccups. I need to be exercising, breathing. I'll take a pause for a second. Yeah, I just had to take a little bit of a breather there, and you speak too much sometimes there and you don't get your exercises and your practice in. You tend to run out of breath, so I pace myself a little bit more. That's fine. That is currently the battle you are watching between Justin and Justin, P7 and P8. Believe it or not, the car in P7, that is that man that we're watching from the New World Sim Racing. But they've gained 41 places to currently be in this P7 position. Not bad, I'd have to say. There's the other Justin from the FLS Orange 25 car there, hunting them down. as the leaders into the pit lane. Well, actually, probably pretty close. So these drivers are at the moment about 2 laps down from leading, and believe it or not, still the top 4 cars, believe it or not, are on the lead lap. Now, back to where we are, which is more important, and we being the Prismatic Racing team. Well, we have to go down and have a look. I'm just having a look at where we are of Leah. There she is. So, seems to be back in control of that car. Hopefully we'll have Robin come back and give us a bit of a chat and an update of what's happened once she's had a chat to the team. To keep everybody updated with the information from our Prismatic Racing team. Now I'm just really curious to see what's also happening for our other team. There for a second. I think they are currently running, and I just have to apologize. I have to move my head over to look at the screen. P15, my squeaky chair. P15, doing a solid job. They got a little bit of damage, I think. I can't really see that, a little bit of damage on the car. I've gone back 2 hours. So Leah's committed out. I will get that right at one point. We still gained 19 positions. Where are we? Well, if you look, we're on 14 laps down from the race leader. We got a couple of laps down from the driver in P23. And just behind us is Smits, is probably our major concern at this point. As we've done 15 hours and 15 and a half hours of racing at the moment, with about 8 hours and 30 minutes to go. Got a bit of traffic coming up just up ahead. Let's go aboard and kind of get, you can see the little bit of damage on the front end, but overall it doesn't look too bad. Leah's still putting in some pretty good competitive laps. A little bit down on the pace, of course, because the car is not brand spanking new with a bit of damage, but drivable, manageable, and raceable. Getting some information out there from the chat. So no damage on the Athena car right now. Emily has been flying, fastest on track at the moment, and we're about 2 laps behind P14. Thank you very much for that relayed information. Pretty much right on cue what I was asking. That's fantastic. No damage on the car, love it. Amelia flying, love that. Fastest on track, love that even more. Best things come in 3s. And you're 2 laps behind P14. Yeah, this is good. So, we got positives and negatives. We had a little bit of a negative moment, obviously, there with Leah, but now we're getting positive moments from the other team. I think overall it's been pretty positive in general. Sergio's looking like they might be out, and that's P8. But yeah, go. Hey, welcome back there, Robin. So, what's the information that you have?
Okay, so you want to know what drives us, right? Why do we do it?
I could guess.
For Leah right now?
Motivation.
You want to guess? I'll let you guess.
Okay. I'd say determination.
What's driving Leah right now?
I'd say determination. Wanting to get the job done. Wanting to deliver the results for the team. Not to let everybody else down as well, but be the best that you can be. That's what I would say. How, Elaine? You tell me, Leah.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer. Apparently there's an orange with eyes and arms, and I don't know if there are legs or not, on the back of this livery of the Ferrari in front.
Oh, really?
But Leah wants to see it.
Oh, nice!
And so she wants to get a nice good view. So,
all right, that's completely unexpected, but that's absolutely fantastic. See, Leah's imagination is absolutely amazing. I didn't even think about that. But you know what? That's actually, I've actually probably mentioned that before as like, yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter. I want to see what this is. So let's have a look. Is that what's motivating Leah to keep? No, obviously. What happens when Leah passes does see that and passes the car? Is she going to be like, okay, I'm going to park it. Let's go home? No.
Gonna let them pass.
And she's got the pace is good.
I mean, they
I
are
think the time.
so she could just pass them.
But how's she feeling in the car? The feedback, because it looks good.
Oh yeah, so the car apparently feels fine. It didn't have. It did have about that 7 to 8 kilometers, 4 miles an hour slow.
I did see that actually when I was pulling it up.
Steering.
Because
steering was it's fine. She said it doesn't feel loose. Feels all right. So I'm assuming, however she spun,
she just
must have hit it dead on.
Yeah.
Like it just bounced.
It's just saying, sorry to cut you off, it's saying right now on my telemetry, 173 miles per hour top speed. That's quicker than everybody else. Currently that I'm seeing on that leaderboard. Yes.
We have the fastest top. Well, is that
well
overall?
In this lap? No, in that last lap. I know, that's why I'm a little confused. And maybe my telemetry might not be that correct, but no. It's even saying, I'm saying 167 miles per hour current, actually 173, yeah. And the last lap, 173, that's quicker than everybody else. On track at the same time. They're playing tricks on us.
You alien.
Absolutely, it's like, it's not top speed. It's called Leah Power.
Leah Power.
Amazing. So I think maybe we just we've whatever's happened. Leah's actually just created some sort of new space-time energy that's coming here for the Prismatic Motorsports team because we're going even quicker. All right, Leah, whatever you did, don't try it twice to repeat that. But it's looking good in pace. Let's have the lap times too. This last lap time, an 18:11. I'll tell you what, 18:11s are pretty good because there's only a few drivers in 16s and 17s, and that's okay. All right, I'll take that.
What? I don't get this. Like you have that. That was a big spin.
It was. Yep.
It's wild.
Leah just buffed it off and said,
whatever's going on with this
no.
GT3 damage model is wild now.
It's a luck of the draw, I feel. Sometimes I've seen it where people just tap the wall a little bit and then it's like major damage and then you just have a little bit of a brush against the wall and it's like, it's so different.
Do you think that,
look at Leah's pace.
You know, she's got a lot of skill. I want if she has it stored away somewhere. Do you think it's on layaway?
Oh! There you go. It did take 15 hours and 36 minutes, but Robin, drop the microphone. You've done it, and look at this.
Come on.
Well, whatever layaway she has, she's just taken somebody else there, and absolutely amazing. Yeah, that was actually very good. Absolutely great. Thumbs up at that. That's worth a donation if anybody wants to spare any of the donations, of course.
It's all right, but do you know why dogs don't drive automatics?
Oh, here we go.
They only drive stick.
Oh! All right.
Sorry, if
Welcome
you were
along
trying
to the
you were trying to give an answer to that, and I just completely stole your thunder.
No.
You were gonna get it too.
It's all right, mate. I'm the thunder from down under. There's no problems whatsoever. You want to bring the puns to the show?
I need a soundboard. I need Chi. I need Chi to come in with the soundboard thunder.
Oh, I do have that soundboard.
Let's do it.
Don't get me fired up on that one.
Have you been holding off on the soundboard?
Of course I have been holding off on the soundboard. I'm trying to focus on all the racing, but we'll see. I've got 8 hours to get some rehearsals in. I think, give or take. Yeah, something I have to change.
Chat's gone silent.
Yeah.
We've lost viewers. They couldn't handle the puns.
Silence is good, because if you actually just pan to the audience right now, their mouths are dropped and their eyes are open and go, oh, what? That's what's happened.
I've been gone for way too long. The puns used to be dropped every single day.
You can do
It was
puns.
good. Oh yeah. All about the puns.
I was just down. I was racing with James the other day, and then we went down to Australia. He had to fly down to Australia, obviously, to cast a race. And you know, when the British people flew into the immigration officer said, "Do you have any? Do you have a criminal record?" And they were saying, "I didn't think we needed a criminal record to enter Australia anymore." So there you go. That's the one I had the other day.
Yeah.
And I'm Australian, so you know, if it's gonna offend anybody, it'll offend me. But yeah, we're as
And I was
Aussies,
born in England.
Yeah, as Aussies, we just joke about it, of course. It's nothing we can change.
Yeah, no, that was good.
Not as good as yours, my friend.
No.
Yours is yeah. No, you had me back. Yours, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I had to mute my microphone for a second, otherwise I'll wake up the whole neighborhood. All right, so puns perhaps
What's
aside.
going on?
Yeah,
what's going on?
not a lot, which is sometimes a good thing and a bad thing.
Is anyone in E9 is doing a pit stop at the moment? It doesn't
Yep.
look like it's anything
Should be scheduled.
too. We are coming up for our own pit stop.
We are. Okay.
Got 2 laps to go.
Yep, I'll pull that up for our last pit stop. Pit lap right here. Bang. So there it is. So we boxed there from Leah. I keep calling. So please apologize to Leah. I keep calling Leah Lee. It's just the way I read things. My mind is just all over the place. We are all different. So that's how it doesn't matter, does it? We're all different. Certifiably diverse is what we are. I'm certifiably not very good with people's names, that's for sure. But that's okay.
Well,
'Cause you
I
get-
have a horrible habit of
we have fun.
forgetting names so quick.
There was actually, I saw something on YouTube where somebody would remember people's names by their outfits or their smile or their hair or whatever, and they did a test where they'd have all these people, they would meet these people before they'd enter a theater or something, or a picture theater, and then when they came out, they'd say their name, right? So they go, "Hello, I'm, blah, 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 blah." So each person would introduce themselves, like one after the other pretty quickly. No major pauses, no major conversations. Then when they came out, they came out in different, not the same order. And then this person had remembered every one of their names as they filed back out. Never met them before. But based on how he memorizes what they're wearing or something like that, facial features, all that sort of stuff, because the name itself, I think he related that to what particularly they looked like at the time, which was something. I mean, I tried it; it did not work.
Memory.
I tried it. I went one time into a gaming lounge. This is before the pandemic. I remember, jeez, back in the days before, when we could socialize all the time. And I did that at a gaming lounge of about 300, 400 people, and I'd met every single person in that gaming lounge. I just ran around and met every person. Even the people that were playing in the game competition. As soon as they finished, I went and met them. I was like, my goal this evening is to meet every single person in here, to say hello, introduce myself, have a chat, and then chat to everybody. I had so much fun. It was great. I met so many people. It's really interesting to do that. Not shy. Wasn't shy that night, put it that way.
It's so much fun to meet new people.
And not be
Everyone's
scared,
got a
because I had to
unique
walk up to
story.
a table of people, and they're all in their own group, all friends and stuff hanging out. And I'm like, hey, hey, and I just sat down in the middle of everybody and go, hi, how you doing? And then talk to everybody. And they look at you and go, who are you? But then once you get, conversational with people, they're fine because, I'm honest. I'm like, hey, I'm just here. I want to chat. I want to meet everybody. It's nice to do.
Are you yelling at them?
No,
Hey!
no. Absolutely. Always very polite and friendly, of course. Yeah, if I start yelling at people, I'll be like,
I want to be your friend.
get the beep out of here. No, it was good. And even people that were by themselves, not necessarily with friends and stuff, I know they had great conversations. I think it's, it's just being out there and reaching out to and having a chat and having fun with people. Not everybody's going to be the friendliest, of course, but they're also not going to be aggressive against you. Some people, for a fact, when I start talking to people, they're like, okay, who are you? Why are you talking to me? Whatever. And, I would just say, just saying hello, whatever, and how's your night and stuff like that. And their answers will typically be, if they don't really want to talk to you, that they won't continue the conversation. That's fine. I was like, yeah, enjoy your night, and yeah, hopefully I might see you around here next time or another time, and then you move on to the next person. It's never, I'm not toxic at all. I really enjoyed it. And I had a lot of friends that night too. So that's it from the Beagle's point of view, as we're in 15 hours and 44 seconds in this race, about 8 hours and 15 seconds to go. As Leah's doing a great solid drive.
Is that 2/3 of the race done?
It is. Definitely from the States when you're working in fractions.
I am a math major.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, all right. Let's go pi. How far can you get? Ready? Drum roll.
14159. 156.
You don't have to know pi, of course, to be a math major. Just messing.
Oh my gosh. I remember back in so for Pi Day in school, I had this classmate who had, just remembered digits in groups of 10 for pi. I think it was a couple hundred digits worth that this kid remembered. It was insane. Alright, we got Leah pitting now. This one should be the driver swap over to Mickey.
You're absolutely right.
We should, once Leah's got a chance to unwind.
So, I mean, you're a math major, but obviously what would be your favorite kind of tree? Would it be geometry?
Calculus 3. Three-dimensional calculus, doing three-dimensional seeing it in...
And if you ever had an argument with a 90-degree angle, would it turn out to be right?
that was a cute. that was a cute pun.
Why doesn't anybody talk to circles? Because there's no point. You started this. All right, so yeah, Mickey's now going to be in control. And yeah, I was so glad that Mickey had she had the time to, because I was really interested about the figure skating she was doing. I've never tried that before. I don't think I could.
You never tried finger skating?
No, I'm skating in general.
You ever skydive?
No, I have not. That's something I should definitely try. You done that? All right.
Oh, let's see. P25 has did they pass us?
Yeah. No, that's.
Oh wait, no. Oh
no,
wait,
we're okay. We're okay.
Okay, let's see.
Let's have a look. We should be able to get out
16.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Mickey's got it.
Mickey's got it. Yes.
Mickey's from Melbourne. This is when you start feeling thunder, man. Like I said, I'm from Thunder from down under, but you got Mickey. Mickey can do this. A little bit of damage at the front. No repairs.
I want to hear you root for Mickey then.
I am. Mickey, oi, oi, oi! Come on. Mickey fans, let's go. There are Mickey fans out there.
Sword Saint is with you.
Yeah, let's have a look. But let's
Let's go, Mickey.
We're gonna have a look because that's our pit stops we're gonna show. Let's have a look at.
Find your mouse.
Oh, there's the OC. I'm gonna talk to the Australian lads, of course, because yep, they're probably just down the road from Mickey.
Oh, what is this? They gave us an unsafe pit exit.
Oh, what?
Can you replay that, please?
I have to have a look at that. Mickey exiting the pit lane. So here we go. I have to press play and
Mickey must have made a mini mistake.
we'll have a look. I think I have to go to the pit lane camera. It doesn't really show it from this one. Let's have a look. How would you know if it's a safe? Oh, is it crossing the line?
Yeah.
Ah, we'll go on board.
Nick got that one.
Let's have a look down the other pit lane. There's two of them, of course. They'll be climbing up through Eau Rouge, but on the inside. So you have your own little track.
What's up, my days?
See if I can go. I can try to focus on the camera at the front of the car. There we go. I'll get it right. Here we go. Look at the track limits here. So you say if Mickey crossed it. Oh yes, that was. Sorry.
Well, play it through.
I did.
Because sometimes if you cut it. Oh, right there.
Yeah, no, it was completely two of those. The front left and front right were way over the line. That wasn't even gingerly close. That was. Yeah. That's all right. It just means I have to go back through the pit lane. But how much time? But then again, there's Marcus and their team. Well, I'm not looking at the live. Here we go. Again, I keep doing it. But they're in the pit lane, and that's the team that's up the road from us.
No, they are. Oh wait, hang on.
Yeah, that's P24. We're P25. So if they have to box right now, and we obviously have to serve a drive-through soon, we might still be okay here. Are they driver changing or tyres? We'll keep an eye on this. So we've passed them. We're P24 now. But we will have to go back and serve. Yeah, they changed. So now Patrick's in the control of this car. So they'll take tyres. So it'll be a long pit stop. So we'll go.
It'll be closed.
It will. Let's have a look at now. Mickey. So when Mickey has what, 3 laps to serve this? Yes. Okay. Must have taken repairs. So their front end's looking pretty good. We know that the car's feeling good.
Nick says might be center of the car of that white line. Left tires can definitely.
I saw
be
both
over
tires over in that replay. It kind of looked as clear a day from my perspective, but yeah, because I was on board looking over the front of the car, and that was a clear. It's not all four tires, right? It has to be 2. And
I think just 2.
It was definitely 2. It was definitely 2.
Nick was talking about the center of the car being over that white line. They have to, be at least half over.
Yeah, it was very quick. I did think it was. I don't know if that's something could be. Is there race control in this racing at all that you debate these things with or not? I'm not quite sure if there is race control.
It's all handled protests afterwards.
It's all after. Okay, so there's no live stewarding.
Oh, here is something though that I was gonna ask you. Next time we're going down towards the Camel Straight, you can see the groove on the left side of the track. Here we go. We're pitting in now.
Yeah, 7 penalty now.
You can see the groove in the grass of where people are taking it. So it'd be a neat camera view if you've got one that could show it.
Oh, I can. Probably nose cam would be the best.
Side. Yeah, you gotta get that left side of the car.
Well, we're on board right now with Patrick. They're the ones that are just behind us. This is more about what we have to be worried about, losing this position back, and they're climbing their way up. So whereabout is it? Is it? Because this is the Mark's Racing team.
it'll be next lap.
Okay. We're still in the pits right now, saying the
Yeah.
drive-through penalty. But that's in and out quickly, so Mickey should be okay.
It is a stop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but we're going out now.
again
We're fine.
We're going.
Yep. So I'm just gonna show body out here. If we go back to out, there's Mickey exiting the pit lane. Now, Mickey, don't do it again. Keep an eye on the track map. There's 25 behind us, but they haven't gone through turn 1 yet. We're P24, and yep, Mickey's gonna go through the other slow part of the pit lane. This is going to get very spicy, because Mick can't get on the power yet. He's still under the pit lane and charging down to the left-hand side. You can't see it just yet. Will be the other team that may be overtaking us. There they are. So I think we might have lost the position. Now, Mick can get on the power. Could be a day late, dollar short, but on that one, nothing Mickey can do, of course. Don't cross the line, Mickey. That did not. So she gets it, but unfortunately, now we're going to just drop that place back there to the other team. And there it is. But then again, the other team's dropped 14 places. We've gained 18, but they will be on the same lap with them. Well, so we'll go on board, as you mentioned there. So here we go with Mickey, and you can probably tell me whereabouts all this sand kicking up. Kerfuffling has been going on.
Yep. So right.
I'll go nose cam. Nose cam will probably be easier to see.
Yeah. So it would have been leading up to the chicane. So,
We'll do another lap then with Mickey on the nose cam. Which gives you that element of speed, doesn't it? You realize how quick these cars are when you are about 2 or 3 centimeters off the ground with in a GoPro camera or something. It'll be strapped to the front fender. Still good. P25, I like it. We are 15 laps down from the leader, but then again, we're on the same lap as P24. 3 laps down from P23. We've got Valley in P21 just entering the pit lane. Keep an eye on if they have any damage or not. Just listen to the car for a second. We'll quickly get up and get a drink.
Our last lap. 17-1. So we'll see what Mickey puts down here next. But coming up here after the big elevation.
The Arouge? Is this it? I'm back. Yeah, is this Arouge? Is this where you need to be like, Arouge is like just insane. Look at this. It's sensation of speed. And you go, there's poo on the right hand side, and you don't hit that area too much. And now we go into a little bit of a straightaway, camel straight, and then now you're going to get ready braking into Lacombe.
The left side here, so.
Okay, just Lacombe.
Yeah, left side on here. If Mickey was further over, you'd probably be able to see it more. But where you see that kind of shading, that's got to be some of that.
Do I have another camera angle?
More aerial view, I think, might
okay.
show it better.
Yep, I can take care of that for you right here. Perhaps. Should we go chase copper?
Oh,
chase
that would be a
chopper view.
That would be a perfect view.
Chase chopper view might be a little bit better here.
Cool. I like that driver's side.
Oh, the driver's side one? Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's back here. There it is. We get all the camera angles for you.
That's a really neat one.
I bet you all the other streams out there don't have this. You'll only find this on ours.
Right? 'Cause you get the front left wheel.
Yep.
It's like why do you want to look at the car? You gotta look from the car.
And you can see the work that Mickey's doing. You can see just a little glance over Mickey's helmet, which we'll check out in a minute, but we want to make sure we get that, as you mentioned, all these off-track excursions. It's been the topic of debate.
They did also mention that Well, you can see, I think, from people just go video that there was some, what the other drivers thought may have been trying to do it somewhere else on the track.
Go on, Mickey. Good pace. Can't see the mirrors in our spectator menu, unfortunately, and there's nothing we can do to show that. It's just not something that's available. We can't see what Mickey is watching on her little monitor that's in the inside of the car there. Just whatever movie Mickey's decided to put on for her stint for a couple of races, climbing up through a Rouge.
So we're gonna keep our eyes on the left side there, on the edge of the track.
Yeah, seeing a little channel form there. You guys are chicane.
Let's see.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Was that it? But you were across there a few times. Doesn't that slow you down a lot?
No, no, I haven't tried going on the grass, but you've got like higher over the grass. You could definitely see that divot. You can see how like long it runs for off the side of the track.
Mickey doing a solid job, as I'd expect from Australia. Well, I was going to say from Australia, but then again, we're all around this beautiful planet. Part of this beautiful community here, Prismatic Motorsports. You're from the Americas. I can see a little bit of the front end damage in the car, but nothing Mickey needs to worry about. Got that one covered, easy peasy. There's much when you went up to chat with our drivers earlier about that incident that was there. How was the stress? How was the mood in the room?
Mickey was really excited. I think he was rested. Had gone out, as you said, ice skating, and was.
It's figure skating too, right? Because that's just that's above and beyond that ice skating. That's style and performance.
It's on another level. Mickey was actually making note of how it had tiebacks to
racing, right?
Sim racing.
Yeah, I heard that. That's what Mickey said. Yeah.
You have to shift, your weight around as you're going.
I think Mickey can spin. In figure skating, you have to do the spin on the spot. That'd be like. And that's a lot of body strength as well. That's a lot of body strength, especially your legs and things. And which you have to have, obviously, if you do have pressure pedals, don't you, in your racing rig? I don't know. Do you have that in your racing rig? Like, is it your pedal situations, stuff like that?
And, I've got the pedals, the wheel, and so the VR headset as well. I've got a.
And force feedback in your arms too, and steering wheels. Some people, I don't know how you like.
The wheel has force feedback. Yeah.
Some people like to have it really cranked up, like, you're trying to turn a 50-ton truck around a corner. I mean, it depends on people's personal taste, doesn't it? How you want to set that force feedback. I don't think for an endurance race you want to set it too hard. Otherwise, there goes you don't need to go to the gym membership. Forget that. Just drive esports iRacing for a while. That's some people actually told me that. They're like, people saying I get a workout driving sim racing all the time, so I don't even need to go to the gym. I wouldn't be surprised because your legs get a workout with the pedals, your arms get a workout, you're sweating, heart rate's increasing. All the key ingredients, isn't it, for a physical workout?
Sports are sports.
But mentally as well too. So not just physically, but you're mentally challenging yourself at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I can't. I'm gym membership. I love sports and stuff. I love sports. The fact that it's mentally challenged me. The only thing I'm not a fan of, and everybody has their own thing, is actually I just can't go to a gym and work out because I'm not getting mentally challenged going to a gym. If I have to go to a gym for a specific reason, for sometimes people have to do it for rehab reasons and stuff to, you know, repair parts of your body you need to strengthen, or, you know, you want to, if you work in some sort of industry or something where you need that upper body strength or whatever, yes. But for me, I'm like, I just can't sit there and do repetitive stuff without being mentally challenged. That's why sports, but then sports is also dangerous. I think I need to turn to esports.
Yeah, I mean, you're already commentated. You do some sim racing. We're talking a little bit about
That's
that.
not sim racing. That's a keyboard and an F1 game. That's more of an arcade game than it is a racing sim. Yeah. And then won't have the time, but no. Because I'll do what you do. I'll build a rig and I'll have it all set up, and then I'll be like, oh no!
Oh, come on, Mickey.
Mickey.
Oh, what's the relative? What's the relative?
Let's have a look. Yeah, should be okay, but gotta wait for traffic. That's any problem now. Let's have a look at the chop up.
All right, we're in the clear.
There's a lot of marbles forming up some of those corners, but I want to go back and see what happened, and you can probably describe this a little bit better if Mickey. We were on board. Let's go in the cockpit. So what do you think happened here there, Robin? Oh, there's too much chicane on the inside, right?
Yeah, it looked like clipped the yeah. Got the wheel hooked up over the curb and it pulled the car around.
Not too bad. Once again, I always take. I was saying this before. I always take the positives over the negatives any day of the week, because that's the only thing we can do. Right? The glass is half full, not half empty. We're okay. We have no damage to the car. I don't think there's anything massively structurally damaged to the car, and we haven't lost any major places. We're still in this race. We'll still gain 18. And plenty of time still to go. That's the only thing we need to be focused on. And even if we did get damaged, we had to spend some times in the pits, I'd still take a positive situation from that and say, we're going to finish this race, aren't we? Everybody out there in the Twitch chat. We are going to finish this race. Nothing is going to stop us from finishing this race. If I have to get out there and duct tape this car and Gorilla Glue it or push it across a line, I will. We're going to finish it.
I would love to see you duct tape this car.
I would if I had to.
Do you use electrical tape?
Anything I find in that pit garage right now, just as long as it gets us across the line. We're committed. We haven't committed 16 hours to not get this car home right now.
Leah, Mickey's practicing their ice skating.
Yeah, oh no.
Oh my goodness.
It's a great to have a laugh about it. I'm sure Mickey's having a laugh about it as well. So I'm just like, yeah, it was.
That was an ice punch.
Just testing. If you guys paying attention out there. Keeps it. Hey, you did the same thing before there, Robin. You know, in the crucial parts too of the racing, when you know it's there? Like it gets a little like, you know, not a lot happening. We're starting to talk about a lot of things, and then all of a sudden.
Y'all hear this?
What?
Coming at me with. Like,
no, I'm saying you kept us entertained. These are positive notes here.
I thought you were making reference to, you know, allegedly any possible spin that I might have done.
Oh no, you would never do that. No, I did. No, definitely not do it deliberately, because you know racing is a team, of course. But I just thought it's very entertaining, of course, because it doesn't usually happen in 24-hour races very often. And keeping us on our toes, literally, right? Talk to Mickey about keeping on your toes. Was that that's ice skating? You don't really skate on your toes, do you? I don't know about ice skating. Sorry to put any reference into that one. Definitely got to use your feet.
Yeah. And if you're gonna do a pirouette.
And jumps as well? Ooh, that would be tough.
E2 is currently half a second back.
That is right. That's Olaf Turner. Do you think, Mickey, just like yourself there, Robin, you're not going to give these places up any easy? They might be flashing, trying to say, let me pass. But we don't have to. Not through a rouge, that's for sure. It's obviously kind to do it, but not obligated.
I thought we were gonna get pushed there for a second.
Well, I just
Oh,
have,
look!
I have flashbacks of what happened.
On the left side there.
Yeah, that's
left
why
side,
I get
wow.
scared. I get scared, my friend, because when we go back to that moment, obviously when we were battling it, when we were letting, and this is the same situation, wasn't it? Mickey was letting the leader through on the inside, and the leader took us out. So that's giving me those moments in my memory right now. That's coming back and making me bite my nails, sit back on. Okay, let's not have that happen again, please.
I mean, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we have a good story.
We're still having, yeah. The key is the end of the day, isn't it? You're right. You hit it right there. It's the fact that we're all here having fun. It doesn't matter where you finish the race, even if you finish the race. It's about competing together as a family. Raising money for charity on top of it is even more of a gain. And that's why all you gladiators are out here doing this at the moment. Performers, community members, champions. Everybody's a champion, I have to say.
Here to hear is the speaking the big truth from Biggles.
That's why I'm here doing it too, my friend.
The
That's why I'm
heavy
here.
hitters.
Exactly. I enjoy this because I enjoy motor racing, but I enjoy the motor racing community more than anything. Absolutely, because that's what it's all about. And there's a lot of toxicity in a lot of racing communities and stuff like that as well. You know, you get that everywhere. Today and night, it's been fantastic in this 24-hour event. There's not toxicity at all. Yeah. Just league races where it gets a little bit serious and stuff like that. Yeah, people get like that, but that's just only because people want to win, right? People want to win. That's fine. It's also a judgment of your character as to how you can handle situations of when things don't always go your way. I think it's always easy to fault blame on something else, on other people. And in motor racing, it's something I think everybody's aware of that. Like, because, and this is it. I wouldn't have to say it's because esports tries to copy the real sports. Okay, and I'm a Formula 1 fan. And when you watch Formula 1 and two drivers collide in Formula 1, right, there's an accident. Well, both drivers don't admit guilt. Generally, 99% of the time. Not because the drivers don't want to admit the guilt. It's because there's marketing behind it. It's a sports. There's teams. There's money. The teams their PR people don't want them to say that they're at fault. Because they can then file, complaints and maybe have things reversed and switched and stuff like that. That's the only reason why they do that, because there's multi-million dollars at stake. There's teams, there's people's careers, there's a lot of money. So that's the situation. The driver themselves, probably, if you unscripted, would probably sit up there and, shake the other driver's hand and say, look, my bad, sorry, my fault. Okay? Move on. But because they're not allowed to say that, that's just the way it works on television, of course, in the real world. Unfortunately, I feel that people tend to, in the esports world, kind of mimic that same scenario and say, well, this is kind of like how sports is, right? So we're going to do the same thing. Although the big difference is you're just racing generally by yourself. And unless it's your multi-million-dollar job, career, and you're going to let down your team and everybody else as a part of the work that they've been putting into, you really don't have that much of a reason to get upset. That's just my perspective that I've seen over casting racing. And granted, people get upset because they put a lot of effort and time into it, but once again, hey, at the end of the day, you're not letting all your team and engineers and everybody else has put all that effort into it down because there's a collision between two cars. Just gotta have some fun. He'll let me rabbling on, of course, because a lot of action happening. Gonna keep you
Sorry
awake,
for,
Robin?
No, sorry for that. Well, I will actually say, I do, my better judgment is coming up for me. So, with the possibility that I may hop in the car again, I do want to.
Oh, because it's
get a little bit of.
I'm just
nap in.
checking. Yeah, you probably might need to get another nap, especially if you're going to drive. I'm just checking the schedule at the moment there as well, too. That's fantastic. If everybody out there could see the spreadsheet together here, this is family. Oh,
You see
Prismatic,
the,
it's
the stint
amazing.
calculator.
Yeah, it's amazing. The colors, the drop-down menus. I couldn't get the times actually 100% accurate. We were kind of figuring that one out, but that's not. That's just us
Oh
as
yeah, the
broadcasters.
time thing is you select the name of the driver,
Mhm.
so the driver can see. Oh, what is that time?
Yeah,
in
'cause
their
it's-
time zone. 'Cause they have it
Oh, see, that's how
set up with the
fancy you
time
got
zone.
this done. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
And it's
you gotta
updating
have your
live.
you gotta have your data validation, your lookup tables, you got your VLOOKUP,
I know.
your index match.
I remember when I was working in office and I was hiring staff, and a lot of people would put that on their resume. They're like, it's like Office, Microsoft Office spreadsheets. Well, I'd say Office and Google Sheets are the same thing. Google Sheets are better because it's free and it's online. But they put down they're an expert of spreadsheets, and I'm like, oh really? Okay, so you can do all like macros and all this sort of stuff, and then they kind of like go, what? I'm like, not an expert then. Talk to.
Is there a Visual Basic equivalent inside of Google Sheets?
They do have scripts, yes, and I've had to use a few of them, but they're add-ons, and there's a lot of permission stuff and stuff because it's safety as well too, because that's one of the big problems that occurred with Office Sheets is that they can end up having scripts that can do nasty stuff to your computer and things like that. There's back doors that are opened up there that can allow access. So Google will have that, but they're very. If you want to use it, you have to have other people kind of install scripts and stuff as well. So I tend to not have to. You don't really have to use them anyway because it's so powerful, as you know, as I can see what you can do, and it covers 99.9% of everything you need. And it's there, right there. All you have to do is send a link to somebody, and they go, "Oh, I can access it. I can change it, edit it if you want them." It's got version controlling, which is even better, isn't it? Because a lot of people, when I allow them to have access to sheets that we're working on, you'll feel the same way. They're a little bit intimidated because if they break something, they feel bad. But the beauty of it is version controlling. So if you do break something, we can roll back to the previous version, and it's there. So you can't break anything. Really. Can, but there's backups of backups of backups. It's so cool. And what your community has done to create that is just amazing. You mentioned this, didn't you?
Excuse me?
You mentioned this before with all the advertising out there. Certifiably diverse, my friend. I know you're getting tired. You've been up since the crack of dawn, about 5 a.m. I think your time at 5 a.m. I don't know. And we'll put 1 hour sleep.
At the moment it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So.
And you slept
last night
about three.
I got about 3 hours of sleep last night.
Which is about this time. Or soon.
It's gonna be about how much sleep I get tonight.
Yeah. And you're thinking, you're contemplating having another run behind the wheel.
Another run in the race?
Yeah.
Yeah. If from what we're looking at.
I'm just scrolling to the side here. And,
Alyssa's gonna possibly go after.
I can hear you clicking. All right, there it is. I'm seeing at the moment Robin putting a drop down going sleep. This is for the driver's stint schedule. at the moment. You get everybody out there can't see it in the chat, but you can see it internally.
I might go here.
Can we put Bigglesleep there somewhere as well too?
That would be.
I'll sleep when everybody in the UK starts to wake up. So I'm going. I'm delivering here.
I need to obviously chat with him first, but I'm just looking at what we've got available here. I mean, I would be.
Yeah, the drivers. And this is earlier, obviously, for Mickey, because Mickey's in the Australian time zone. I'm still chatting to my friends over in OCE. Every once in a while, I'm checking up with them because we were battling with them earlier. Remember, they're currently running in P13. Just went into the pit stops, so they are our friends. They'll be supporters of Prismatic. So if we need to work together towards the end, try to gain a couple of positions, they will be our fellow teammates per se out on track.
Well, look forward to seeing where we're at about that time. I am going to hop off.
All right, yeah, I understand. You got a lot of work to do. You've done a lot of work more than anything, and driving. Oof.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my gosh. Spending all day driving though. There's not much.
I appreciate. Do you mind popping into the driver's room and just asking, because it's very difficult for me to cast by myself, and I can obviously tone it down a little bit while the drivers are. Obviously, Mickey is driving, but do you want to ask them if they're okay if we just have a listen and for the broadcast for chat?
Yeah.
During this moment.
I think that's fine. I'll
just ask him first. Of
shoot
course.
a message and text, please.
Yeah. Thank you. That'd be great.
Just out for y'all watching the stream. I just want to say before I hop off for a couple hours nap, I will be back, obviously to watch and participate in whatever stints I end up doing in the last couple hours. We only have, 7 hours left of the race?
Only, yeah.
Only 7 hours. We have a full quarter of the race left. Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Robin, somebody's like sleep out there. We need an exclamation mark sleep. But thank you, Robin.
There is one. Make the streamer go to sleep. There is a channel point reward. I always do this. I get
not straight. The organizer go to sleep of everything, which is yourself, Robin. Yeah, go chat to them. Any last words there, Robin, before you do eventually, hopefully, get some sleep in?
We are at the moment. Thank you to everyone's support towards the Switchboard LGBTQ plus helpline. It's the charity that we are fundraising for and running memorial liveries on both of our team cars. We are currently we've hit our 400 goal, which is singing Sweet Caroline. We're gonna
Sweet Caroline.
We're gonna corral. No,
not that one. Which
yet,
one?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, you're getting me hyped up.
Yet.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, if you want to do solo karaoke, go for it. I shouldn't really stop you
if I'm going to be solo, but no, you're right, because I want James to be playing on the piano at the same time. Go ahead.
But if you want James to play if we hit 500, which we are at $476 for race at the moment. If we hit that 500, then James will play
drum roll
an instrument along with the song. So it's either going to accompany or it's going to be its own thing. But I think he said the clarinet, the piano, or what else?
I don't know if he does play those other instruments, but he did say that. So Happy Dead Pixel was asking if we can jump into the casting groove. Well, the boss is next to me, so if it's all verified with Robin, I have absolutely no problemo. So you gladiator sort that out.
I have a certain role set up for it at the moment, but let's Need to...
I don't know how that does. And if you know Happy Dead Pixel out there, Happy Dead Pixel, you know, we're all cool, calm, collective. I have the beep button anyway. We don't have to swear. Yeah. 2 people are boxing behind us, which is good, so it allows a little bit more freedom to get up track there. 18 positions gain. We are.
There you go, Happy.
All right, Happy. Yeah, if you
you
casting
should be able
powers.
to see and join those channels.
I think
if
the
you want to join waiting room.
Yep. Do you
Biggles
know
can-
Happy out there? No.
Yeah, Happy has been a member of
Yeah, just confirm it because you know you're the boss and
Wow,
just make
what's
sure.
up?
Oh, Happy's in. Hello.
What's up?
Yep. You
Hello, hello, hello.
might have to boost yourself a little bit there, Happy. Say hello. Don't be shy.
Okay, there we go. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
perfect.
I just have to set up my
Well, your
audio
microphone sounds
setup.
nice.
Well, thank you very
Smooth.
much. Besides motorsports, I produce music, but that's a different time.
Oh,
Different day.
well, you can be a part of this band that performance later on. Apparently, that's happening for the charity event.
I'll probably be asleep.
Well, we're gonna
But
have
yes.
to let Robin go now.
Thank you, Robin.
Yeah, sorry, Robin. You're out. It's exclamation mark. Go to sleep, Robin.
I'm being kicked out of my own stream.
You are. You can also
Alright.
stay around as long as you want.
It's so great to see you and you Happy and everyone else that's jumped in from my last from the Trans Taco community. I've loved seeing everyone's messages saying hey, and I just want to, before I go to sleep, just be like, I'm not quite sure what my tentative streaming schedule is. I'm still really busy just overall, and so I might do a couple just one-off streams here and there. It's definitely something I want to try to get back into a bit more, but yeah, I've just been really excited that been able to host the Minerva team here for this event here.
Fantastic.
Thank you again, Biggles.
Did I hear
for,
your cat Bell
overlapping it.
in the background there?
No. Running around.
Yeah, okay. That's why it's funny. Thank you very much. Have a rest, my friend. You've done so much, and we want to see you back, obviously, behind the car, and we want to see you back towards the end, wrapping the whole stream up as it'll be about 7 or 8 in the morning for your time. So, yeah, get a little bit of a lay down. You absolutely deserve it, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So long. See you in a while.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much, Happy, for coming in. Happy to. So I hope you had some sleep, Happy. You got to keep me occupied for a little bit until we get some of the UK casters in there, so I can have a lay down.
I've been training for an event for cycling, so I'll try to travel from one state to the other. So yeah, my sleep schedule is a little off of myself. So I have to battle the Arizona sun. So right now it's the heat wave season. So
Yeah, I felt that
40
Australia outback sun. It burns. Hey, continue your mic up just a little bit because I had to boost you on Discord, just making sure that we get that level.
Sorry, I can do that right now.
Perfecto. There we go.
All right, perfect. Yep. Yeah, so I just, but I haven't really had time to do motorsports. My main motorsports are time attack and drifting, so this is somewhat I know about. I do watch LMP and all of that. I don't know how detailed this sim racing is. Does it, like, do you choose compounds, fuel? What the drivers seem like they somewhat plan their operations of switching and everything. This is a very detailed
It's
game.
super detailed. That's the thing. You don't say the G word. It's not a game. It's called a simulator because it is a simulator.
Oh yeah, it's sim. My bad. I see. So I've never got into sim just because not because it was like, oh, I'm too good. It was just like, well, I'm already into motorsport, but to be honest, I feel like I made the biggest mistake by not investing. Right now, I'm looking at stuff from certain brands to, have a good entry level.
Well, yeah.
system.
I mean, you sound like that it's game over and you can't join anytime. You can absolutely join anytime. It's growing.
Yeah.
This sport
yeah.
is growing massively. So you got plenty of time, and probably more than anything, when it comes to iRacing, it's a very just thrown into a deep end immediately. You just like loaded up with not a very friendly menu, not a very friendly introduction on how to do anything with the simulator. It's kind of like you have to have a community around you to help you. That's the biggest thing. It's like you get in there and you're like, what do I do? How do I do this? Setups are so difficult, and you need a bunch of people around you to help you with setups. They go, okay, and they go, why am I sliding every time I turn in this corner? Like, why am I'm trying my best. I've done it 1,000 times, and I keep spinning. They will say, oh, we need to adjust this, probably need to adjust that. And they're oh, that helps, thank you. That's what you need in iRacing. You can't just jump into the sim without... If you don't have any friends, well, everybody's friends, but you don't have anybody that uses the iRacing simulator, and you jump into it immediately without that help, you probably would just be more frustrated at yourself than anything.
I think that's beautiful because I mean I only have like 3 or 4 tracks I go to, but I have data sheets on my little on camber specs and certain things. So I think it is so awesome that this is happening with iRacing. This is just the coolest thing.
It's a community. It's absolutely this the whole thing is built on community, man. Absolutely, because I notice as like I didn't know anything about this to come in and broadcast. It was very difficult for me. I've broadcasted other games like Rocket League and Formula One and things like that. A lot easier to broadcast. But then coming into this, and I'm like, what do I do? And I've had so many fantastic leagues that have just sat there and just spent time to say, oh, I'll spend 30 minutes, an hour or whatever of their time and help you out. And then I've jumped into other leagues with people that are playing the game, simulator, sorry, and I've asked them questions like, hey, okay, what is this? What is this? And they've gone through and they say, okay, let me Biggles explain all the setup. They've gone through about an hour explaining all the setup tweaks. And I don't race, right? I don't drive, but I want to understand when they're talking about this. So when I am broadcasting, I can kind of relay to everybody out there what is all the details that go on behind the scenes. I'm still learning. Trust me. Big time still learning.
I think you're doing a great job broadcasting, and you're talking about it. It's just like it brings like a little bit of learning, romanticism, all of the stuff you want out of a good broadcaster, and you're doing an amazing job with it. And I love that you like Formula One. I like Time Attack. Motorsports are awesome because they share, some things.
Can you define the Time Attack real quick there? Because I'm a little
Time Attack's a bit different. It's more, I consider it way more faster than Formula One. Not like the cars are faster, more of like you show up to the racetrack, you do as many laps as you want, but the goal is to get the fastest lap.
Is this which simulator is you using, or is this a real life?
In real life. So the fun thing about Time Attack is it's an open range. I would consider it a great motorsport for people that are DIY.
But I'm still confused. What are you talking about? Like cars? What sort of category?
Just regular cars.
Okay.
So there's like basic. So this is what I'm trying to get. It's like so they're so it could be for anyone. So you could come in with your Honda Civic with some coilovers and some tires.
Yep.
To fully carbon fiber, max aero, modified, we'll say Subaru Impreza to.
My GTR Skyline that I have, maybe something like that.
Yeah. It's a crazy series. I'm more in the entry level. I'm in the street level. So factory motor, factory suspension points cannot be changed. I can modify the struts, control arms, and certain things, but I can't go get big racing brakes or
so that they balance it out, so you don't have somebody who's like heavily modified a car versus everybody else, and then they're just gonna blow everybody away anyway. That wouldn't be that fair. All right.
Oh yeah, and the best thing is it's like just like even like LMP or certain you always get that one GT car that's just faster than GT1 or 2 or whatever. Like it's always fun when you see someone in street class that's a really good talented driver catch up to the modified classes, which the next one, and it's like, oh well, that car's more stock. We go, well, and it's just it brings up a little bit more excitement when the faster car is trying to outrun the slower car. you know, there's that whole lore sometimes.
That's true. And speaking in this situation, in this racing scenario we have for the the 24-hour Spa, all these cars are the same specs, but we're obviously seeing massive differences between P1 all the way down to I think there's about 37 drivers, maybe give or take, in this race. So the same specs, but just different drivers, different setups, different classes. Not on the level so much that you're talking about, because there's a lot more modifications that can be done, but still you can see the difference, can't you, between the different driving and stuff like that.
I mean, even for this series, it's still awesome because just the level of drivers that are probably in here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a professional driver in this race, or and then the person who maybe within 6 months who's really picked up this motorsport, driving.
Oh, there definitely is, my friend. There is. I cast a league of the Indy. I cast a couple of IndyCar leagues, and one of the gentlemen that actually puts on the IndyCar league actually works as an engineer on the pit wall for the one of the IndyCar teams. So he gives a lot of feedback to the other drivers about tweaking the car. He's not necessarily the quickest himself, but he knows the motorsport because he's a part of the motorsport, and he shares that wealth of information. I pick his brain to pieces as well too, and that's what I love about it, because I'm learning and engaging, with people that are heavily involved in the real motorsports, and there is a lot out there, exactly. And I know that there are, once again, we are now squabbling. It looks like it's again with the Ferrari. Maybe a different Ferrari. No, that's not actually. This is now a Merc.
Yeah.
Because I thought we've been at it with the Ferrari tooth and nail for some time. But going back to that, you're right. It's like, but that's what I love about it. This is what I've really enjoyed with, because I just cast, broadcast and cast, but I get to meet people all around the world that are so heavily involved in esports, whether it's just esports or a part of real motorsports. And the stories I hear every day, the experience, the knowledge I get is amazing. It's like I learned so much. And where else are you going to get that? You can't get anywhere else. You watch television motorsports, but you're not going to get that. And by the way, who watches television anymore? Come on. It's 2022.
Technically, I was watching this on Apple TV on my big screen.
But obviously during a streaming service or something, not a TV network per se. Yeah.
But yeah, it's totally understandable. Like, I'm so curious right now. Like, did the team do practice laps, tuning, and all of those?
They
things?
did, mate. Yes, exactly.
That's awesome.
Because
that is so cool.
Just speaking before Robin, I mean, the documentation they presented, they've gone through and done a lot of preparation work way before. We struggled just to get this whole broadcast preparation last minute. But they racing conditions, racing, they prepared for this in advance, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is beautiful. It's just controlled chaos at its finest. I've seen it multiple times. Yes.
That's what motor racing is, my friend. Controlled chaos. It's just a machine with so much. They use the horsepower, because I rather use kilowatt power, because I don't think we push things with horses anymore. But anyway, that is the case. Yeah, it's taming this beast of just fuel and pistons and cylinders and tires and traction.
Oh yeah,
it's amazing. Is Mickey gonna make a run here?
Perfect.
Oh, Mickey's gonna get
for 20th place. Ooh, there we go.
Let him through, of course.
Yes.
Mickey's now solid. Just to mention, because the more time we're sitting there just talking about anything means that there's not a lot of action that's happening, which is a great thing, because what our drivers are doing in the team is just putting their heads down and just getting it lap by lap by lap in, and consecutively doing what they need to do. Get the times in there, keep the positions.
I don't want to say I was there. I was there for maybe the first major accident. It was with the Merc, the black and gold Merc.
Yeah, that was the race leader that took, it's debatable about taking us out, but yeah. Was that the one you were referring to? Yeah.
Yes. I was like, oh my God. And I had to go and train, but I guess the beautiful thing about 24 hours is, especially with this sim, is the car's going to be back. Is just get the car built as best as possible and throw it back on the track, because
you would never give up at that early into a race. I do remember reading your chat as well too. You said you did have to go train for a cycling competition. I ride the beauty of where I am living at the moment, which is a small little town in the Panama jungle, and I haven't ridden a bike in years, and I ride my bike all the time around here now because it's generally quite flat and nice, and I really enjoy riding my bike. This is a normal bicycle, of course, not powered by a bike. And the exercise, like, I ride as hard and as fast as I can, so that even though if I'm going to go ride to shops and stuff, that you want to get your heart rate up and you want to feel the pain in your legs and your arms or whatever, so you know you're going to stretch your body a little bit further and get more exercise. That's how you train, right?
Well, so I right now I'm training for road cycling, but when I'm not, I'm doing mountain biking because that's the most beautiful thing about Phoenix, Arizona. You live in the desert. It's mountain biking is accessible everywhere.
And you gear obviously gear shifting and stuff like that up and down, right? Obviously gears on your bikes, and then because you're right up hills, and of course there's no like just paved roads that you can easily go up. You got to just also navigate your way into the shortest path, and I'm sure you've fallen off a couple of times and things like that. Up and down, downhills more scary than uphills. What would you say?
You know what? I think I would prefer downhill because up. So the weird thing is we have like the kind of stone that's a bit like, it's not smooth, but it can still be very ashy and slippery. So going uphill, traction plays a big role. So and
so you're slipping a lot trying to get traction in.
Yes.
Do you go a lower gear then, or a higher gear because you get too much spin? Just like real racing, really. You get too much wheel spin. Then
it is. And then sometimes you gotta account body weight or positioning to help with that.
You're right. You lean for a little bit more forward over the steering, right?
Yes, it is.
Ah, yes.
I mean, right now I'm really impressed with Mickey's driving. We have to talk about this.
It is brilliant.
It's so smooth.
Now, will you be careful with the casting curse? I know you just joined the commentary box as well too. That's one thing you kind of get these casting curses. They happen. I know people have casted curses over the years now.
Oh no!
And I don't want to do that, but I'm okay. I'm immune to it now. I think here in our charity event for Prismatic Motorsports that I've used all my, if I ever wanted to use any of my casting curses up. So.
But yeah,
you're okay. You have some up your sleeve, but don't use them. I think you can. Mickey's solid gold Australian. No way you're gonna be able to cast curse Mickey right now. Nothing you can do will ever stop Mickey from delivering this car as quickly as possible in her stint that she's going to be doing for some time solidly. Yep, see, I'm going to try again. I know Mickey is an Australian. Yeah, I'm not going to fall for those tricks. Mickey's like, come on, mate. I know. I'm an Aussie. We got everything in Australia can kill us right now. Do you think that Mickey's worried about a couple of corners around Spa?
Yeah, all of it. I'm from the desert too. If there's things that kill us here, it's crazy.
Exactly. Oh, there might have been a crash up. All right, let's have a look. Matthew.
Oh, no.
Yep, this is it. Well, this could be coming to play. This 52 car. Now, OCE car's actually up the road there. That's my Australian. They have hit my Australians. And what's happened here? We're watching Matthew, but I think Matthew's just trying to avoid that situation. And there it is. So they should continue on pretty regularly. I'm just going to see if it's going to pan out into turn one. So the car to the left there, the black and white, is my Australian team buddies that I used to cast with. So I've been chatting to them as well in their Discord. They're doing okay, comfortably doing very good. Once again, they're going to work with us, so they'll help us out if we need it. Hopefully. I did tell them. But that was that incident, so everybody okay. It's good. I'm going to quickly check the chat with them. Nothing. Okay, that's good. All right, let me get a drink for 1 second. You wanna? Hey, as I said, you're not really an esports driver or anything. You're a real sportsman. If that's a word I'm looking for. Sports performer. So yeah, I'll keep it's only gonna be about a minute or so. And on board with Mickey, right around Spa with Mickey.
follow Mickey. Let's ride. Let's go with the ride along. Oh my god. Go.
It's almost perfect timing as Pickles goes to a drink. I've turned up. Hello.
Hello.
This is the street. So you said you do time attack, which has fascinated me. We have that a little bit over in the UK, but I think it's a bit bigger in America, if I'm not wrong. We've got Grid Life and a few others.
Yeah, so next year is one of the reasons I'm cycling training is that I want to do at least 2 Grid Life events for street class. So yes, that is a thing. I have a Honda Accord. I figured it'd be a little bit different than a Honda Civic, just you know, it's Grid Life. I feel like sometimes you want to have something that's a little different and make I guess the fans who are Grid Life fans feel more comfortable that, you know, you don't always have to get the latest and like not the latest and greatest, but like, you know, the trending cars. Like I would love a GTR, I would like a Type R, I would like certain cars, but I like how cheap my Integra cost. I mean my Acura cost compared to you know, a Honda Civic or a GTR. So yeah, it's a fun series. I would recommend it, but I would also just recommend a track day if you can experience it in real life. I wish it was a little bit more accessible. It is a very expensive thing just to do a track day by itself.
Motor racing is very expensive. Oh wait, sorry, we have somebody else in here at the moment. Sorry.
Hello, Nicholas. Yeah.
Hello.
Well, as you left, I turned up. But
it's Wes.
Do you drive the car to the circuit, or do you?
Yeah, so I'm still on that level. So
You are.
Yes, because you know I want to kind of stand for what, you know, that DIY pioneer, like what is it, a pioneer type driver, just having fun. There's nothing wrong about, you know, that 1 to maybe 3 times a year you get to take your little sports car or your whatever car you can take to the track. You know, have fun. I'm on that level, so now that I'm seeing this amazing sim racing for the first time, it's like now I'm kind of tempted because it's like I should really get into this.
You should. I want to take Wes's car around the track, and now Wes has been working on his car, haven't you, Wes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Wes is actually working on a legitimate race car, right?
Ooh.
Yeah. I got my Mini that it's for rallycross, so it's supercharged and it's a bit quick, and we just finished making all the bodywork fiberglass, so it's a lot lighter than it used to be.
Doesn't crash too well, my friend. The fiberglass. So
Oh, no,
I guess you have no
but
intentions of crashing the car.
No, the other week when we went, the last time we went, I just got all the doors fiberglassed and a lot of weight out, and I hadn't hit anybody yet. And then the last time we went, every single start we got squeezed at the start. So when I came back into the pits, we couldn't open the door because I basically had got up somebody. So we had a big crack in the door and had to fix all that. So that was quite annoying. Just spent all that money on making it look nice and all the fun, and then we had to quickly.
Fiberglass is not easy to repair too. It's layers, just like carbon fiber, isn't it? You got to put layer on layer and layer and layer.
Yeah.
And that wait for it to dry.
Luckily, it's not too bad actually, because there's a big dent in this side of my car that's not fiberglassed yet, and we were waiting to get a few more dents in it before we replace it. And I can say that the fiberglass door was definitely easier to repair than getting the dent out of the arch, we noticed. So yeah, it's expensive and it's a little bit difficult to fix, but it's better in the long run because it is lighter and it is a little bit more easier and quicker to replace too.
Do you have
sort of just bolt it on.
Do you have roll cages and stuff like that? And if it's a race car, it's certain. You know, I remember when I was doing some racetracking stuff that.
Yeah,
you have to have limitations, like you have to roll by, obviously you have to wear helmets and fireproof seats and stuff.
It's all FIA approved, so
okay.
the seat, the harness, if even the seat mount has to be FIA approved.
Wow.
Relegated, and cages
becomes
and all
even
that as
more
well.
expensive, I would imagine, at that point, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you have to replace the harness and the seat after some time because they run out of date. So you do have to replace them eventually. But my seat is quite a cheap one. My sim seat is double the price of my racing seat.
I had I think the
That's the
Skyline
logic.
was fixed with those. Is it not right? I say Ricardo, but it's around that brand, isn't it? It's a racing. It hugs you, right? Because the more of a seat that hugs you, obviously the Formula 1 cars are mounted around your body because you don't want movement in there. Otherwise, you're going to have bruised ribs in about turn 1.
Yeah, I've had from the harness, from the hands device and stuff like that. When
you have to wear the hands
strap you
device
in.
as well.
Oh yeah, you
Wow.
have to in all racing in.
That's serious.
In England. Yeah.
Oh. Which is
They're
fantastic as
relegated.
well too, because that hands device has been a massive lifesaver for neck injuries. Of course, after it's been developed.
But you have to get used to them as well because you can't.
They're not
turn
comfortable,
your head left
right?
or right?
Yeah, no, they're not.
Well, I think they are comfortable,
Oh.
but when you put it on for the first time and you go to turn your head, and you stop yourself, and it can be quite annoying.
I do remember drivers in Formula 1 when they first introduced the hands device, because it was introduced in the US motorsports, I think in Indy earlier. It was invented, I believe, over there, somewhere along the line. There's YouTube videos. And the Formula 1 drivers were complaining about how uncomfortable it was at first, that was.
Yeah, it's just something to get used to, because you can't move your head too much. Especially can't look down. Like, that's not happening. It's brilliant for that. Do you have to use them in time attack as well?
No, I use one regardless. I was actually using them when I was drifting, actually.
Really?
Yes, because I mean, when I was drifting, I was already doing tandems, and I wasn't becoming a pro, but I got to go to the advanced level. And at a certain point, I saw a friend get into a really bad accident, and I go, you know what? It's time to buy a Hans device. Like, I know I want to buy these cool wheels, because drifting, and I bought it. And it's funny because after a while, like, I know there's very little movement. I can't really look left and right too much. It becomes more like muscle memory of the track.
Yeah.
So, but and then the other thing was, like, I wasn't there, but I was watching TV when a very famous NASCAR race happened, when they were trying to get the Hans device implemented into the series. That person didn't wear it. Could have probably helped them, and I was like,
That's right, yeah, that was one of the biggest instigators. It was NASCAR, actually, that's right. It was NASCAR that was one of the...
Yeah.
I think NASCAR was the first to actually introduce it. That's one thing for everybody out there in the Twitch chat there to remind us of that.
Yeah, and when you lose, like, one of the biggest legends who pretty much made that sport so important, and even people from around the world go appreciate that driver, I felt like it was like, that was a big statement.
It's just unfortunate, like anything in the world, it's always a situation where, unfortunately, it tends to be you have to lose a life in order for safety there to step it up to the next level.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, and that's the good thing. As long as we are progressing forward in safety, which is what happened, obviously, in Formula 1 as well, too. We had lost a driver that had, unfortunately crashed into one of the tractors and stuff like that. Halo device would have been something that was saved, and that was been talked about before that, but never implemented. But after it was Jules Bianchi's accident, that was accelerated massively and has saved probably a lot more drivers' lives now than ever before, because of, unfortunately, the fact that Jules Bianchi had lost his life. That's just the bad rule of thumb, isn't it? And motorsports is dangerous, so it is what you kind of have to expect. But as long as we're not losing as many lives and we're creating more and more safety, which obviously does apply to road cars eventually as well, but I think we're on the up and up.
Oh yes, and I love it.
You know what? Do you have a roll cage in your time attack car as well?
No. So, well, actually, kind of yes, but I don't consider it a roll cage.
Is it like a half one?
Yeah, it's like a bolt-in half back.
Yes.
I love it though, because it's like
Boxing as well too. Sorry, cut you in, guys. Mickey's in.
Nice.
Should be a little splash and dash. Should be tires. We'll have a look. Because Mickey's on her first stint. She just swapped over the car there before from Robin. If Robin's not sleeping out there, guys, tell Robin to go to sleep. Because Robin's done so much already. Let's have a look. So the car's not being jacked up. So is it just fuel, you think? So suspenseful. Let's go inside the car and have a look at Mickey's facial reactions right now. She's very steady with the wheel.
Helmet.
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic. Mickey's got it's kind of like who is it in that? Who's the creator of Seinfeld that does the other cartoon, Futurama?
Yeah.
Does it look like the robotic face? That's what was coming to my mind immediately. Here we go. Bender? I think it's Bender. That's right.
Yeah, it's Bender.
Robot. Yeah.
But I also know the artist, and I totally forgot the artist's name that this helmet is based off of. I was gonna say Basquiat, but I don't think it's Basquiat. I think it's someone else. If anyone in chat knows, please let me know.
Absolutely, please. The chat has been fantastic. They're switched on, my friend. They're very switched on. Mickey Hype is there, so if there's Mickey Hype fans, guarantee they will know. As Mickey's gonna exit. Mickey's gonna exit. Mickey, be careful. Exit in the pit lane. There are track limits. We had to do a drive-through earlier. Mickey's well aware of that, of course. This is where you're gonna keep it within the white lines as we're on board. And there it is. It's difficult, isn't it? Climbing up the hill. You want to get the power down, but you don't want to be crossing those white lines. And that's Mickey back on track. No problemo. Done. Mickey says, what are you talking about, Bigos? I have it completely under control. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness. So my question is, I know about Spa. What turns are the tricky turns in Spa? Like bumps or
well, Wes is an expert at this. Wes does it all the time. I know F1, but Wesy knows all the GT.
Yeah,
Wes knows all the other cars.
I'm sadly a nerd for anything that goes fast. Yeah, Spa. The key corners at Spa is probably Eau Rouge, so up the hill. The top of Eau Rouge is quite a difficult one because obviously it's uphill fast, bit bumpy at the top. You know, especially close racing up there can be quite difficult as it's, you know, what's the word?
Can I cut you? Well, go ahead. Go.
I'm trying to think what the word is. Yeah, I can't remember what the word is because you can't see at the top. What is? I can't remember.
Crest.
Blind. That's it. A blind corner.
Crest.
A blind corner, isn't it? Crest. Yeah.
I have a quick question for you, Wes. Because I know you're a little bit of a walking Wikipedia of knowledge. It's called Eau Rouge for a reason. Do you know what the Eau Rouge means?
Well, I feel like I did at some point, but off the top of my head right now, no.
All right. I did this when I was studying for F1 casting. It means Red River. There's a little red creek that flows apparently from the top of Rouge down, and it is red because there's a lot of iron in the soil. So therefore, that's the reason why it's called Rouge, which, if you translate that, means red creek or river or something around the line. There you go.
They have had a lot of problem with water these days, a lot of flooding issues there.
So well, sorry I cut you off. I just wanted to test your little knowledge. How about you go ahead, continue with the rest of the tricky parts.
The rest of them is probably Blanchemont to the fast left towards the end of the lap, pretty difficult. I would say the quick left on a track map somewhere off the top of my head in the middle of the circuit is quite difficult, but then these days that's quite an easy corner, but that's quite bumpy, so you don't want to touch the apex. But to be fair, we'll go for a lap on board and we'll have a look at some of the corners.
It's a hard lap, exactly. We're on board right now, of course, of our driver Mickey, as she's going to making her way up through Rouge. Now, Camel Straight, go ahead. You got a couple of laps to go. Go for it,
So,
Liz.
this part's pretty simple one. Just a simple chicane, but it's quite long actually. This bit, we can nail that. It's quite tight. You'd be quite surprised, but it flows lovely through here. This corner is absolutely fantastic. It flows nicely. You can overstep the mark there because the gravel's pretty close to the circuit, like it should be. This one, deep into the corner. It's long. It does flow nicely, but it also goes downhill mid-corner, so it's quite difficult. This one's no name. You just throw it in here. It's quite the same as that one, but not too sort of evens out on the exit, so it's quite a flat corner. But this one used to be quite tricky, but it's a bit simpler now. It is a bit bumpy. You throw it in left pretty fast. Take a little bit of curve, but it's quite flat now on the exit through there, but it used to be a bit bumpier on the curves than it is these days. This one, another chicane. It flows lovely as well. Quite a long one though. and again it should tighten up just on the exit here, and it's a little bit tighter on the second part, but it's a lovely corner. Again, the gravel quite close to the circuit as well, so it's fantastic. This one, you could easily, we've had a few areas through here, we've got to just go wide like that, but a little bit wider than there. This one's not really too much of a corner out here, so it's quite simple. This next lot of corners is quite fast, quite difficult as well. It's lovely, but easy to make a mistake if the car just has a little bit of a moment or a twitch or anything like that. It's basically flat out of a C. Little lift maybe on the way in, but it can be quite a scary corner, that one, if you just catch the curbs wrong. This one, hard braking, it's uphill, it's very extremely tight as well. Quite difficult when you actually go put the power down, as you're still actually going uphill as you exit the corner. It's quite a difficult corner, but it's fantastic as well. And turns one, quite a simple hairpin, but also can be quite difficult, because if you just miss the braking slightly, you can get it horribly wrong. And again, the power on the exit, it's quite a difficult one to do, like so, as it's quite a very tight corner. But yeah, it's a lovely track. It's an old school track, but the gravel's extremely close, and it really pushes you to the edge, because you can be very fast around it, but you're on the limit as well, and you just overstep that. There's not much room here to just get away with it, which is the correct way to be on a circuit. A little bit of weaving for the car behind. Yeah, it's a fantastic circuit. There's a few difficulties. They got the inside somewhat. They sort of stick their nose in, but they don't actually commit to it. I think I've watched an incident probably on every single corner on this circuit throughout watching motorsport. I'm trying to think of. Got Schumacher down here where his tyre came off on a Mercedes. No name. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Maybe I think Satil had a crash here. Off the top of my head. This next corner afterwards, I think Boyce had a massive moment. I think in a Williams once, if I'm not wrong, where he just ended up in the wall on the outside. I don't know of any real big crashes through the next chicane. More of them are racing incidents through the next chicane as people put their noses up the inside. But it's a fantastic circuit. It can rain, and then it can rain on one part of the circuit and not the other, because it's such a long circuit. People are saying that it might not be on the F1 calendar next season, which would be a shame, but it's because it's a classic circuit.
It better be.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoa.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to quit all my casting of all the esports. And trust me, I do a lot more than you do, Mr. Crofty. You are an expert, Mr. Crofty, but you only have to do 22 races a year. I do about 2,020 races a year casting, so come talk to me about that one. But yeah, Spa is a favorite, and we need it, because I'll tell you what, if you have Monaco on the GP grid over Spa, then I'm retiring from casting F1 ever again.
They go where the money goes, don't they? And that's America at the moment. The Beamer goes around the outside.
Oh! Keep it in there, Mickey! Oh. Good on ya. Don't scare us too much, Mickey. Then again, Mickey started reminding us at the moment. Let's let's get the heart rate up. I think maybe that was Mickey's response to. I don't think Mickey likes Monaco, so he was like, "Yeah, here we go. I disagree. I want Spa as well. So let me show you my feelings about that."
Yeah, it's a classic circuit. I love it.
It's remodeled, remember, as well too. That we haven't seen yet because we haven't been to the Spa.
Yeah. Rouge is different again now. They've tried to sort the flooding. It's a bit, I think from what they've done is they've made it a little tighter as well.
It's amazing how it floods through Rouge because it's top of the hill.
I like the circuit because it's one of those where they've built a track on the earth that and they haven't modified it. Like it goes up and down quite a lot, and it flows extremely well. So when you build a circuit that's not, you know, for example, Circuit of the Americas, good circuit, but they built it obviously on
Herman token design. Yeah. The problem is too. You have to agree with it. Everything everybody agrees. Like you got a car park essentially in Miami. Nothing wrong with Miami GP, of course, because they wanted to do it there. But it's flat. Okay.
Yeah.
It's no elevation change. Las Vegas, it's going to be flat. There's no elevation change. I lived in Las Vegas. Unless you go out in the mountains, there's no elevation changes. So, yeah, if you don't have those elevation changes in a track circuit, it loses so much of that element, doesn't it, to motor racing?
Like, I can't say too much because in England, like, we race on basically all the old airfields and most of them are quite flat. But the circuits, like, for example, Silverstone, they flow well and they are obviously historic, and Maggots and Beckett's are a fantastic set of corners. Like, Spa is fantastic and historic for Rouge, and the moments that have happened here.
It has the highest elevation changes as well, too, remember, on a track.
It's just such a
I mean, look at this right now.
Circuit.
Are we going pit lane? No, we're not. But if you look at this, we're right down the bottom. Look at the hill climb we're going to be doing soon. Now, we climb up a little bit in turn 1, and that's barely anything. It's like probably only about 5-minute elevation change. And then you go into this roller coaster ride coming out right now, and we'll go cockpit view. Look it up. See if you can just barely see the top of the track right up the hill. Look at this elevation change. It's amazing. And the pit exit there, you don't get that in any modern day Formula 1 track at all.
No.
And how would you want to lose Spa as one of those tracks? It would just be so disappointing. And then you climb all the way back down the hill, don't you, after this?
Yeah, then it drops back down slowly but surely. It drops all the way back down, and it starts to climb again near the end of the lap. It's absolutely fantastic.
Another thing you mentioned, in a 7 kilometer track, it rains in one part and doesn't rain the other.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like it's going to America and going to all these new circuits. It's good, and it's follow the money like always. It always has been. It's Formula 1. But they've got to be careful, and they have got to keep the historic ones around. You can't just drop them because they are the circuits that help.
Well, that's the thing too. In the States, a lot of people I talk to in iRacing, there are so many fantastic tracks in the United States. Watkins Glen, Road America, and all that. I mean, if they upgraded them to class them to be an F1, I think that it's potentially something there. It's a massive debate that may never be solved.
Go back to Indy.
Or Indy as well too. With the banking, they went straight into the middle of the circuit. That was great. Yeah, but unfortunately, the whole tyre thing messed that one up, didn't it? Unfortunately.
Yeah, it did. But they have absolutely different tyres these days. They have Pirellis. They should be able to sort that. Go to Indy. It's an absolutely iconic circuit in America and around the world.
It has the stadiums, has the facilities, everything's built ready to go for motor racing. It is the motor racing capital of the United States of America.
Yeah, the money will follow there easily.
Can I fan out a little bit? So I want to bring back just a random piece of Formula 1 history. I want Formula 1 to do Formula 1 at least one more time in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, that wasn't bad. Yeah, they done Phoenix, they done Detroit. Detroit was a street circuit. It was also not too bad. But Phoenix.
I nerd out.
Yeah.
I live in downtown Phoenix, and sometimes we have a painting of Senna, but I always go, this is the street. This is the street right here. I'm passing a piece of Formula 1 history.
Best seafood restaurant I've ever had in my life is actually, believe it or not, in Phoenix as well too. When I was visiting there, it's a little bunker underground more than anything. I was like, I'm having the best seafood I've ever had in my life in the middle of essentially the desert, the United States. I was actually really surprised at that one. There was I can't remember where it was in Phoenix, but obviously it's probably one of the where you have those great restaurants and stuff. Anyway,
thank you.
And no, I loved it. I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, but then again, it's also going to go with the flow of how it all pans out for the marketing. I do like F1 Media Liberty Group bringing more and more into the United States, but no, of course it tracks. I mean, Las Vegas is going to be one of those glamour Monaco kind of esque things.
They're American, aren't they? Anyway, they are part American, the owners, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like F1 Media Group are a US company.
They're going to want more in America. That was always a thing, but with the whole Netflix thing and more fans,
300 million people into motorsports, that's a market you definitely want to tap.
Yes, yeah. The issue they've got is for example, what we've seen lately with the cheering and the booing and the flares, and there's certain degree. I'll be a bit old-fashioned here. There is a certain degree with motorsports. We're not the same sports as other sports like football, cricket, and all that. You can come and have fun, obviously, at a motorsport event, but there is a level of understanding and respect that you should.
I agree with that. But what it's doing right now is it's turning into the sports of other sports. It's turning into those sports where people take it. You're almost face painting. If you've been in the United States and seen how passionate people are in the US about their sports and football. You get a football, any of baseball and more football, of course, American football. Absolutely fanatical fans, all right? And well, then again, you guys know too in the UK, don't you, how fanatical your fans are when it comes to soccer. So yes, you got to get that way. The more people get passionate about the sport, the more people are going to get in there, and then you're going to have these conflicts. You're going to have the stupidity. You're going to have, issues all the time. But that's only because people are more and more passionate. And I think the F1 Media Liberty Group, what they've done is that they've got rid of this just essentially older people watching the motorsports, and they bring all the young people interested more and more into it. And young people, of course, are the wild people when it comes to motorsports or any sports. Yeah. So that's switching it around now, and changing that atmosphere, because when Bernie owned, and Bernie's like 80 plus or whatever now, right? He's been owning that F1 for ages. He banned social media. Drivers couldn't do anything on social media and all that sort of jazz. There was just none of that. It was like his approach was an old school approach, from my perspective, but. It's an old school approach. And then F1 Media Liberty Group, when he sold it to them, changed it all around and said, no, let's go, young guns. You have Lando Norris and all that on Twitch there, streaming it during the pandemic, building up all esports and stuff like that. It's changed the whole mentality. Netflix coming in, it's changed the whole mentality. That's something Bernie would never have allowed back in the day. But what that's done is bring in a whole youth into Formula One now. And with youth, you also have youth issues, of course, when it comes to fans and stuff.
Yeah, it's happened before when it was Vettel versus Vettel having his time, and there was everyone. I remember that he won a race, and I think it may have been at Spa. I think he stood on the podium and was being booed.
Oh,
just because people were bored of him winning, and Martin Brundle stood there and was like, "You should not do that, and you cannot do that." And then it happened with Rosberg as well, and it happens sometimes with Hamilton. And it happens now with Hamilton. It happens a bit with Max. I kind of get booing them if you want to boo them, but don't.
I read it all the time.
There's no point booing them. But when you cheer when someone crashes, you shouldn't do that, because those people that cheer when someone crashes haven't been around when people have died in crashes. You can't take for granted that you never know that anything could go wrong in the car that we wouldn't see if they did have a crash. So you've got to wait until at least they get out of the car before you can make...
I've casted... You're right. I've casted recently a lot of major, F1 events where there's a lot of people, like thousands of people chatting at once. Okay? And the toxicity comes in. As soon as, for example, it was at the start of the season, as soon as Mercedes were not doing great, all in the chat were saying, Mercedes are washed up. Hamilton should retire. All this sort of jazz. That's what immediately comes into a lot of people's minds. They're done. They're dusted. And I'm sitting there, I never actually promote any negativity and stuff like that, and don't encourage it. But it's I'm sitting there thinking to myself, well, a 7-time world champion is not washed up because the car's not performing immediately off a second or third race of a season, of a 22-round season. But that's just what people are like. They jump to conclusions very early.
They also forget that a lot of the motorsport is down to the car as well.
Yeah, of course.
Even in
but they say they're washed out. I mean, the amount of people, the amount of clips I can go back and say people, they will say Mercedes is washed out, because I know it was they kept saying, it's only the first couple of races. It's a long, long season.
Well, they got the car design wrong compared to Ferrari and Red Bull.
But look at them now.
That happens.
Podiums.
Yeah, they're getting there.
It didn't take too long, right? I mean, but then again, people saying they're washed out. They just retired. They say, Lewis, just retired. Don't bother the rest of the season. Forget it. You're done. The man comes back and gets a couple of podiums in the last couple of races. See, that's what happens. I think just a little bit of a lack of knowledge, but everybody can voice their own opinions, and they're very much welcome to. But as you said, do it in a respectful way, of course. Because it turns into this massive argument fights that I see all the time on the chats now, in Twitter and YouTube, Twitch and YouTube, where people are just going for it tooth and nail, and they get angry at each other. And I'm thinking, hang on, you guys work for this, but do you guys work for these teams? Why are you getting so mad? Is it, are you not getting food on your table because, your father or mother works for the teams and they're about to get fired because the team's not performing, I don't think you need to be that mad about watching them. That's passion of motorsports, isn't it? Same thing happens in the UK with soccer. Same thing happens in the US with the football.
Yes. I was gonna say, as even for like because I'm more of a basketball person, so it's every day. Every day. Right now is the trade season, so team players can switch. I can't even go to sleep without hearing rumors every.
Ooh, big accent here. Sorry, real quick. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I love basketball as well too. It's the same thing. That's a loss. Oh, that's a collision. So I think that was Jackson that just had a little bit of a moment, and unfortunately the car behind. But then again, I think there's a lot of damage, so he's got to wait now. Wait. This is where you need a spotter, isn't it? We mentioned spotter to say clear, and get on with it. Just gonna go.
Is this the only Porsche, by the way?
Sorry, sir.
Is this the only Porsche in the series?
Oh, no, there are a couple. There's only one Audi that's out, but
I really haven't seen any, to be honest.
Oh, that's true. You're right, actually. I'm just going to go to the bathroom and continue. I'll keep the camera on our fantastic
Mickey. To be
Mickey.
honest, looking at the cars left, it is definitely the only Porsche currently running. And there was 2 in the race.
All right.
And there's only that one left. So yeah, at the moment there's only that one. The Audi that he said about is also out, so that's no longer running. But yeah, Porsche is a difficult car having the engine in the back. It means the rear is a lot more unstable, trying to overtake you constantly, as we saw there. That's a trait of the Porsche.
It's been pounded into my head with Top Gear for many years.
Yes. Yeah, I thought I like cars that drive like that, so I thought I'd enjoy having a car where I drive the rear engine in the rear. Drove it. It doesn't actually work for my style. It's not. It doesn't fit me. So I prefer a Beamer or a Ferrari or a Merc. They run nicer because I can set the car up so it tries to overtake me.
Yes.
But the Porsche just does it, and I don't like that. Apparently, it's really weird. I have to make the car do it, not the car do it itself. So yeah, it's a very difficult car. It's a good car when set up correctly and if it fits your style. But no, it's one of those where you have. It's like the Ford GT. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, then it's quite difficult to get a hold of. I'm fascinated. The basketball season. So the basketball season's having to swap now. The football season over here for us, we start next week. So currently it's just in the off season where everybody's buying new players and transfer. It's fantastic. All the rumours are going, and the season starts too. So yeah, I can't go a day at the moment here without finding out that somebody's moved teams or changed or something's happening within the squad. And it's like, as always, it's fascinating to see what happens in sports. But yeah, they've got a different these days. Formula One. Luckily, it's just Formula One. Most motorsports are staying the same. But the peak in Formula One is it's going from a motorsport to a mainstream sport. That's the slight difference these days. I've noticed that because of course for example in America, of course you'd have American football and all that. They have the hardcore fans, and then they have the base fans where they watch it because it's a mainstream sport. So if it's on TV, they watch it. Over here we have obviously the football. That if you have the hardcore fans, and if it's on because it's shoved down your throats a little bit, you'll watch it in the pub or you'll watch it just casually. Same with probably off the top of my head, probably tennis or cricket is probably up there too with that one. But because of that, you have the people that absolutely love the sport and can tell you, the formations and what's going on, what they're doing, who the players are. And then you have the people that can tell you the teams and what team they like, but they couldn't tell you the rest.
Yes.
So those are the people that will, they don't like the fact that the players dive on the floor, blah, blah, blah. Because of course it's silly, but it's like, why are they paid millions to do that? Because it's tactical. That is why they do that.
Yeah, people forget about all the tactics go on behind.
Yeah.
I said the same thing a little bit earlier with the esports scenario, that esports drivers in a lot of leagues, and Newcastle, a lot of leagues there as well too, whereas how serious they get when the two cars collide and they get very mad at each other. And in real sports, of course, they do, because tactically the teams tell them to do that. They have to, because they're trying to then, oppose that with the FIA and stuff like that, and say, maybe if they can get something back, it'll help them. But you don't want to admit a guilt, even though the driver would probably be very much happy to do it, but they're not allowed to until after.
In Real Sports Small, I've noted anyway that you should never admit fault until proven. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's the point. We have to go. Even in my racing, we've got cameras in the car, so if there is an incident, we have to take our cameras and show our footage to the stewards. But we have to go there with the thinking that we weren't in the wrong.
Because there are multi-million-dollar companies representing a lot of staff members and everything, so there's a lot at stake. When it happens in esports, the problem with the esports is that a lot of people just say they treat it like it's the same scenario, and they get mad. And I've seen discords, just arguments over and over again of people not accepting. You did this, you did that. It's a constant battle over and over again. And of course, the stewards will have to go through that. And of course, stewards are all once again volunteers. Don't get paid to do this. Not like the real motorsports where they do. And so it gets angry and people get very upset, and that's very toxic, and it deters a lot of people from some of the motor racing, where it's like, guys, chill. Remember, you're not earning a $2 million salary. This is not your full-time job. So until it is, then you could probably start to get upset. Then again, you'll have a personal assistant will tell you to not say anything until it's all being decided.
The issue with a little bit with racing is the beauty of it in a way is there is so much freedom of expression of what is legal and what isn't, which is also an issue because there isn't a set rule that what is allowed. For example, they've just somewhat changed the rules in Formula 1 to what is allowed and what isn't, because what racing you could do a couple of years back you can no longer do now. But realistically, the baseline of the rules is you always have to leave a car's width. That should be
it's always been the case.
But these days it seems that you have to have at least a car's width, like half your car alongside, to be allowed to get that car's.
And that'll be debatable, but that's what the teams have: the staff, the crew, everybody else. They'll sit there and do it. But once again, if you go back to esports, you don't have. They're volunteers, okay?
Yeah.
And then stress on the management of people running the leagues. It's stress on the stewards in the leagues, and it's stressed on everybody else having to sit there and listen to all those arguments and discussions, which is fine because
like for example on the road, if you're the car behind and you hit the car in front, it's your fault.
Legally, because insurance companies, that would be the 101 rule. Exactly.
And it's the same in racing. If you hit the car in front of you, it was most likely your fault for not avoiding the incident. And if you are alongside someone, if you're on the outside and they're on the inside, and they decide not to turn into the corner, and you turn in and hit them, technically that is your fault, because
it sounds so great when you say that, Wes, but you post that into a lot of the Discord racing forums that I've been a part of, and then there'll be like about, I hope you have a couple hours spare, because there'll be so many messages posted about everybody's, and everybody's opinions is also very well welcomed.
Everyone's opinions, but at the end of the day, the rules are basically, if you hit the other car, then it's technically your fault. You should be aware if they don't. I remember, what was it, Rosberg in Austria, he was battling with Hamilton, and at turn 3 he just decided he wasn't going to turn into the apex of the corner. He was like, no, I'm not going to do it, because he knew Hamilton was on the outside and he didn't need to turn into the corner because Hamilton can't turn in until Rosberg decides to, because he's on the inside. They ended up crashing and Rosberg lost his front wing. I think they may have put it down to a racing incident, because technically it's Rosberg's fault because he didn't turn into the corner, but also technically it's Hamilton's fault because he turned into the corner and hit Rosberg. But Hamilton would plead that he had to turn in, otherwise he was going to go off the road, and vice versa. There is tactical ways of doing it, but Schumacher always used to do it. He used to always hit the other car as they drove past, because he knew that it would cause them damage. It's not exactly legal, but he would always do it and be like...
There are also driver briefings at the start there. They're well aware of it. They have briefings after that. That's their job, so they sit there and they evaluate all this for hours and hours and hours, and later on they know what's going to happen for the next situation. And that's something that doesn't happen in the esports world so much, because people aren't going to sit there for hours now. They're going to have race engineers and teams talk to them about that. And the other thing, of course, with the motorsports is that people's passion is once again, people's opinion. Okay, if you like a driver and you say this, that's fine, right? Like like I said, I was going back to the fact before, people go like Hamilton's washed out, stuff like that. That's fine. People are allowed to say that. It's just that when people get somebody else will say, well, you're wrong, and, you know, you're a whatever. You know, they get aggressive. And then, of course, what's going to happen? The other person's going to get aggressive and fight that back, and then you end up with an argument over and over again. Now, once again, nobody's right or wrong on that situation. It's their opinion.
Well,
but it's when they accuse somebody of saying, well, you're, you know, a fool or whatever for not agreeing with me. That's not how it should pan out to be. Is we're in a tricky situation going on those marbles on the outside. But you respect other people's opinion, allow them to have their opinions, but don't try to change somebody's opinion or get upset over somebody else on their opinion. Allow them
interruption.
to... Yep, go ahead.
I wanted to say thank you to Cosmic Links for the raid and the host.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we're too busy babbling on at the moment, and we missed that one. Good on you. Elisa, right? Alicia?
Alyssa. Want to interrupt you?
You're welcome.
24-hour Spa text voice. We've reached the target.
Yes!
Part 2. Electric Boogaloo. Woo! That's the raised target as well.
We're still going.
Congratulations to all of you for doing this.
Absolutely. Did you send Robin to bed? Because Robin's been doing so much. Hopefully, she's getting some sleep.
I believe so. I believe so.
And you were there, I believe it, with Mickey as well. You're spotting Mickey, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yes, I'm supposed to be, but...
no, you came down to say hello. No, you go back. But Mickey's done a solid job, as I'd expect from an Australian.
Yeah, you should listen to what's going on in the iRacing team chat. the musical session going on right now.
Oh, nice. What's the music?
I have no clue, but it's
like,
something.
Come from the land down under with the Vegemite sandwich and all that jazz. No, it's Thank you very much for the raid out there. It's brilliant. Remember, this is a charity. Thank you very much for that information.
To the land of driving.
Yep. Well, we got a few more. And by the way, real quick there, a little bit of an update. We know that Mickey and pit stop's coming up soon.
In about 14 laps, 15, 13, 12 laps. So,
all right.
Yeah, soon.
Well, tell Mickey from everybody up in the booth, keep up the great work. True blue Australian. Come on, Mickey, bring it.
Will do.
Thank you.
I think the only issue with people saying their opinion is when they say it like it's a fact. That's the problem that happens.
Every sports enthusiasm is always like that, isn't it? They're like, yeah.
When they're like, oh, Hamilton's washed up or something, and they say it like it's a fact, when it's like, what they should be saying is, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Then you can't argue.
In your opinion, and it's all in our opinion.
As soon as you say that, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, who? I mean, that's what it's all about. Your opinion, and everybody can have an opinion. Just don't get upset about somebody else's opinion. You can disagree with it, but don't insult somebody, and people get up. Spinning car, and they gotta wait for a little bit of time there. So keep an eye on that one. I think that is Tony. Let's have a look. Yep. No. Wrong camera.
It was Kyle, I think.
Kyle. Okay, you're right. So let's go to Kyle. Good catch. That's why I like how where's the speed around here? That's it. So he's got to sit here for a while. The Canadian driver, and just wait for everybody to go zooming on by. That's the worst part, isn't it? When you lose it, you gotta wait because. And I'll tell you what. During this whole 24-hour Spa, the amount of spins that people have done, all right, it happens, but I'm so admirable at the sports ethic that everybody's been doing. They haven't been doing anything silly, you know. I mean, like, this is frustrating like mad.
That is not easy.
You could easily spin it right now and just destroy 2 or 3 people's race.
Yeah. Oh yes.
And I've not seen that in a lot of the incidents so far in this 24-hour. It's been great. Like, once again, you gotta, you have a moment, but you gotta respect other people's racing. You don't want to destroy other people's races. It's one of the worst things you can ever do.
It's so difficult once you spin. When you spin like that, you're annoyed. So the worst thing to do is not be able to do, just sit there and wait. That is really difficult to actually do, because the first thing you want to do is just get back going and drive. You have to sit there and wait, and it's frustrating, and the more you sit there, the more annoyed you get, and then you get a bit ramped up and you want to go, but you've got the spotter in your ear going, you can't go yet, you can't go yet. You have to respect that, otherwise you could ruin absolutely.
You called it,
somebody
Wes.
else's
You
race.
called it. And this is the maturity that I see in iRacing. Now, as much as I love the F1 game and stuff like that, I don't see that sort of maturity.
Right,
Then
you
again,
won't
the
see that,
F1
no.
game is what, 50%, so it's only like 20 or 30 laps. Yeah, it's gun-ho the whole way. This is an endurance race. I think people are realizing that, you're in it for a long haul here and you don't take silly risks. But just sportsmanship is brilliant. Very respectful of other drivers. There's always incidents. There's always moments where somebody could have done something better or not. But those spins and people have not come back onto the racing line and blocked people and crashed into people. And just talk to what happened before with Robin. And Mickey's had to do this as well too. Close saves. When somebody spun ahead of them and you got to take a millisecond decision to go left or right. It hasn't always panned out brilliantly for everybody in this race. But we've been very lucky, I have to say here, as Prismatic Motorsports, that we haven't had that situation where we've basically just had to T-bone, unfortunately, a car that spun down the road.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably, is that the spotters? Credit to the spotters?
Yeah, it definitely is. And credit to the drivers for listening to the spotters. That's crucial. Because you can easily just ignore them, which is annoying, but you can do it. But it's good that the spotters are doing a good job and watching the relative, of course.
So the spotters had to acknowledge immediately, going, okay, accident ahead, left, right, whatever. It's milliseconds, right? Not a lot of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have to watch the other car and see what they're doing. It's a lot of reading the road. That's a big skill to learn as well, reading the road.
They've been reading it for 400 and something laps exactly, but it's changing conditions over and over again. I'm just messing around.
You also learn what other drivers do too and how they drive. At this point, you would have lapped each other a few times, and especially when I do endurance races, once you lap a few people and you recognise their name, when they come up behind you, you know if they're going to be aggressive, you know if they're going to let you through, you work that out with other drivers by this point in the morning,
I think that was the car that just, as that Patrick Whale, that we had a little bit of a moment with earlier. I can't remember if that was the car that... Anyway, that's the past. This is the future.
That's the car that we are chasing down. Wow, there you are.
Ooh, this is going to get a little bit risky. Because, there's been a lot of moments that we've had with this 23 car. So don't look away.
Typical Lamborghini driver, very aggressive when not needing to be. They're up our inside now, it seems. I can hear them on the left.
I don't want to go on the marbles too much, especially at this point of the race.
So we're now, I think, 2 laps behind them.
Yeah, they've been having some interesting adventures.
We shouldn't worry too much.
Exactly, I was going to say. I was doing kind words, saying interesting adventures. That one.
Oh, yeah, but as you can see how they're driving quite aggressively with 6.5 hours to go in a 24-hour race. They are in a Lamborghini, which normally means they don't know the word patience.
Sidefish is out there in the chat there saying, I wonder if folks can fix this, Charity. So just to clarify, he says, I guess not. And sorry, just getting that message right now. Can we clarify that? We do have, is there something broken? Hopefully there's something not broken. Charity, we've been, everybody has been putting so much into this Charity thing. What do you just verify that? We are reading your message there, so fish, sorry, because there was a little bit of action on the track at that point. I was trying to keep the cameras pointing the right direction. All right, we won't miss it. We still have another 6.5 hours, so yeah, we got you covered. Yeah, Wes, you had a little bit of a nap and woke up, and we were very lucky to have Happy in here.
Yes.
Happy Dead Pixel. That was been in the chat. You've been in chat since the start, my friend, and I know you went out.
I was
exercising and everything.
The typical 24-hour fan. I left it on the main TV. Sat down on the couch, watched a little bit, got up, did some errands. I was the typical fan. I'm enjoying it, and now I'm co-hosting color commentary with you too. It's,
you did Mickey on the really outside. Yeah. But I was wondering how much of a fan would you have when you were outside exercising? Did you have us on the headphones and listening whilst you were doing your mountain?
No, I wish I did. You know what? I didn't even think about that, to be honest. I was just so ready to go.
We'll let you off this time, but next 24-hour event, we hope
I will
that you're
do
going to
that.
get that sorted. That's all right, mate. I appreciate you stepping in here anyway, because it was unexpected. You just asked, and yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I think Robin just
bored, and
wanted to
I
go to
was-
sleep and said, don't leave Biggles alone in the casting box, and Wes came in and joined as well, so yeah.
What I just want to circle back round. So what tracks have you raced at in Time Attack?
Right now it's just the local stuff. There's the name keeps changing every month, I swear. There's a track in Tucson that was a go-kart track, but now it's used for drifting in Time Attack. I don't know what it's called right now, but it's in Tucson, Arizona. Then there's the main Firebird Raceway in Phoenix, Arizona. I've actually done Horse Thief Mountain in California. What's the other California track? I'm really bad with names with racetracks, so sometimes I feel like they change.
There's so many on them. There's so many in the
Yours do,
States. But
because they
Yeah.
also have sponsorship in front of them
Yeah.
as well, which we do not have in the UK. So
presented by Firestone or all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
WeatherTech as well.
Like prime example is what is it? Mazda Speedway, like, or not Mazda. Yeah, see, that's what happens is that there's certain tracks I remember the old name, but then it's been changed 2 or 3 times because of the corporations.
We
or
have the
sponsors.
Twitch chat, don't forget. That can help us out. I mean, trust me,
Yes.
our Twitch chat community here, the Trans Taco, on the Twitch stream, on this Twitch stream, because we do have another one, has been sharpest tool in the shed, guarantee that right now. So they'll help you out. Community.
Mazda one, is that WeatherTech Laguna Seca?
Yeah, it's just Laguna Seca.
There
So
it is.
yeah, I remember as Laguna Seca, and then like
Yes.
I'll show up, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna lose," like, and they're like, "Oh no," and they're like, "How old are you?" And I'm like, "I'm this old." They're like, "Okay, you're allowed to get." This is a factual thing that's happened because I was so ecstatic, and I guess they changed the name, and they're like, "Oh no! Oh wait, you're old enough. You can say that." It was the funniest moment of my life.
Yeah, they
and-
have changed names over there.
But the famous corkscrew, one of the most terrifying things in my life.
Did your stomach go? Is it one of it definitely?
No, it didn't go. I like to think all the years of skateboarding and BMX paid off.
Yeah,
But
so it doesn't do that little thing where you go over a bump and your stomach goes a bit weird and fuzzy. It doesn't do that at that corkscrew.
More for me at this point, it's more numbing. But I know what you're talking about. Like,
Yeah.
but I can hold it. I guess of those years of just falling from the sky, and just. But yeah, honestly, it was a fun experience because it was just like I swear I felt like I didn't even churn. Every time, the first 2 or 3 times I did the laps, I was like, did I churn or did I just go straight? I don't even know what happened. I just did it.
It's because obviously, yeah, if somebody out there is into physics, of course, you can probably mathematically calculate what the weight ratio would be to the vehicle over certain parts there, and how much, you know, down, because the car's built on downforce, so it's limited downforce when you're flying over a crest, they call it. So that's something out there. Not a lot of action happening really on track as we're getting into another part of pit stop. So we're going back further at the moment to the car in 27th place there, 24th car of Andreas Frederick, that is just tucked up behind somebody there. I'm seeing, I'm just like this. That's the 9 car. That's the 9 Ferrari. That's running currently. Where is that 9 Ferrari car? They're in P18. Now, we've been tooth and nail at them. We, of course, being the Prismatic Motor Racing team. So we've had many adventures. This is why I want to focus on this, because we'll see how this adventures will pound out there for Andreas. Frederick is now starting to flash on lights. Now, oh, actually, it's flashing lights as is that very person up the road that we're mentioning in the 9 car. Frustrations start creeping in this late into a race. This is when moments and perhaps accidents say you want to save 10% off your medical insurance right now. Well, tune in. No, don't. We're right here, actually, at the moment. Don't forget, we are actually right here. And we, of course, being Mickey, there. So we're not too far away from this party up the road now. So we're joining this party. Oh, I want to close my eyes if we start getting into this rumble with the Ferrari car up the road. with that road livery. It's going to bring back some memories from about 2, 3, 4, 7, 5 hours into this race. We're 17 and a half minutes into this race.
17 and a half minutes into this race.
17 and a half, yeah, exactly. Australian time. Okay, convert it to the worldwide time. It's 17 hours and 37. Mate,
yeah.
I'm getting a little fumbling in my words. You've had a nap. I've had no nap.
I had like a little. I had like a 5-hour nap. That was after I had worked all day. Came here, done the commentary, went to bed. Gonna do a bit now. Got 2 other works to go to today at some point. So
and fix your car as well. Somewhere along the
no,
line.
that should be all done now.
Okay.
I've just got to finish cleaning that. That's all ready to go.
It better be.
We changed the supercharger.
Happy Dear Pixel's gonna drive. You wanna drive Wessy's car?
Yeah, on the
why
dirt.
not? As long as you do some suspension tuning for me to feel comfortable, I'm good.
Wes is pretty good at that. He can tweak that on. Yeah, Wes.
I got BCs on them, so yeah, you can tweak the.
Nice.
It's not electronic. You'll actually have to get under there and no.
Well, no, you're lucky you don't have to get under anyway. You can just on the top. There's little knobs that you can turn left or right if you want it softer or harder.
Oh, digital? Come on, that's cheating.
No, not digital. It's still mechanical.
Okay.
But it's not. But you don't have to get under anything and do it really.
Well, the good thing too, I'm not worried about if it's on the right side or the left side of the steering wheel. I can do both, so that's the best thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
well,
on a
it's on the
racetrack,
correct side.
doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
That's a good thing about when I've lived around the world. I've lived around the world, and I'm probably more used to left-hand steering than I am right-hand steering these days. Actually, I feel like every single day, every time I go to a car, I don't know which side of the car to get in if I'm driving. I always go to the opposite. And I've done it for years now. I've lived in different countries. I still can't. I still don't want what side to get in. I want to go in the middle.
Yes. There's a Time Attack car that was like that from Spoon. They had a center drive car. It was really cool.
McLarens and those really fancy sports cars are like that.
I just wanted to name something. I know there's McLaren F1s and stuff like that, but yeah.
I love everybody. All my friends just sit there and giggle at me, going, "It's this side." I'm like, no. I still won't get it. I will probably never get it for the rest of my life. It doesn't really matter.
My car has a hydro in it, so you be used to that for a bit of drifting. You used to have the hydro, so you can pull that. Nice. If I get bored in it, if I'm at the back or something, if I get bored and I know the race is gone from there, I just start putting the hydros for a laugh.
And Wes never gets bored, so that's saying something.
I make sure I do not get bored in my car. If I want to have a laugh.
What are you taking for me a spin, man? When I'm flying over next, you better be taking me for a spin around the track. Well, anyway.
Yeah.
Of course, it's always street tracks, everybody. We always just race, and racing's always on street tracks, not on your motor racing. Stick to the speed limit, all that sort of jazz. Because it's a road. What do we say? It's a road, not a racetrack. When you're on city streets, you got to get. That's why we get out on these tracks and do this with the safety, of course. Always wear a helmet, seatbelts, and all that jazz. Because I kind of like you guys. All right, so let's keep it up. Let's not do anything too silly.
Please buy one.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're right. Absolutely. I'd say more safety, the better. As simple as that. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, when doing it, I've learned a lot. It's cost me a lot on safety of the car, but you need it all. It all has a purpose at the end of the day.
It's like riding down the street. Oh, riding into Keps out of the fence. Yes, he does. Good job.
Bit of a drift.
Yeah, that was through
he's
where was that?
Hydra there.
Just trying to see. They're up the road as well. That's P8.
I don't know how he's managed that. He's lost it on the way into the corner there. It's fascinating.
Don't tell Mickey about that. Mickey's doing a solid job. Let's keep Mickey focused. Mickey might be coming up to another pit stop soon.
I think it's another. No, I think they said about 13 in there. So
let's have a look. Pit lap.
Maybe
pulling up right now. So
you got this sheet up, I think.
on the timing table right now, Mickey's last pit stop was on lap 410. And Mickey's on lap 431, I think, about to be. So, yeah, we know the math on that one. Well, you fantastic, everybody. The charity we've raised, we as a whole community here, everybody on Twitch, everybody being a part of this, amazing, has been just above and beyond. And we're still going, of course. We always will still be going, because we're going to the end. We're going to drive this car across the end. And not this car, we have two. Can anybody just double confirm what's happening, of course, in our other Prismatic Motorsports team? That's the Athena. They're racing, of course. So can anybody give me an update on that? What position they're doing currently at the moment? Because it's certainly still in the race. I'm just checking the Twitch, but can't quite see the position. So I'm hoping everybody can give us some updates about that, because once again, we have two teams in here. So unfortunately, we can't keep all the broadcasts up. We only have one at a time.
When I left at midnight, we were P26, so we have made a position up while I was asleep, which is good.
Yep, absolutely right. And looks up a road there might be boxing as well. So Danny Ruski, I think, once again, I'll be butchering people's names, but they are just, are they on the lead lap of us? I'm going to pull it up at the moment to, confuse everybody on the laps that we are at. Now,
I think they're one ahead of us.
One ahead, yeah. So this could be, if they're doing a driver change, give us an opportunity to be
on the axles. So they are on the jacks. Yes, they are changing tires.
Keep an eye on what we are. Now we get those timing tables. We're the 24. Can we see the 24 right now on the track map? Should be able to.
Well, the 24 is... Oh, our timing's different. The 24 is them, and they're leaving the pits now. They didn't change drivers.
Yeah, sorry. We are...
25.
25, yeah. So they're in and out, so we're not going to really gain too much. But we might be on a similar lap with them. We are a lap down. 17 hours into a race, you start getting a little bit confused.
I think we are a minute and a half behind them, maybe now. Oh. No, I'm wrong. We are 2 minutes 43 behind them.
Yes.
So we're a lap and...
We need to gain... Now, the target, when I was also talking to Robin, and it would be very, very special occasions if we could do this here for the certifiably diverse Prismatic Motorsports to get the P18. That would be the key here, because it has so much emotional value to it. And we're kind of trying to crunch numbers and work out how is this going to be possible. We have the time, 6 hours. Obviously, you guys as drivers out there, Wes, I know Happy Deal Pixel is an athlete, so you're going to give us the athlete perspective on that, as well as obviously our drivers. Time travel. Yes.
Time attack is,
so yeah, how can we calculate this, and how far are we down? What sort of... Yeah, it's not easy to shave a lap off somebody.
No, but it's doable.
But it's very doable. Yeah. So, is there any way we could skip perhaps a pit stop and maybe it's fuel save?
Well,
like, what can we do here?
What we can do is keep it absolutely clean and hope that something goes wrong on their end. Realistically, in a 24-hour race, as long as you keep your nose clean and you drive well and you do consistent lap times, I think if we were, as long as you maybe hit time, as long as you drive quicker than them, if you're doing a good second lap quicker than they are, and then you can slowly bring the time down, and if they have an issue, then it's a bonus. You know what I mean? We're now, so after the pit stops, so there we are 47 seconds behind them, so we do have a time where we can look and see if we can close in on them, but yeah, so, that's realistically important to keep your nose clean in basics.
Nose clean, exactly, that would be the key, especially in this late into a race. And that's something that Mickey's been doing brilliantly, keeping her nose clean. Now, can you, because I know Wes, you're really great at crunching these numbers, and I haven't done a lot of endurance races. Just to give you an idea, if our target is the P18 position, and that would be the number 9 car, because you don't see it on the timing tables. You actually do see it on the timing tables at the moment, don't you? But no, you don't. It's the 18th position. So how many laps are they down?
So we are 6 laps behind them.
Okay, so that we got 6 laps as our target right now, to be realistic here, to get this done and delivered with about 6 hours and change. Because we want P1, but you know, got to get baby steps. We get there. With the help of everybody that's been supporting us. Of course, once again, this is charity. So if you have anything to give to charity, donate to charity, because it's amazing. It's a switchboard for the LGBT community as well. So anything they want to chat to about people that absolutely know everything that's going on in the world scenario, they'll be picking up the phone and listening to you. And this money is being donated to them as well too. So that we have somebody on the end of the telephone that is willing to sit and listen to you and understand what we all go through every day. And the best thing you can ever have is that you can pick up the phone or any communication method you can and chat to somebody who understands what we're all going through in today's world. So a voice is a voice. I love voices, and I love everybody in the community, because you're a part of my voices as well too. I get angry, I express feelings and stuff like that. Sometimes you go, Biggles, you know, calm down, you're getting upset, but I'm like, I'm just expressing myself to people, it's fine. I like that, and the community support me as well.
We all need help.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We all need love too, and a hug.
Oh yeah.
Especially because we haven't been hugging each other for so long, have we? Because of the virtual situation with the pandemic, is that, you know, I feel like I'm really just away from a lot of people because of the whole lockdown scenario, and I'm still kind of experiencing that here in Panama. We just, like, I think it was last week, managed to go actually out without wearing a mask for the first time. Things like that. I mean.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, it's just a different thing.
In England, we got rid of that.
I know you got rid of it a long time, but it's just different cultures, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't seen people's faces in so long. I didn't realize what people's smiles look like.
We definitely shouldn't have got rid of it, but we got rid of it a long time ago, and of course it's coming back now slowly. And
I don't say it's right or wrong, but it's just that, you know, this whole scenario has caused a situation where we haven't really been socializing much, haven't we? The ability to hang out and chat in person and hug and do the things that we used to do. So it's been difficult. A lot of people have been going through it, and that's why we need to support each other as a community.
Yes.
And
yes, I want to answer this question for Sword Saint 32. By the way, I did not know the goal hit half an hour ago. Yes, we did, and we're very excited that we hit the goal. I heard rumors that there's some kind of karaoke that's going to go on.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was agreed. Yeah, James agreed last night. If we reached 400, we would do karaoke, and if we reached 500, that James would play some songs on a choice.
And Wes,
I'm singing, I believe. I'm not.
Yeah, are you still singing? It's all for a good cause. I don't think we're going to be judged on our performances so much.
No.
As in, we're going to try to win. We're going to try to win the.
I believe it's a rendition of Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, Sweet Caroline. It is. That was called. That was absolutely called by Robert. I would really like to have a snooze and wake up and try to hit the chorus notes in the background. But yeah, James is the one that James is the one that's put all this broadcasting team together as well too for JPB Broadcasting Network. You can see up the top hand right, and did that very last minute, of course, with the fantastic Robin organizing all this. So James will be with us a little bit later, so he's going to have to obviously sing us a song on the piano to that. And if everybody out there wants it, of course, yeah, it's all for a good cause. Judge us, grade us on our casting and broadcasting skills, and perhaps judge us on our musician skills. There you go. My words will start definitely slurring as I get tired.
It's you're doing a good job. I'll just say from my side, the color commentary has been amazing. I sometimes I'm like, I think it's like a legitimate 24-hour race. I just like, this is so cool. You all of you are doing such an amazing job, as the person that literally just jumped onto this, this is very
Oh, we're in the pit
professional, to be honest.
lane.
Oh, we're
Sorry to
pit-
cut you off. Yeah, but that's because we love motor racing, and I'm excited. And tell you what, the more action that happens, and everybody here helping and chatting, and once again, everybody just chatting doesn't matter, keeping us entertained. Otherwise, I'll be like having a snooze.
I feel like, was that Mickey's second stint? Because I feel like the tyres were going off.
It could very much be. Let's check the. We do have all the goodies up here in the casting box. We've got all the spreadsheets. It's all been printed out. All this information's here for us.
Grab those again.
Wes is going to check that out for us. Yep.
Yeah, I had them last night, so I'm going to go grab them again.
It's not always determined. It can change, of course, because sometimes drivers go, "I'm unavailable."
Yeah, they do change, don't they? They were changing.
No, it's Elisa. Elisa's coming in, so she's switching it out, and that means Mickey's gonna surpass the, I don't know, the golden. I have to say the golden car. What's like an epic motor vehicle currently over our motor vehicle that we've been following for almost 18 hours right now. This is our machine, our love. This is the beating powerhouse right now of Prismatic Motorsports. So we're gonna make sure this car, which is just every little piece of this car is a piece of us. So we're gonna make sure we're gonna get this motor vehicle across the line.
Mickey just got out, if I'm not wrong.
Yep. No, Alicia's in.
No, I was just trying to work out where we're at and what stint number we're on. I think we're on like 19 now, I think, is where we're at.
I think you're correct. Let me pull it up. So, hopefully we will definitely at some point there speak to Mickey, but at the moment Mickey's going to be spotting. We mentioned this before, right? So she's going to be spotting Alicia because Alicia's now hopping in the car that Mickey has done a couple of hours with. So Mickey knows everything there is to know about this car.
The tyres?
What is Alicia doing here?
Warm up the tyres.
Oh, you can do that in the pit lane? I didn't know that.
Well, when no one else is about, why not?
Oh. So don't hit the safety car button. Yeah, so as you know, Wes, because you've done this a million times before, you need a spotter, right? And once again, we were talking about this before. You got to communicate, don't you? How is the car feeling? It's a different animal, isn't it? Every single lap you do.
I have when I do the 24 hours, I have my teammate. Normally, I have Jack with me, and we have a laugh. We know each other very well, so we have a good laugh. But we talk about the car a lot. I mess around while driving a lot. I must note, and I make a lot of noise and have a laugh and be a bit loud. But
don't be laughing too much because we have that 9 car up the road, and we've been in the adventures of that Ferrari. I always get, it's amazing 24-hour race, and somehow deja vu always occurs over and over again when you end up on track with the similar cars over and over again, isn't it? Even though we're out of position.
So basically, this first lap, she will be feeling the car out, feeling how it feels. It's been a while since she's been in it, so she'll just see how the tyres are now. They're brand new. How the car feels. Is it any different to the last time she was in a couple of hours ago? Got a bit deep there. She's got to get the feeling back in. You know, the pedals, etc. You got to just feel it all out, and you know the pressures have probably changed, and you know the muscles as well. You got to get them back into the rhythm of driving again. So it takes a couple laps. It really does to get into your rhythm. It does take at least 2 or 3 laps to get in. Once you're there, you're there.
Because it's different too, because there is little bits of car damage that occur, right? So you don't always see it. It's not front end like crashing into a wall, so it's like every time you go over chicane and it bumps a little hard, that does a little bit of damage to the car. And overcorrecting moment. And we don't know that as up here in the casting box and just visually looking at it. But trust me right now, Alicia is well aware of the scenario.
She's if I'm not wrong, let me just remember earlier. Yeah, she's a lively driver. If I remember earlier, because last night she goes full attack the entire time, and she's just getting into the rhythm now. So we'll see what she can do.
And that attacking with that Ferrari out the road that we've had plenty of excursions with, that's for sure. Even though that's not for track position, that's probably more for pride at this point, isn't it? It's like, all right, we've been here before. And I know for a fact that Alicia is going to want to get past that Ferrari somehow, just as soon as she gets a little bit in tune with the car, isn't it? Just feel the car, feel the energy. At the moment, she no doubt got Nikki in her ear talking about, okay, you know, this is, as you're going to be breaking the corner coming up to Lacombe.
On the fights with the car of the Lamborghini, which is 2 minutes 48 up the road, so we see how this close.
Can you explain this, Wes, so from a driving point of view, like how it feels right now as she's trying to just short shift, just like a little lower?
From what I can see of her driving, the car's lively. The car is very lively. It's got brand new tyres on it. I guess she's got to warm them up a bit. The track temperature obviously has changed. It seems like the rear's quite tail happy at the moment. It seems very light at the rear, which I think she's just having to get used to. I did note earlier in the night, she's using a lot of curve too, that they had quite a bit of braking at the rear of the car. So I think the car's just a bit lively at the rear. Bit oversteering. The track, what's the track temp there?
It's 27. I just pulled it up for you.
It's pretty good actually. Track temp, pretty warm then. So the tyre shouldn't take too long. A little bit of understeer for the chicane there, but yeah, the car seems lively. She's not short shifting enough, and so the fuel at the moment is not any of her concern at all. As she's just on her.
Is it short shifting just to make sure you don't overcook the tyres coming out of the corner?
Well, I say she's not short shifted. No, she's not short shifting at all.
I don't know. I'm just asking the questions. I have no idea.
Oh, you can, of course you can, and you will. But right now, the way she's driving the car, she's not worried about fuel just yet. She'll probably do that in the second stint as she goes nicely through that turn.
Sorry, I mean, short shifting. Sorry, is in more as in. I mean, probably short shifting, like, or slower gearing, maybe longer gearing into the car. That's what I was saying. So not putting too much of the loud pedal exiting the corner. Yeah. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry, yeah, like so that you don't spin the tires up too much and then turn into a spin because they're cold.
Yeah, she'll be doing a little bit of that. She's playing it a little safe there, but yeah, not too much. She's quite from what I saw last night, she's quite an attacking driver, so I don't think she's going to be too cautious on the car. She looks like she's just getting the feel of it now. But yeah, I'd say the rear end of the car seems a bit light. Of course, you can drive around that. I think she's picked up on that pretty quickly. That's how the car feels too.
How do you feel happy? Sorry to cut you off there. Because I'm happy. Obviously, Dead Pixel wasn't even planned to come in and help us in the custody box, which you have. And thank you very much for that. On board right now, if you're watching the pictures there from Alicia.
Oh yes.
Like, how is this feeling? And you are a driver as well, of course, in the real world scenario.
So pretty much everything got called out by the second lap. Everything's starting to warm up. There's less, understeer. No, not understeer. There's just more stabilization happening now as the car started to get the driver and the car started to become more, I guess, one, we'll say. And it's really cool because at the first lap with the new tires, you could just see the tail, kicking out a little bit. You can see the understeer. Now you can start seeing the tires. I'm not saying the tires are completely warmed up right now, but I'm starting to see more control. I love it. And just it seems like just going straight into it, not even just like cautious about, I don't want to say cautious, but like the shifting is just, it's consistent. It's not like short shifting like you were saying, or everything is just there. I'm actually getting excited because it's just like, this is a lot of info to take in.
The car to the right of us, I think, I can hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Way. We can let them go. It's a bit tight, but well held, fine. There's another one. There's a few coming through then. But she's done well there to deal with the traffic. Very well. That was
like a little bump there, to be honest.
Oh, I just came back for a second as I went to get a drink. I didn't want to see little bumps. I didn't want to see overtakes. What happened?
She got to squeeze a little bit through the fast lap. She did well. She held it quite well. The car could have easily got light there, and the rear could have spun on you. I've seen it a few times, but no, she drove well there.
Alicia, it's on loan. You bring it back, girl, okay? Because we've got another 6 hours. This car has belonged to all of us. Certifiably diverse, so we're gonna have to be bringing this car home. She knows it, of course. I'm seeing some accidents here on the report, so I have to go to look at this. So maybe I'm just turned away from something, but this is just maybe a pit lane entrance. It may very well be there, yes. That's just a little bit tricky, but so I'm going to go back to what's happening here because this is still heating up. Heating up, of course, temperatures will be because we are getting tricky in there because I'm still nighttime where I am, this part, neck of the woods.
Oh,
It's, yeah, 11 in the morning. Almost lunchtime, so let's just pull over into the pit lane and grab ourselves a bit of lunch and we'll come back in about an hour, so don't go anywhere. Doesn't happen in a 24-hour race.
Nope.
I don't know about you, but when I do my race days, not exactly in the sim, but when I do my real race days, I don't eat, or I only drink water. I don't eat during the day. I do not like to eat and drive the race car. Is that the same for you?
Is that the real? Are you talking about Sims?
Yeah, in the real, I don't like to eat.
Oh, I do drink water. I do eat, but I do not touch sugar drinks.
Yes, I
Any
can't.
kind.
Yeah.
No sugar drinks. And food, if it's a variant. So if it's vegan, I'll probably eat a lot because I feel comfortable with the vegan. But if it's like McDonald's or something really bad, I'm like,
don't tease me with
take
that.
a pinch here and do this and that. And
I haven't had
that's it.
I haven't had takeout. This is a good thing about living in a small town, my friend. And just ask Wes about it. How much I was talking about this. Yeah, the closest fast food I've had here was I actually got pizza today. I went and drove and got some pizza because I didn't have time to cook anything. But I had a beautiful avocado. I was trying to scoff it down on stream.
Took 2 hours to eat that avocado.
Yeah, but it's
it really did.
And guess what? I was surprised that nobody even knows what avocado tastes like. You didn't,
No,
Wes?
I've never had it. No, I never had it.
Now, surely you've had an avocado before, haven't you? Happy Dead
yes, I
Pixel.
live in Phoenix, Arizona.
What is your name, by the way? So I'm going to keep calling you by that.
My name is Emily. Hello,
Emily,
what's
okay.
up? My name is,
All right, thank you. So we go. So you've had an avocado at least, right?
I feel like at least 2 times a week minimum.
Oh, there you go. See, how do you explain it? Because I couldn't believe we had a few people here that did not know what an avocado even. And I was like, how do you describe what an avocado tastes like? The avocado I had was from my tree was beautiful. It was very like a little bit of a buttery taste. It was like amazing.
Oh yes, it's got its own special oil, like because that's
Good for your skin, right?
Yeah, it's good for your skin. But yeah, like I always think of it as like, I don't want to say it's like a superfood, but it's like it's green and it's the epitome of a vegetable too. So
And I have a tree full of hundreds of them. So anytime you want, actually I have two trees now. The other one's starting to hasn't had any avocados coming off it yet, but maybe soon.
Yeah,
but yeah, the other one is about 100. So I've avocadoed out. That's fine.
Yeah, and the fun thing is, being from Arizona, we have 2 styles of avocado. We have California style avocados and Mexico style avocados, and some people will debate which one is better than the other.
That's true. I think they're called something else here at the moment. It's I have a big greenish one, and there's a little bit more of a darker green one. It's a smaller one. I can't remember the names of them. Maybe somebody help me out in chat. But yeah, my friend actually that lives down the road, he has a different style of avocado that I don't have. So there are.
But there's a comment actually in the thing about avocados. It's J-Raps, I believe. It says you got multiple avo breeds.
Yes.
Yes. Some
Absolutely.
are more oilier. Some are more.
I've
tart.
Last season, the avocado tree around this time, of course, they were very watery. The avocados that I had from trees, they weren't really flavorish. I was a little disappointed. There's a lot of them, but it was like, I'd eat with a few of them, and then I'd be like, I don't want any more avocados. I'm just avocadoed out.
Am I wrong in thinking that's Mickey in the chat? Is it not? Could be wrong. I feel like that's...
But anyway, at least you can explain it to. I can't believe that you guys never had an avocado before out there. Wow. They don't know what they're missing out on, do they?
Could you... I don't know if there was an incident, but I just want to see...
There was actually. I'm seeing a crash. Is it here? This is Tony. Yeah. It's not
another one's just happened as well.
It's not a pit
I don't
lane
know if it's
entrance.
a pit one. He's gonna
No.
get
Oh. That's not in the pit lane. That's not. Yeah, it is in there, but they continue on.
That's the leader, by the way, as well, behind them that hit them. That was the leader. At the
Is
time.
that Oliver?
It was
Yeah, Oliver
yeah.
Richardson. Let's have a look. They're actually P2. Oh, that's that sometimes could do a bit of damage to your steering, but let's have a look.
Well, when I saw Team Champion at midnight, they were P8s. They've done well to get that there.
Yeah, it's switched through a lot. Now I'm just curious to see how my Australian
There was another one.
friends are
There's
doing.
another one. Richard and Jim have had a crash, I think, maybe together. Do you see that one?
No, I don't actually. Tricking me. That's gonna be after the one we just watched.
Yep.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, so Richard and Jim Ray.
I see Billy Bob Ray. No, that was a passing. That's no reference. That's actually literally what I'm saying for a name.
It's after the pass definitely after the pass.
I know it's not coming up for me yet.
6 down from the pass. No?
No.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, that's something else. Further up the field here, something up the road here. I don't want to go switching through cameras, just throw everybody off. So we'll keep it at the moment, of course, with Alicia. Oh, something. Yeah, now something's coming up. Is this Estevez? Through a Rouge?
Oh, this is up now. Yeah. I see
Oh,
this
that's
one
lost
now.
it. A Rouge there. Yeah. Oh,
That's big. That's a big one. What place is that? That's P17. That's not the first time the aggressive ducks.
Oh, wait. Oh, is that engine damage?
That's going to be
That's
big.
That's engine. That's got to be. Look at that. If you have some sort of smoke coming out of the back of the car, you're no power.
No.
Massive trouble here. All right, this may be a position gained for us potentially here.
They've gone off the road again since that. It says they've gone off. So that.
I'll just keep it on here because I don't even know you can steer. Look at that.
Yeah,
you
there
can't
you go. That's
steer
where
it.
they've gone off. I'm not seeing all the smoke you're seeing on your screen, but I'm seeing all the damage. So clearly there is. Yeah, I'd say there's engine damage to that car. But now I'm seeing. No, I lied. Now they've gone over that. Now they've got smoke.
You gotta, I've got it all cranked up graphics wise. You might have it cranked up, but they're in big trouble, and I think they're in the pit lane right now too, live.
Smoke.
Yeah, and they got to be in. They have to be in. There's one car in with some damage. That's P10, and I think this is the car that we just looked at.
They're still. I don't.
Oh, they haven't come back yet.
They're not. They're still driving around. I think. They haven't made it there yet.
Oh yeah, it's actually a long way, isn't it, when you got that much damage?
Yeah. Oh, so that's big. So what was that?
I think that's Mark.
Isn't it?
No, that's somebody. That's a scheduled pit stop.
Are you saying the car that was had the issue? I can tell you it is. So car number 11 in P17, I believe. So it's.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Have you got it? Yes, you've got them.
I can't even see him going the pit lane entrance yet.
I can't see them.
No, they're not even showing.
What camera have you got on? Where are
On
they?
the pit lane entrance, so you'd think he'd be there, but I don't think they haven't got in.
I
They
don't think
haven't got in there yet.
No, there they are.
Ah.
Oh, that's a lovely colour going past.
This is going to be the way. I mean, we never want anybody to have bad luck, of course. It's just not a karma that we would like to have, but it's just horrible, isn't it? And now, do you think it's obviously a better opportunity for them to just try to drive this car back in the pit lane rather than get a tow?
It takes less time than getting a tow, yeah, definitely. Okay. The engine can't be too bad, otherwise they would have had to pull over and stop. So the engine at least is working, but there still could be quite a lot of repairs here because that's a lot of damage on the front end.
And that's frustrating when you've been driving so much. You gotta remember, they've been doing 18 hours into this race at the moment.
Their last lap was a 2:16, so that is a good lap time for now.
Yes.
And then they've gone and dropped it there. So I think that's the way you get for pushing a bit hard, you know. That's endurance racing for you.
But it's also the team, isn't it? Like everybody else on the team, because it's not just one driver. It's like, you know, usually, 3, 4, usually at least minimum 4, I think it is. So, yeah, you feel bad letting your teammates down, don't you? Your team friends.
They were 6 laps ahead of us, and of course this is a car that we are targeting, because they're P17, we want P18.
Absolutely.
So we see how much time they now lose to us.
They're going to lose a lot. I mean, if it's engine damage, as far as we've seen earlier, that's at least 30-minute repair time, I would have to say, if I'm not mistaken. Now, it's give or take. It's a little tricky, isn't it? When it comes to iRacing, but that's 30. It's got to be 30 minutes. I mean, we had 15 minutes as for a little bit of front end. We didn't have any of the smoke pouring out. There's tires going up there on the jack. So we'll see. We'll see.
Be there for a while.
We'll see. So, well, we all
I'll
ran.
keep note of how long they're in there for. I'll try and keep note of that.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it up on the screen in the background. But you know what? It's our game because you got to be in it to win it, right? And Alicia's putting the laps in, of course, before Mickey did fantastic work to keep it pointing in the right direction, getting the job done. And endurance racing, that's it. You got to just keep pointing it in the right direction and keep going as fast as you possibly can. Not too fast, like we saw. Fast enough to keep it out of the fence makes a difference. All right, so, yep, we're going for this 18th target. Let's go to currently switching it over to the gap, to a leader. So, what are we looking at? We are currently at the moment 15 laps down. But we're looking around where we are, everybody around us.
The car we're chasing has apparently gone off the road, so if you want to, Denny?
Yeah, I can, absolutely.
That's the car in front of us.
They've done this before.
There we go.
The 29 car into the fence. Little bit of damage. And they have to back up. Wait.
How long are they going to have to wait? Not too long. They've managed to nail that reversing, I must admit. That's cost them some time, so that will help us out.
You said we said that before. We're not trying to obviously cast a curse there, but you said, don't worry about letting them pass. Something's going to happen with them later on. Who said that? Was that you, Wes? I remember somebody saying that.
I said they were a Lamborghini, so they might.
Yeah, you did. You casted cursed them. I remember you, and I was like, really, Wes? Come on, don't be so mean. But it was actually realistic.
The driving style of the Lamborghini. That's how when you drive one of those, they drive pretty fast.
They've had so many incidents. Actually, granted, that fantastic job they're doing to even keep ahead of us, considering. But yeah, it is what it is. Everybody's been having their mums right now. This is now the very difficult part of the racing, I'd have to say, isn't it? This, when you get from this, if I say this one more time, I'm just gonna drop the microphone and get out. It was 6 hours. So from 6 hours to 3 hours, because the 3 hour mark to the rest of the race is the crunch time. That's when people start making gambles and all sorts of jazz like that.
Pit now as well. The car in front of us, Denny has gone into the pit lane now.
Yep.
So
we'll
get back onto the same.
Think they're going to do repairs? Let's have a look.
That shouldn't take too long because that wasn't a big one. So they might as well take it.
Sometimes I've been surprised. You don't remember Le Mans for the other league that we were casting, where we did a little tap to the wall. We were in there for like 30 minutes. I was like, we barely slapped the wall. These cars are a lot more durable because of the LMPs.
Yeah, the LMPs don't like hitting walls very much. They are quite heavily on the aero compared to these. So we are driving past now, so we go back onto the same lap. So we'll see how long.
This kind of worries me. The Wario car doesn't from Mario Brothers. The W's there on the. It's a Wario. The Wario. It's the Mark Racing. And how many cars?
Cars still in the pits there. You see them there?
Yeah, there's no.
The timer stopped on them at 2 minutes 25, but they are still in the pits.
There's no smoke coming out of the engine bay anymore, so they've managed to put the fire out.
Yeah, work's been done. They've just fallen to 19th place now, but the timer has stopped sadly. So it says that they've been in for.
I've seen 5 minutes and change.
That other crash that I said about that you couldn't see, the Richard one, must have been a big one because they were in the pits. Are you ready for this? They were in the pits for 12 minutes. So that Richard one that you couldn't see, that was, I don't know if I can give you a timestamp on it to see if you see it, 18:09:41.35. If you can see that.
I can't see that. Oh, 18:09. Go back out and repeat that again.
41.35.
Okay. It's really hard to scroll. Okay. I see a 43.27. Who was it? I'm seeing Dale Jeffries went off track. 1809 for 327.
441.
I don't have a 41. It goes from 1809.30 to 1809.33.
Well,
It's we've got different settings for the instance.
There definitely was a crash between Richard and Jim because they both crashed at the same time, and Richard was in for 12 minutes. Jim, Jim Ray's P30. He was in the pits.
If I go back to around this time, I could probably go and find the car.
Yeah, okay.
Because Dale, here we go. Dale goes off. Pause. Sorry about this. We'll have to pause this for a second. There's Dale Jeffries. So where are they in comparison to Dale Jeffries?
See your screen.
That's the 33 car running in P3, and you wanted to go to who was it again? Sorry.
I would like to go to Richard Eagle. So it's car 52, which is now P5.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Richard now, and this same time. So we'll see what happens here. This is regular speed. That's out of turn 1. Climb out through a Rouge. Around the same time you were mentioning. Is this?
It's around, is it?
Is it lost through a Rouge?
I feel like he has a crash with someone, so it's not until he gets close with another car that he has an incident.
Can't see anybody nearby. I might have to fast forward a little bit.
Maybe. What?
Yeah, we'll go.
Who were you on?
I'm on board with Richard.
Dale. You were at first. You were on board Dale, weren't you?
Yeah, I had to go to Dale first for the highlight, and then go to Richard because I didn't see anything. Richard looks pretty alone on the track here.
Where was? Just trying to find the Dale one, so I know roughly where.
Yeah, bear with us, everybody, because we do have little bits of information from race control that's different. So we're just trying to find incidents that might very well help, of course, our team, because Richard's in the pit lane right now. And this is the key.
But at some point, we will see there will be a crash here because they end up being in for 12 minutes. So at some point, we'll find another car. And whenever we find another car, which was the 002 car of Jim Ray, those both crash at the same time. So once we see that, and that car
I'll go to Jim Ray for a second. Well, it should be real time. That's Jim. I don't see anybody else nearby.
What if it's someone behind?
It could be Jim Ray behind. I can see a car just behind. We got the sped up. There could be Jim Ray behind. Because it is a similar looking car.
What lap are we on there?
It doesn't show in the replay, unfortunately.
Is it not? Because Richard.
There's a car behind catching. Is that Jim? No, it's not. It's a different car.
Oh yeah, it's catching pretty fast.
But it's not. That's not Jim. So yeah, we might be just completely lost on this one because we're just going through laps.
Because Richard, if it's car lap 456 is when.
It doesn't say the laps, unfortunately, because we're on the replay. Oh well.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, those
Can't really go too much more on that. Well, we'll see. But they're out of the pit lane, but Richard's still running a P5.
Yeah, they're out now. Yeah.
I'm showing only a minute and 52 for the pit stop.
Yeah, they've gone back in and back out.
Oh, okay.
So they've done a 12-minute one, gone round the track.
My Aussies have come in. This is my Aussie mates have gone their pit lane. They're coming out of the pit lane right now. They're currently running a P15. On the power.
You see that the Beamer still in the pits there in the background?
Yeah, I can still see smoke.
Yep. Okay, well they're in P23 now, so we're nearly. They are only 2 laps ahead of us now. So
look at that damage. There's no way they're gonna fix it anytime soon.
I'm annoyed that it's not telling me how long they've been in the pits for.
I'm saying 10 minutes for them.
10 minutes, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I've only seen 2 minutes, and I know they've been in for longer than that.
No, we're okay. Because we've got...
we're 2 laps behind now. So that is a position...
Alicia's in control of our car. It's perfectly fine. She's going to be putting in these laps here. And this perhaps is going to give us another position gain, of course. I have to say it would be.
Well,
24th.
We are only 1 minute 58 behind the next car in front of us as well. We're on the same lap as them. And that's that Lamborghini that we saw had a little spin earlier. So that's who we are chasing down.
Absolutely. Seen that a few times.
Quickly just going to jump. I'm intrigued by this the crash, so I'm just going to stop it so I can't quickly quickly. I'm going to go local so I don't copy you quickly, and I'm going to go have a look at what.
It'll be, where's the crash investigator? He'll be
Yeah,
back after he solves this crime. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to solve it for my own good. And do you know what? It's. Oh, I see the issue. Hang on.
You're right, it's okay, because we're still following Alicia just chilling through the first corner there. Got a little bit of traffic up the road. That'll be a car that's 11 laps down. In fact, that will be a car that's actually running in P10. So it's up to Alicia if she wants to get the job done on Francisco Diaz, or just chill back a little bit. I'd say pretty good job there for the Francisco Martin Diaz. Car number 15, I believe it is. Don't put red on red writing there, SDK. They've gained 36 places. I don't think they want to put up too much of a fight right now, would they? Getting that many places when it's clearly the leash is quicker.
For drafting.
Yeah. And they got damage to the front too, so they're probably just going to nurse that to make sure that they don't have to put too much time in the pits. And you say that, don't you? Like, it's not a battle. I mean, they're P10. We're P25.
Yes.
So, don't want to...
I say catch a draft.
Yeah, catch a draft, exactly. But not too much, because if they have damage. So if they do, if box hit the brakes a little earlier, then, you know, that's a front wing. Look at that. Once again, the car in the background. Always flashing the lights. Who is that? They've done it a lot. You can't see them yet, but they're just behind who we did, and that was it. That's Francisco Diaz that led us through there, because they're up the road there in P10. But it's the car behind. Keep an eye on the car behind. They've been battling with us. Who is that? We were like a lap or to and from each other. Yeah, look, and again, they always flashing their lights going, get out of my way. Like, I'm the only car on the track every single time I see this.
P21 as well, that is.
Yeah.
Going up the inside and through they go.
It's, I don't know what it is. And it's kind of like roll the red carpet down and just let them through kind of thing. Like,
yeah.
Nobody else on tracks racing. So
driving aggressive there, must admit.
It's not the first time I've seen that, and obviously no offense, they're racing, of course, but it's just like they're always flashing their lights going, hey, we're coming through, so get out of our way. And I tell you what, Alicia's not going to be too happy about that, because Alicia's going to be charging, get that toe. Come on, Alicia.
Compared to earlier in the last night, she wouldn't let anybody through. No. She was having none of it, and so she's going to come out with...
I think she's going to get this toe back. I think Alicia's going to be working on this. I think she knows. She's not going to let this car up the road there get away. That's actually Mark Javier. There is 21. You're right. So we've been battling with them. We're obviously a little bit difference in the laps, but not that much.
Yeah. We're on the same lap now as the car that's in the pits for past 10 minutes, so we will be going into...
we've got them.
That's deep. Ooh. Yeah, P24 is coming up then. I think that car is still in the pit smoking. So.
We got them. We have, definitely. It's just unfortunate because that engine damage is 30 minutes and change at least, and they've been in there for 15. It's very disappointing. But then again, in this case, it was their own driver's fault, and you take it like that. The worst thing is that, you know, if somebody spins ahead of you and you crash into them and your race is essentially not over, but you've lost a lot of places. That's frustrating. But if you lose it yourself as a team and a driver, it hurts, but at least you only can blame yourself rather than anything else. That's just racing. And we've been good.
Yeah. I had that in the 24 hours of Nürburgring in the TCR car. Braked into the last corner.
I was watching, I think, in casting or something like that. No, it wasn't.
No. I braked and then the car snapped on me and decided to find the wall, which was very frustrating. And then I got it back going, and then as I got it going, the engine blew up. So we were out basically. It was over half an hour worth of repairs. by that point, I think the rest of the team were like, no, maybe not. We were running really well as well, and it was just one of those. I was doing faster laps, and it just snapped out over, and it was within a second the race was completely over. Our 24s were done, but yeah, it can happen.
That's a question. So, do you think that the reason why is because you pushed it a little bit too much, or what was that situation?
It was just that car. Because then we did continue after that once we did the repairs, and my other teammate jumped in, and then he did the same thing 3 times after me. Something was wrong in the setup somewhere. The TCR cars are difficult cars to set up. They're very certain people like to drive. I love to drive them, but so we had to compromise with the setup and for the 24 hours, and it just didn't work out because the braking was the big issue. And if you don't trust the brakes on a car, it's very difficult to drive.
Oh, going for an attack?
That's Andrew Dawson. That's just lapping us, and that's Andrew Dawson is in the 16th place there, the 32 car. So I don't think Elisa wanted to put up too much of a fight there. Problem that we've had this evening here for Prismatic Motor Racing is that every time we've had to tangle with leaders per se, it hasn't turned out our way.
Well, we're P24 now, so there you go, another place. So.
Yep, that's gained because of the incident, but yeah, it's the actual leaders of the races we've been having more incidents with than anybody else. So it doesn't matter about P2, P3, P4, anything below. It's if Oliver Richardson right now in the 56 car, if we get in a little bit of a moment with them, then history repeats itself. Hopefully not.
Well, we have a bit of a fun little sense of humor on the chat. We have J-Rap. Do you guys want peanut butter M&M? Sounds delicious, to be honest.
I'm not a fan. No.
I don't really eat sweets. So I've never had...
You don't like chocolate?
No, chocolate's not
really
sweet.
Yes, it is. Well, it's peanut and chocolate.
Yes.
That's what that is.
Yeah, no. I don't. That's M&M. M&M's are sweets. Like I have like a Cadbury's chocolate bar, but I won't have sweets.
It's the same thing.
Like M&M. No, it's not. I'm not having that.
What's the difference? It's actually probably got more nutrition in it, being a peanut. I think. I'm not a fan of peanut and chocolate together, but that's this is what we love. Everybody's own opinion. See, there's no right or wrong answer to any of these questions.
If you ever want to get an extra second off of me, stay in the pits. Just give me Reese's Pieces.
That's a bit. I think you can get that in the UK, can you? I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can.
I can.
You can, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so if I'm ever in the pits, you're like, oh, we need to stop Emily for a second. Pass the Reese's.
I'd give you some slick tires so you could do some drifting around the track there, Emily. That's what I would be doing.
Fun,
let's put some completely bald tires on that car and see how we go drifting. We're going to basically just turn all the traction control off and everything like that, so it's just completely yourself in the powerhouse of the machine. Just go drifting.
You know what's the funny thing? It probably still have more traction than some of these 1,000 horsepower Formula One, Formula D drift cars. So. Yeah.
Drifting's a lot of fun as well. I've never done it in real life because I didn't want to risk my trying to turn off all the traction control on my Skyline to do that. That's just almost impossible to make my Skyline drift.
If you want to go drifting in a front-wheel drive car, just get some...
Oh, that's fun. Actually, yeah.
Get some trays from McDonald's and put them under your rear tyres, and there you go.
Oh.
Drifting.
It works. It does work.
Fun. It's fantastic.
So there you go, boys and girls out there in the Twitch chat. So
don't do that.
Where's his word of advice?
Legally, don't do that. But if you're gonna do that, then do that. But I didn't say to do that. So there we go.
We have to mumble really quickly about not spins in the controller and then conditions apply and then do not apply this at home. There you go. We're covered legally now.
Have fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I really like is when someone goes in the pits, do you hear the bell? I really like that.
I did. No, I did.
It's really cool. It reminds me of being at the track.
That's because the farmer's like lost his cattle and he was like, "Where are they?" Ding ding. No, the marbles now. You actually start to see a lot of marbles, especially out of the bus stop chicane. So to the very right here, off off the racing line, there's a ton of marbles there. Then I don't know. It's like marbles is like putting marbles down. They're balls and they're slippery, so you'll be like on skates at that point. Not a problem. Mickey can handle that. Mickey's an ice skater. Mickey knows how to handle that. Not a problem whatsoever.
Nice. But the story how I got into drifting, it's kind of a fun fact. I got lucky with my cars when I was younger. I got to go back all the way to the first one. Like my first car was a Honda Integra, first generation. Got tired of it. Got a Subaru Impreza WRX. Got tired of that, and then a Nissan 240, or depending what part of the world you live, a 200, a 180, or a Silvia. Landed on my lap and got into drifting. That's how it worked. And I've always been frugal, so I always liked the old Japanese, like early days of drifting, where everything was still kind of affordable. Small wheels, no crazy power. You know, it was all about fundamentals. I feel like that's still very important in any motorsport. Sometimes it's fun to have the coolest, greatest car, but if you have the right car and you can learn all your technique and everything, your procedures, you become a better driver, period. So
absolutely true. Have a look at it. Crash! Oh! Xavier. And who was that? I think that's Oliver. That's a race leader. Yeah, it's a little bit further back. It was actually a little bit further back. There's another crash. Jackson and Jacob, perhaps. Actually, there's Jackson by themselves. 66 car. It's not a pit lane entrance. That's losing it there. Yep.
A little spin.
We've done that.
What are you?
No traffic around. Should be good to reverse that one back up. Get off the racing line. Yep. Escapes. To see.
And there's a Ferrari.
Our famous Ferrari. There it is. You always have. I don't know. This is I think probably the third time I've done a 24-hour cast, and it's like it doesn't matter. You can have 100 cars on track, but you end up consecutively always being around a car over and over again, don't you? All the time. They're there. They're your nemesis, essentially. Even though you could be completely out of position, but just somehow find each other on track all the time. And Alicia needs to somehow find a way past this car up the road. There's Stefan.
She was just experimenting doing a rouge with thumbs only, so.
Yep, here we go. Should be an easy peasy overtake because, yeah, they are 8 laps down. Well, actually 4 laps down, so they're ahead of us. Actually behind.
No,
they're behind us, of course. Yeah, they gave that up a little bit too easy, I'd have to say.
They're 4 behind us, so there's no point in real racing there. We've already pulled a gap, so what was their lap times last time? Yeah, they're not driving. They would, yeah. It was smart by them to let us go. It's not worth it for anybody there.
And that other car that crashed before fixing the motor, still sitting in there. Fortunately, in the pit
no
lane.
Smoke though this time.
No, they're starting to eventually repair the engine. But I just dropped them all the way down to P26.
They were in P16.
It goes to show you one little mistake at this level so late into this racing 24-hour event that it's not over, but you've dropped a lot of places that nothing you can do about it. Good team crew. It's still very much damaged on the front. But anything can happen. Still 5 hours to go. Regular pit stops for everybody else, mainly. Back to our lady of the hour, of course, Alicia. P24. So overall, we've gained 19 positions, climbing our way. Our target is 18 or so, hopefully. Target is P1, but realistically, let's see if we can get 18. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Charity has been absolutely amazing out there. The amount of funds that we've raised for the switchboard. Yep. All here to help each other. That is the key. Now, any updates, everybody, for our other team, of course, because we do have 2 racing teams here, a part of Prismatic Motor Racing. And how's our other team going? Like a little bit of an update. I think James is awake.
Yes, James is awake. He's in chat. Good morning, chat.
James is awake. James was getting a little bit stressed early because I was trying to wake up early in the morning to obviously help at the production the very last minute, and as well as Robin. Of course, I think James was stressing. But he's awake there, and both Robin and myself were sleeping. We had to get this party started, of course, for the 24-hour race. We did. We always find a way, and that's what we do as a community. We got it working. A little bit of technical issues at the start there, mainly with the paints that weren't loading, but that's the good thing about the community. We got it fixed. And you don't have to worry, do you, when you're in a 24-hour race, because it's not like you get to blink and miss it.
Oh no, but I remember because I was there.
You were
for the
there.
start of
I
the
remember
race.
you were there supporting us, of course.